Are you ready to dominate local search rankings and transform your business? Are you ready to dominate local search rankings and transform your business? I am Prerak Mehta, founder of Net Mafia, a successful SEO agency, and I'm here to guide you every step of the way. Introducing the ultimate course on AI local SEO. With over 7 hours of cutting edge content, this course is designed not just to teach you, but to turn you into a local SEO expert. Dive into AI powered on page SEO, learn to use groundbreaking AI tools for optimizing content, and you can say goodbye to the cost of hiring writers and virtual assistants. You'll handle everything efficiently yourself. And when it comes to building high quality backlinks, you'll learn to leverage AI to secure high domain rating links for completely free of cost, all on autopilot mode. This is cutting edge strategy that no one else is teaching. Whether you are a business owner eager to boost your visibility or an aspiring SEO professional, this course has everything you need, and you'll learn from real world examples and exclusive tactics I've used to rank my own business website. By the end of this course, you won't just learn, but you'll also execute. You'll not only witness a transformation in your skills, but in your business online presence as well. Ready to enhance the game? Join me. You can start the journey today and make your local business unstoppable on Google. Welcome. In this local SEO course, you will learn everything you need to know about optimizing your website and Google My Business listings to rank higher on your local search results. So before we jump right into this course, first thing you need to know that ranking your GMB listing, which is Google My Business listing, is highly correlated with your organic rankings of your website. What do I mean by that? So let's just say, for an example, your site is ranking on first page on maybe let's say 5th position, and your competitor's website is ranking on second page, maybe let's just say on the 10th position. Now both of you guys have a Google My Business listing. Yours is much more likely to be ranking higher than your competitors because organic ranking for his website is on second page and yours is on first page. So this is just to say that GMB listings and rankings of those listings are correlated with the organic rankings of your website. Now it is entirely possible to rank your GMB listing higher without even having a website. There are so many businesses out there who don't own a website, but they do have their GMB listing, which helps them rank higher on their local search results. So you can rank it without even being on top of 10 pages of Google, but it becomes easier when your website ranks organically. So I'm just making sure that you know this, since you are going to be optimizing both your Google My Business profile and your website for local SEO. Moving on to the second slide. So here we have local SEO. Now for local business, we have a few extra steps that you need to follow. Now this is just to say that when ranking a local website, which means if you want your website to rank in your area, your vicinity, then there are a few extra steps that you need to take. So first is to create and optimize a listing on Google My Business. So here I have just attached a screenshot which I've taken by adding some query, which is HVAC in London. So HVAC is nothing but house ventilation and air conditioning services, and I've mentioned the query, and I've listed the area, which is London. So here you can see we have few options that we can see in the map pack. So right besides this map, we can see few GMB listings. So they have created this GMB listing and they have built some citations, which is nothing but your company directory links. And they generate and respond to reviews, which has allowed them to rank on the top 3 results. So you can see they have 144 results, which is helping them to get about 4.5 stars for their company. Then in the second, we have 50 reviews, and all of them combined together to form 5 stars out of 5 stars, which is brilliant. Then you have another HVAC firm which has about 58 reviews and they have 4.8. Now this is pretty accurate, I would say, because it looks really real and it doesn't look like the reviews were spam and they were all fake and generated by their company. So this is what you're going to learn in this course later on. Here you can see that whenever you enter any search query on Google, nowadays you'll see tons and tons of results. So now that Google's latest update has allowed Gemini responses to show up on the first few positions, it takes up that entire AI generated response. So that accounts up to 10% of that result. Then you have the sponsored listings, which means that these websites have paid to Google to advertise their website. So this accounts about 10% of the clicks, which means that any user who is entering any kind of query and they find the related websites who have paid for the ads, users are more likely to click on these, websites. So ads, take about 10% of the clicks. Then you have the map pack. So just below the sponsored websites, which means they have used the ad campaigns and all, you'll see a map pack. So map pack, collectively accounts about 40% of the clicks. So any user who finds that the business or the service that they are actually looking for is within their area, then these businesses are highly likely to get clicks from the user. Then you have the more business option, wherein you click and it accounts up about 10% of the clicks. So below this map pack, you will find the organic results. So these websites have great SEO strategies, which has allowed them to rank number 1, number 2, and number 3 on the search results on the first page itself. So these is what we are going to focus on, the map pack results and the organic listings. So, even on the organic results, the first few sites, the first 1 and 2 are the ones who are supposed to get most of the clicks. So this is what you're going to learn in this course. Now there are a lot of ranking factors when it comes to Google My Business. First is proximity, relevance, then you have brand awareness, and then you have traffic. So let's discuss each one of them in detail. So what do I mean by proximity? So let's just say, for an example, you live in Texas and you're looking for some electrician in your area. All right. Now, when you just search that electricians near me, obviously you're going to be feeded with all those electricians who are based out of Texas, right? But what if you type in the keywords like, maybe let's just say electricians in Washington, DC. Do you still get to see the results about all the electricians who are in Texas? Obviously, Google will show you all those results who are in Texas because Google exactly knows where you are located. It uses GPS and geotagging and geolocation, all these factors to actually identify and show you the best possible result which can help you. But what if I tell you that a business, an electrician firm who has their main setup in Washington, DC, still it shows up on your Texas results? That is what proximity is. So that means even though your business in another part of city, a user's query who is completely, located far from your vicinity will still show your result. So that's what proximity is, and that allows you to rank higher and get more visibility in different cities as well. So that's what I'm going to teach you in this course as well. Then you have relevance. Now, relevance basically means that how relevant your website is when it comes to user search query. So let's just say that if I'm looking for some plumbers, if I have to fix my faucet, then I can, just search for tap repair service near me. So if I just search for tap repair service instead of plumbers near me, do I get to see the most appropriate result or not? So that's what relevance is all about. That means how you optimize your website for certain keywords based on location, based on your Google My Business posts, reviews, based on videos and images that you upload, and the content syndication that you do. So content syndication is basically something that you'll learn later on, because I wouldn't like to, overwhelm you with a lot of different, information right away. So this is something which is very important in terms of GMB ranking. Then you have brand awareness. So if someone says to you tomorrow that let's just order an latest iPhone from a completely different website which you have never even heard about, so would you go over there even though that website is offering maybe, let's just say, $115 of discount? Probably not. You would rather trust buying from Amazon or maybe Walmart or Best Buy, right? Because they have that kind of a brand. They have that brand awareness. So that's what these citations and press releases is going to allow you to do. So citations is nothing but basically your website's listing is published on different business directories, and press releases is something that all the big media outlets will feature your business and provide you a backlink. So that's what brand awareness is all about in terms of Google My Business. Lastly, you have traffic. Now, even though your website is getting, let's just say, maybe 14,000 impressions, but you're not getting that kind of conversion in that sense. Maybe let's just say you're getting about 10 clicks a month, whereas the impressions count. That means the number of times your website is shown up on the search results is about 14,000. Then it doesn't make sense because you're not getting any leads. So that's what CTR manipulation is all about, which means click-through rate. So how do you optimize your website so that even though you're getting high impressions, it results into high clicks to your website? So even over there, press releases helps you. So this is something that we'll definitely cover in this course. Moving on to looking at certain specific ranking factors. Now, Google My Business has some signs like proximity, categories, keywords in the business name. So since I own a SEO and a web design agency and my brand names is NetMafia. Now, if I just use NetMafia, it might not help me to reach out to the best possible, prospect clients. So I need to include words like SEO and web design agency, which will allow me to show my website to someone who is eagerly interested to build their website or maybe do some SEO optimization on their website. So that was about the keywords and using it in your business name. Then you have links. Now, even though you might find that so many different people who proclaim themselves as SEO experts on Twitter and all, they will say that nowadays backlinks doesn't matter in terms of SEO results and Google doesn't pay attention to backlinks. But the fact of the matter is that till today, since the time Google was made, till now, backlinks is the core feature of, or I should say that is the core reason behind any website ranking higher on search results. Links basically allow search engines like Google and Bing to recognize that these websites have some kind of authority, and this is something that user might find as the best match. So you'll also see that how you can use this backlinks to your website, how you can get more backlinks, and what kind of anchor text to use in when you're trying to link your website from another website. So that is really important, which I think most of the other SEO gurus tend to miss out on. Then you have reviews. So reviews, as we have discussed previously that reviews are core component of GMB listing, but it's not only the make or break situation. If you have 100 reviews, it doesn't matter. You just saw previously that one of the listing had 50 reviews and it was ranking on second, but the third one, which had 56 reviews, was ranking third. So the number of reviews doesn't entirely matter. What matters is that how you're using these reviews to actually help perceive your business, how to increase your perceived value of a business. So we'll also talk about how to optimize these reviews to make them relevant. Then you have citations. So as discussed, citations are basically links on business directories, and you have NAP as well. So NAP basically means that name, address and phone number of your business. So how many quality citations do you have linking back to your website and all? It matters a lot. Lastly, you have behavioral signals, which means let's just say that you have about 14,000 impressions to your website, but you're only getting about 10 clicks, which means the click-through rate ratio is less than 0.1%, which is not a good sign. Then you have certain signals like who are asking you questions on the GMB listing. Are there any FAQ sections? Are there any thumbs up reviews? Are there any comments, whether it's positive or negative? You will see how to tackle those negative reviews and negative comments. But that is about the later part. Right now, let's just focus on what are the things that, or rather I should say that what is the actual framework behind optimizing a website for local SEO. So this is about all the ranking factors. Lastly, there are certain things which allow you to optimize your GMB listing. So first and foremost is to verify a GMB listing. So it's not just that easy that you can create a GMB listing for any business. Google is very smart and they ensure that none of the spam business listings are made to prevent other websites to rank. So they have different process to verify your GMB listing, and you need to add your working hours, whether you're open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. from Monday to Sunday, whatever is it, you have to update on your listing. And you have to target certain keywords in your description. You need to optimize your videos, images. You have to add local citations, backlinks, and you need to get a lot of reviews. Now, I know all this might seem like a lot and complicated, but once I show you the entire process which you need to follow, in a step-by-step way, you'll see that it's not that hard. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. In this video tutorial, I'll show you how to connect your website with Google Search Console. In the next lecture, you'll see how to submit your sitemap. So I would recommend you all to stick to this and the next video tutorial as well. Don't skip it at all. Alright, because this is going to form as a foundations for your local SEO. If you skip this part, then moving ahead with on page, off page, or even technical SEO part of the local SEO won't help you a lot, because this is where you monitor, you analyze, and this also helps search engines like Google and Bing to analyze your website, to crawl and index, so that it will actually help you when you apply all the SEO strategies. Fine. So basically, all in all, GSC, or some people might call it as Google Search Console, provides information on how search engines like Google crawls, indexes, and serves your website. So basically, this helps us monitor and optimize our website search performance. So if you want to optimize your website in such a way that it caters to user search query, then you'll have to connect it with Google Search Console, and you'll also have to submit your sitemap. Fine. Now, for this particular course itself, I'll be taking an example of WordPress website. Now, if you're using any other CMS tool like Wix or Shopify or Squarespace, any other CMS tool, then you could just, there might be some few tweaks here and there, but I think the basic fundamentals would be the same. So right here under my WordPress dashboard, I'll go under plugins and I'll click on add new plugin. Now I'll wait till the part this form shows up, and here I'll just search for Yoast SEO plugin. Now Yoast SEO is my preferred plugin that I personally use in my website, but you could go ahead with Rank Math or even all-in-one SEO plugin. Now once you click on install, right here you'll find an option install, but I'm not finding this option right now in my WordPress dashboard because currently it is activated, it is installed in my system. So once it has been installed, you'll get an option to activate it, and once it has been activated, at the top of your dashboard, you'll find this Yoast SEO plugin icon. So just go under SEO settings options, go to settings, and right here, you'll see a bunch of different, features that you'll need to set up. Now, once you're setting up for the first time, there might be a bunch of different things that you need to do, which I'm not going to go over in detail because it's going to take up, a lot of time. But for now, what's the basic and the most required thing to do for this video tutorial is to connect it with our Google Search Console. So right here under general settings, you'll find an option called as site connections. So I'll just click on this tab. And once I go over here, you'll see a bunch of different search engines like Baidu, Bing, Google, Pinterest, Yandex, and so on and so forth. Now, in order for search engines like Google and Bing to recognize your website, what you need to do is just click on one of these options. Like I'll just click on Google Search Console, and this kind of setup will pop up. Now this might pop up if you just have one Google account set up on your Chrome. If you have multiple accounts, then you'll see an option to sign up with one particular account that you would like to go ahead with. So I'll just, go ahead and just switch between my account so that I can show you how the Google Search Console dashboard looks like. Now, right here, you'll find an option to select a property. Now, here I have my website already added up, but in your case, it might not be the same. So just click on add a property and you'll find two options. First, you could add your website using the domain and changing the DNS records and so on and so forth. But I'm not going to go over in detail. That will be a really technical part. So just go over to the URL part. Just paste your domain name of your website and you could just click on continue. Once you'll click on continue, you'll see a bunch of different options, and from that you'll just need to copy the HTML tag. Once you copy the HTML tag, you'll just come back here and paste that HTML code right here under Google. And once you paste it, you'll find some different code. It won't be an exact HTML code because this Yoast SEO will recognize the specific API key that it is required for Yoast SEO and your website to get connected with the Google Search Console. Once you connect it and you save it, your dashboard would look something like this, where you will find that who's the owner of the website, the performance, URL inspections, you could submit the sitemap, pages and things like that. So yeah, this is basically how you connect your website with Google Search Console. I want you to stick throughout this entire course because there are so many things that you'll learn that you have never seen before. Even if you have learned a bit or two about SEO, I'm pretty sure that the kind of AI tools and strategies that will leverage to help us do SEO for our website is something that I don't think any other SEO gurus or SEO teachers are teaching out there on their courses. So stick with me throughout this course and you'll find a bunch of different valuable things that you'll never find on any other course. Alright guys, now that you have seen how to connect your Google Search Console with your website and basically analyze your website over there, right there and there, at how well it is performing, you could actually tell Google to index specific pages and it will basically allow Google to easily crawl up your pages, right? So the next thing that is required for us is to submit a sitemap. Now what is exactly a sitemap? So by definition provided by Google, sitemap is a file where you provide information about the pages and the videos and other files on your website itself and the relationship between them. So it allows search engines like Google and Bing to read this file to crawl your site more efficiently. Alright, so for that what you need to do is again just go back to your Yoast SEO dashboard within your WordPress website or any other website that CMS tool that you're using, whether it's Wix, Squarespace or Shopify, whatever case it would be. I'm pretty sure that Yoast SEO plugin is available across all these different CMS tools. So just go right here, search for this quick search and search for sitemap. Once I type in sitemap, it will drop it down to XML sitemap. So XML is the file extension, just like how we have .apk for Android files, .html for HTML code, .css for your cascading style sheets, .js for JavaScript. Similarly for sitemaps, we have XML file extension. So right here, we want to make sure that we have enabled this feature and we are going to go over view the XML sitemap. Once we go over here, this is what we are going to find. So you'll find the post sitemap, which is basically all the blog posts that you're going to submit, or the page sitemap. So it's going to contain a list of directories of all the pages that has been published under your website. That means your service pages, your home page, your about page, the contact page, and things like that. Similarly, you'll find, if you're using any kind of a form plugin, like there's a contact form plugin, yeah, right, used under your CMS tool, that kind of pages might also show up under sitemap. So for that, what you need to do is just copy this part of your URL, which is after the / of your domain, which might be sitemap_index.xml, and you'll need to go back to your Google Search Console, right under sitemaps. Just click over there and you could submit the sitemap. Just click on submit and it will take some time to recognize all those things and it will show up. So right here, you'll find that this sitemap has been recognized by Google. You could do something similar with Bing also, Bing Webmaster Tool. I think it's something along those lines, and you could make use of those things. Right, so yeah, that was all from my side. This was a pretty short lecture and the previous two, because this is just forming a foundation so that, search engines like Google and any other search engine can basically crawl your website. It can actually see what the content is all about and help rank it specifically for particular keywords and basically cater to user search query. So this is going to help you rank higher on search results. And in the upcoming lectures, you will see a bunch of different things like how to do keyword research using AI, how to actually create your Google My Business and optimize it, how to build citations, what is it, how to power up those citations to benefit your Google My Business profile, or how to do on-page SEO using AI, how to build backlinks using AI, how to do technical SEO and fix those issues. Then what's the next step going forward, how to do SEOs audits and things like that. So there are many other things that we'll learn in the course later on. All right, let's talk about citations and what a citation is. So basically, citation is nothing but it's a link from a business directory. So that's all you need to know what they are actually. Don't overcomplicate by feeding in a lot of information in your brain. Citation is nothing but they are basically just links from different business directories. Remember in the earlier days when internet didn't exist, then they were big directories like books which had about 500, 600 pages, which had business names, phone numbers, address, and so on. So that basically is all citation is in the world of internet. So a citation is a link from a business directory. Basically, it's a website. There are tons and tons of websites out there on the internet that allows you like a business owner to place your business information from your website, your name of the business, the address, to images and videos. So that's basically all this is. And it's really important to be consistent. Consistency is key when you're trying to build citations for your website. So consistency is key because you do not want to confuse Google. If you do, you end up not ranking at all. So you want to make sure that all of your citations have either same format or have same information. And I'll show you an example in a bit. But basically, if your business name is, let's just say it's Dentist 123 at Street ABC, then you need to make sure that you put the same address in. So for example, let's just say that there is a Yelp listing and you need to put the same address in the same format. So you cannot put something like 123 Street, ABC. You need to put Dentist 123 as your business name and the address as Street ABC. You need to write the address and the business name in the same exact way everywhere you are trying to build your citation. Now, of course, there might be some websites that you cannot do it like that, but you need to try and be consistent across all of the citations, and you need to be consistent on your Google My Business and your website as well. So here you can see that I have also listed NAP, which is name, address, phone number, which are essentially the only information that you need to provide when trying to build citations. So here you can see there is an example of how your NAP can be listed in a website. So let's assume that you have a business website, or let's just say you're an SEO consultant or an SEO expert trying to help local businesses rank higher on Google search results. So what would be the first thing when you're trying to help them rank locally? First things first, you need to build citations for them. So citations start from your website first. In the footer of your website, you need to put the location, the business name, and the phone number. And the way that you put it, the exact words, you need to put across all the different citations, whether it be Yelp, Google My Business, and other different citation websites that we'll cover in just a minute. So just for an example, let's just say that your business is based out in New Jersey, and in your website location, you have listed New Jersey. But when you're trying to build citations, you have put NJ instead of New Jersey. So that is not being consistent. You are not putting the exact keywords that is required when trying to build citation. So whether it is your website, your Google My Business listing, and across different citations, you have to replicate the same information. Moving on to seeing an actual example of how a citation looks like. So here I have a Yelp listing, which is of a fitness studio out there based in London. They run a gym. They also offer Pilates and yoga sessions. And you can see they have listed their phone number, address, and there's a link to their website. So this is essentially how a citation website actually looks like. Yelp is a really big citation listing where you can list your business, and you'll essentially get a link back to your website. And we'll cover about links all later on in this course. But what you need to focus on is that this is how essentially a listing of citation works. You have a map embed, you have the business hours, you can see different amenities that is provided. There is some short description about your business, there are some reviews, and so on. So all these things help a lot. You can see there are a bunch of different photos that this club, or I would say fitness studio, has attached. So essentially, if I have to show you that citations actually help you build brand awareness. So if I have a company, if I have my SEO agency, and I would want people who are just trying to search and find different SEO agencies that they would like to work with to help their website rank higher on Google search results and get more organic traffic, then obviously how are they going to trust me? Because I'm a complete stranger to them. How are they going to build trust? How will they know that my business is a legit and it's not a scam? It's in the world of internet, there are so many scams going around. The cybersecurity is another concern. So in order to build your brand, you need to build different citations. It actually helps Google also to trust your website, since there are so many links from authoritative sites coming back to your website. So this is what citations help. And there are multiple different citation websites like your Google My Business, Yelp, which you just saw. Then you have Bing from Microsoft and others like TripAdvisor. So these are just few that I have listed right here. You'll see in detail that how to find good local citations and how to build them accordingly. But that is for the later part. So in citations, to give you a quick summary about what it is, it's basically, listing your NAP, which is name, address, phone number, and you have to be consistent and accurate. So all these things will help Google to trust the information that it sees on your business listing. So if Google finds that this particular business working hours are from Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and across various different, citation listing websites, Google will trust that, okay, this business is legit. It will also find your phone number, the address, the business name, and the exact words. If it finds that it is accurate and consistent, Google will trust you. So when a website is being just launched and you want to rank higher on search results, I think citations is the first thing that you need to focus on when trying to work on the SEO. So citations is the most important thing when a new website is being launched and you want to grow locally. So citations have also another advantage, which means you'll get different backlinks, but that is a whole different thing that you'll learn later on. So don't worry about what is no follow, what is do follow. What you need to focus on is that citations is the first thing that you need to do in terms of SEO work when you're trying to rank local websites. Alright, now let me show you how to actually build citations. So, what are we going to use to actually build citations? How are we going to know that these are the sites that allows us to build citations? Well, a simple answer is Google. So is that so easy to just make a Google search that show me a list of, citation building websites? If that would have been the case, then why are you taking my course? You must be wondering the same thing, right? Well, the answer is not that simple. So you can't just actually go to Google and just list down the citation building websites. No, you have to actually see who your competitor is and what kind of websites they are using to build their citations. So you kind of have to reverse engineer their process to, make your website stand out and beat your competition. So two things. First, you need to know who your competitor is. Second, you need to put in the exact keywords for which you want to rank for. Now, how are you going to know this? If you're just starting out, if you have just built your business, your website is live, now how are you going to know that who your competition is in your area and what kind of keywords do you have to rank for getting more organic traffic? How are you going to know that? Well, for that, we have different keyword research tools that will cover later on. So why am I covering this section now if the keyword research section is, gonna be covered later on? Well, the thing is that this is part of the citation building process, and that is entirely for your keyword research thing. Right now, you can understand how to build citations and how to actually find out that which citation building websites are the best fit for your business niche. But once you have understood entirely who your competitor is and for which keywords you need to rank for using the keyword research tools, you can come back again to this lecture and start watching over to know and refresh about how to build citations. Alright, so let's just get right into it. So right now I have my Google page, and now what's the first thing that I'm gonna do? So let's just assume that I am trying to, go for some kind of a service. Let's just say car accident lawyers are someone that you're working with, or you are just a car accident lawyer and you're trying to grow in New Orleans, LA. So you can type down something like car accident lawyers. I should say car accident lawyers in New Orleans. All right. So here I can see a bunch of different, results who are ranking for the keyword car accident lawyer in this particular area. So this part is my service, or this is the keyword for which I would like to rank for, and I have a location. So whenever you're trying to, search for different citations that your competitor is using, you need to put in the keyword and the location. Fine. Once you do that, first two results that you will find will be mostly sponsored. That means they are running some kind of ad campaign. But below that, you'll find the map pack results. Fine. So right here in the map pack result, you'll find that let's just take this one because I think they have lots of reviews, and you can see they have their services. There is the address, there is phone number as well. So what I can do, I can just copy this entire address. I can just copy this thing, and I'll also copy their phone number. So let me just go back, or I can just type in right here. So I'll just erase this entire part. I'll paste the address. I'll leave a blank space, and I'll also copy and paste the phone number. Fine. Now, in this entire search text, I need to add one little word, which is, a very secret technique which I'm sharing with you all in order to find citation websites that your competitor is using to rank higher on Google search results. You need to type in all in text followed by a colon, then a space. Now the address and phone number that you have just pasted right here needs to be put in within quotes. So I'll just put a start quote at the start of your address. Then I'll put another quote at the end of the address. Now I'll put another quote at the start of the phone number, and I'll put one quote at the end of the phone number. Once I hit enter, let's see what happens. All right, I need to copy this thing. I'll just go back and I'll put this right here in the Google search result instead of the map pack. And you can see they only have one listing. They only have one citation, which doesn't make sense because they are ranking on their Google My Business because they had a lot of reviews. So let's try to find some other address and phone number. So basically we would want to actually do this for multiple locations and phone number, right? So here I can just paste their address. Let me do this right here. I'll just copy the address. I'll paste it. I'll add quotes. I'll also add all in text followed by colon, and within the quotes I'll also add phone number. So let me do this. Let's hit enter. I'll go back to my Google search result. Hopefully we should find multiple. So we got two citation websites. So this is usaddressgenerator.com and here is disability lawyers something .online. So these are the two citation websites that we have got. So what we can do, we can just go over here. We can just copy the domain, not entirely, not the entire URL we want. We just want the domain where they are building their citation, and we can just create one note, or you can say you can open up your notepad, whether it's Google Notes or your any of the notepad you need to open up, and just need to start saving your this entire thing. All right, so I can just do this. And what's the next thing that I would do? So what sometimes happens is that many citation websites, even though you store the exact address, the exact phone number across all different citation listings, but what essentially happens is that once you save it, the citation website represents or displays the address in a different way. What I mean by that is, instead of LA, some websites which are citation listing websites would display LA in Los Angeles instead of LA. So they might do something like this. And let's try to find out that what could go wrong here. So instead of ST, they could write something like street. And let's just roll back to LA. And okay, so here I think they only have two citations. So we can do around and we can make changes over and over again. So this is kind of an iteration based kind of a thing. You need to iterate over different competitors and see what kind of citation websites that they are using. And you need to go over there and try to, submit your own citation. So I have opened up right here, and here what you can do, you can see there are so many citations that they have built so far, and you need to find somewhere where you can submit your own citation. All right, so you can do that. And this is just basically I've shared one tactic that how you can actually scope out different citation websites that you can actually build. So although Google is there, Google My Business is there, Yelp is there, TripAdvisor is there, and Bing is also there. But for each and every niche, for each and every business niche, there are certain citations that will help you get that kind of a traffic which is actually genuinely interested in contacting you. See, ultimately the goal is not to get thousands and thousands of traffic coming onto your website. The ultimate goal is to convert those leads, those traffic into customers or clients. Now, how will that happen? When the intent of that user is very clear from the get-go that I am taking a look at this website because I am interested in purchasing their service or product. So that's the reason why we are looking at this technique to actually build out your citations. Now I know while you were learning how to build citations, there might have been one or two questions that was circling around your mind, that what if my business has multiple locations? What if I have so many branches out there in a state where I am just confused which address to put in while building citations? Well, this video is for you. So basically what you need to do is that once you have multiple locations, then this is the solution that you need to go for. So what are you going to do? So anyone, any business owning any website, there is a main website.com. This is the thing. Now, what you could do two things. Either you could create a subdomain for your website, for your domain. Let's just say there is a main website.com. Now you need to create a subdomain, which would be a location. So let's just say your business is listed out there in New Jersey and in New York as well. So there are two locations. So what are you going to do? You need to put NJ or New Jersey.mainwebsite.com and ny.mainwebsite.com or New York.mainwebsite.com. So this is the kind of subdomains that you need to build. Now, subdomains doesn't cost you any penny. I think when you purchase a domain, you are allowed to create few subdomains. So this is something that can help you when you're trying to rank for different locations. So once someone enters this kind of a, this domain, what essentially happens is that they will be redirected to a page where the address at the footer of your website will be specifically for your New York location or New Jersey location. So that's how it helps. Now, this is just for the website. What happens when you are building a citation? Well, the simple answer is that you need to build 2 or 3 citations. One will be redirecting to your NJ location, and the next would be redirecting to your New York location. So even though the phone number is same, the business details is same, the images are same, still the address and your website domain URL that the citation listing will be redirecting it to would be your subdomain.mainwebsite.com. So I hope you get the point. So this is one tactic, and the other tactic would be mainwebsite.com. Pardon my handwriting, but here you have the mainwebsite.com / you can put the state / location. So Google essentially, not just Google, but any search engine for that matter, whether it be Bing, Brave, Opera, anything, any search engine identifies your page as a separate entity. So if you have a page where it's all about New York, then the address at the footer of that particular page is considered as a separate entity. And a website, even though they are of the same domain, please understand this very, very, very carefully, that there is a folder structure, a hierarchy going on over here. Even though the domain is the same across both your location, New Jersey and New York, still search engines like Google and Bing will identify your pages as separate entity and will rank them accordingly. So this is how it helps you rank for multiple locations. Now, this is when your business has multiple locations, or you can say multiple branches. What if you are changing locations every 2 to 3 years? Let's just say you are renting out different locations and your offices. Right now you had office in New Jersey, but now you're shifting to New York because your team has been grown out and you need a bigger location. Now, how are you going to update your citations? Let's just say you have built about 100 or 200 citations. So what are you going to do in that case? So basically what you would want is you need to make use of something called as data aggregators. So data aggregator is nothing but it's an organization that gathers information about other businesses and then passes that data onto other sources. Basically, you can just say, I'm not going to go and explain all these or read out in detail, but I'll just summarize this entire thing in a quick way. So basically, just like how you would hire a virtual assistant to streamline your process and cut down your own manual work, data aggregator is something similar. They have these different kinds of networking sites like your Google Local, there's Bing, there's Infogroup, and there are so many different listings that are interconnected to each other. So these data aggregators will take a small fee from you, like let's just say $100 a year, and in return, they will update your entire listing. They will gather information from you. The information would be your NAP, your name, address, phone number, and your domain, which will be redirecting to your website. And they will email blast, or I should say, they will send out this data across all these different citations at once. And in return, they will be charging a subscription fee on a yearly basis. So this is something that you should definitely look out for when you're trying to change locations every year or so. When building citations, well, you can do it manually, or you can again, take use of data aggregators. But data aggregators are generally used when you're changing locations, because once your citations are updated, it would be really manual work by going again and again over to all different citations and then changing your location. So that is one thing where data aggregators come into picture. And also another thing where data aggregators can help you is to interlink these citations to each other so that your business has more relevance and it increases the authority of your website domain. So here you can see essentially what is happening is that Twitter is redirecting to Yelp. Yelp has a Twitter social media profile link. Yelp is redirecting to your Google Local. Google Local is redirecting to your website. There is Yahoo Local, again redirecting back to your Google Local, and it's forming some kind of a circuit. It's like a spider web where each and every citation is listing out to different citation. So it's not like a reciprocal thing where one citation would list out to other citation and the other citation is listing back out to the first citation. No, it's not that easy. And if someone does it, then Google penalizes it because it recognizes that this is some kind of a spammy link structure. What happens over here is that one citation link is linking out to second citation, and the second citation is linking out to the third citation. Now the third citation is linking back to the first citation. So it forms like a triangle structure. Now this was just a basic and a very simple structure that I could explain so that you could get the concept. But when there are so many different citation lists, they form a very complex hierarchy, and that's where you need to, outsource it by making use of data aggregators. Today, I want to show you a link building tactic to power up your citation. As you know, citation is nothing more than a link from authoritative site pointing to yours. And we want to make sure that these links are even more valuable and powerful. So after your citation listing is fully optimized with images, your business hours, your name, address and phone, and also your website, basically when you fill out every single thing that they allow you to is when your citation is considered as fully optimized. So after that, you can power them up even more, and we do this by using links. Now we have a dedicated video where we'll learn about link building, but you'll get an idea how to build links, especially to power up your citations in this video itself. So I'm going to give you a practical example of Yelp. So I'll just move ahead over here and I'll show you how this helps. So let's consider our website as money website. All right. Here is where you have listed all your services, details, and the products that you sell. So basically, this is where the transaction happens, or you could say the prospect could reach out to you in terms of contacting you via phone or just booking an appointment to discuss. And basically, it's a discovery call to get to know whether your services or products are best fit for them or not. So this is your money website. This is where you would want the most traffic to get, and this is what you would like to rank on Google search results, isn't it? Right. Now, in order to do that, you will need backlinks to this website. So since we are talking about powering up your citations, and we know Yelp is one of the very famous citation site, you can consider that Yelp is one of the platform which is linking out to your money website. Now, this Yelp is going to get backlinks from other powerful private blog network websites. So PBN stands for Private Blog Network. We'll go over this in detail later on in this course itself. But right now, just consider that PBN is nothing but a private blog network. All right. So this is how a structure should look like when you're trying to power up your citation. All right. Now, why did I choose Yelp over here? I could have used other citation listings as well, like Bing, TripAdvisor, and so on. Well, it's simple. This can be done with any type of citation site. It's not necessarily restricted to Yelp. But I've chosen Yelp as an example since it's one of the main ones out there and also most powerful. Also because this Yelp allows you to have 3 different pages. First one is the front page. So I'll just show you in a minute what does front page mean in Yelp. Then you have a gallery page. Now obviously by the name itself, you could have figured out gallery page would have all the images. Right, you're 100% correct. This page will have all the images that you have posted for your Yelp listing. Then you will have an individual image page. All right. So these are the 3 pages that Yelp allows you to build. So if I just show you an example right here, this is a plumbing company. They have their website listed on this front page. This is a front page where you'll have your business details, the map embed, the business hours. You can see you'll have some reviews over here. You will see the contact number, the directions, and you'll also find the website link. So this is the first backlink that you're going to get from the front page of a Yelp listing. Now, let me show you how does a gallery page look like. So right here, when I see this anchor text, see all 20 photos, if I just use command click or control click for that matter, wait, let me just use this, or the scroll wheel button of my mouse, you'll see a new page will open up. This is nothing but a gallery page. So this gallery page is going to consist of a bunch of different images. You can see right here. And you can see this gallery page is pointing back to your front page. So even if someone lands up on your gallery page directly instead of your front page, they have this option to go back to the front page. So if I have to show this in terms of this structure, let me just zoom out a little bit. And here you could see gallery page is linking out to the front page. Front page is linking to your money website. All right. And here you have your individual photos. So if I click on any of the photos, let me just click over here. So if I click here, let me just load this. All right. You can see that there is some description for this image. You will find that they have used keywords like Lisbon. So Lisbon is the location that they are trying to rank for. And there is the company name. And there is also that they have this kind of service that they are offering and a link back to their website. So an individual page also has the ability to add a backlink. So if I have to just calculate how many backlinks we are getting just from a Yelp listing, you'll find that one is right here in the front page. We have 20 photos, so 20 backlinks from here. So 20 and 1 is 21 total backlinks you're getting just from Yelp. And Yelp, even though you're gonna get a no follow link, don't worry about what is no follow or what is do follow. For now, let's just focus that you're gonna get link. So despite this, you're gonna get 21 links from just one referring domain. Just think of it like that this image, instead of someone landing on your Yelp, they found this image on Google Images tab. Now, you know, whenever you click on a Google Images tab, you'll also find some kind of a description. What if they found the direct link over there? You're gonna get so much organic traffic back to your website. So that's how Yelp actually works and helps you. So right off the bat, this is a very powerful page. So if you are building links here, you're basically building links to your website. So if I have to actually demonstrate you how this link juice actually will benefit you in terms of powering your citation, let me show you. So here, as we were talking about, this is your main website. Fine. This is your main website where all the transactions or where all the organic traffic you would want will come over here. Here is your Yelp listing. This is redirecting to your main website. Then you're going to have a gallery page where this Yelp will be redirecting to, right? There's a gallery page, there's a Yelp front page, there's a main page. Gallery page will be linking out to an individual image page. So individual image page, all right? Pardon my drawing. And right here, this individual image is linking back to your main website. Now, you could use something like a private blog network to power up your individual image page, gallery page, and your Yelp listing. So you can see this is how the link juice actually will help you. Let's say you have your own private blog network, or you're leveraging someone else's private blog network where you're guest posting. We'll cover this in detail in this course itself later on. But for now, let's just assume that you get a link insertion in someone else's blog, and that link is redirecting to your individual image page, right? You are obviously going to add some images in your content in your blog. What if that image is redirecting to the individual image page? That traffic will analyze, okay, this is the kind of service that you are providing. They'll trust you because your listing is there on Yelp, a very reputed, citation website. Then they're going to click on main website. So this is how the link juice will follow to your site. I hope that made sense. If you have any questions, make sure to drop it down below and I'll be sure to answer them as quick as I can. Now I will go over Google My Business, And before I show you, which I will definitely in this video, how to optimize one and how it looks like, I want to tell you what I have told you before, which is Google My Business allows you to put your website right here. So this does help you a lot. For example, if a user searches for something like HVAC London in their Google search query, then the first thing that they're going to see in their search results would be sponsored listings. Now, these sponsored listings are nothing but paid ads run by these ad campaign companies, and they're essentially paying Google to show up their website for particular search results, and for each and every impression and for each and every click, they are paying some amount of money. All right. Below the ads, you would find the Google My Business. Now, Google My Business is going to show up few of the listings. You will also find this More Business button. And below this Google My Business, you will find the website list which are organically ranking. So those websites have actually used SEO strategies, and with the help of all the different factors that we are going to cover in the SEO section, they are ranking higher on the search results. So just below the ads, you would find Google My Business. So this becomes an extremely valuable space to rank and bring traffic back to your website. So this map pack only appears of course, on local search results. What I mean is, if you were to search, maybe let's say HVAC salary in London, then I don't think you would find any local business to appear. So this basically would only work if the keyword that you're searching for is related to local business. Now, you would counter argue that despite my search being HVAC salary in London, where I have clearly specified the niche, which is HVAC, and the location, which is London, then why wouldn't I see Google My Business profiles? Well, the intention behind the search query is informational. I am trying to gather information about the salary of HVAC people working in this sector, and particularly in London. So the intention behind my search is not any commercial or transactional. I'm not looking to purchase the service. I'm not looking to contact any HVAC companies to install air conditioner in my office or in my house. So this Google understands pretty clearly, and they would only show up Google My Business listings when your intention behind the search query is pretty evident. So the goal should be to always rank number 1 in organic results and in your map pack too. So as you can see right here in this Google My Business, I'm not pretty sure if the first result that you're seeing right here is an actual business name. You can see they have put up the air conditioning company. So air conditioning is a pretty generic and a broad keyword that I think any person who is just even new to Google searches would type in to look for some kind of HVAC services. So what many people, or I would say what some people do, is actually put their main keyword, which they are trying to rank for, followed by a dash, then they would put the name of their company. So like here in the second and third result, like how they have Air Options Limited, which you can see it's clearly the name of their business. It's private limited, iClimate. These are the names of the business. They are not stuffing any keyword that they would like to rank for. So this kind of strategy some people do, although the strategy of putting a keyword in your business name followed by your business name is against Google's terms of service. You should only include the name of your business. So that's the ideal way to go about it. But the truth is, having keyword in the title of your business does actually improve rankings of your listing here in the map pack. So again, I'm not saying you to do this or not, but if you do, you will see a significant improvement in your search rankings. The thing is that people and your competitors can report you for not having actual business name. But again, this doesn't actually happen often. So I don't think you would have to worry about it. But again, I just wanted to be fully transparent with you and tell you that you can in fact do this kind of a thing. And it's actually great. It gives you some extra boost in map pack. So that's something that you can do if you choose to. So it's up to you whether you want to just put your business name or you would like to first stuff your keyword as the first thing followed by a dash in the name of your company. So this is your choice to do it. Something else you might notice, and I'll be talking about this later on, is that having more number of reviews doesn't necessarily translate to higher search rankings. As you can see right here in this snapshot, the second search result has about 50 reviews and it is about 5-star reviews. But the third listing has 8 more reviews. It has 58 reviews compared to the second listing. Despite that, it is ranking third because it has 4.8 stars than 5. So this is one of the factor. I'm not saying that you need to get full 5 stars to rank higher on search results. There are multiple factors that come in when ranking here on Google Maps section, which will be going over that in the following videos. So the question again comes back to one thing, is that how to rank number 1 on MapPack. And I think that's why you're here and you're watching this video. So just like ranking any of your website organically, whether it's your on page or off page, I know this is a lot of information crammed into just one slide, but this is extremely important and we'll be going over this in the next following videos as well. But for now, I just want you to pay attention to this very, very carefully. So what does on page actually mean? So on page basically means that whether you're working for your website or whether you are trying to rank your Google My Business listing, when you're trying to optimize those things, that kind of a strategy is called as on page. So in terms of on page optimization, when you're looking for your GMB listing, you have to first rank your website organically in Google, and ideally it should land up on the first page. I'm not saying it should land on the first result. There's a difference between the first page and the first result. If your website lands up on the first page, it's a good start of point, I would say. The next thing, you need to make sure that your website mentions the location you're trying to rank for. So let's say on Google My Business, you have listed that you're trying to provide your services. Let's just say that you're running an HVAC company and you are providing services in London. So you need to make sure that your website footer, your contact us section in your website does contain that location of London itself. If you're putting the location of your Houston branch or some other location and your Google My Business profile contains some other location, then forget about ranking any of your thing on Google search results. There's a mismatch of information and it's not going to work in your favor. Third thing that you need to focus is that you need to have detailed information of the company. So what I mean by that, Google My Business actually provides you a bunch of different options to fill in the information, like the working business hours, your contact number, your email ID, location where you are providing your services, the services that you are providing, the products that you sell, what kind of business you are about. So that's a description that you need to put up. So all these things are very important, and if Google is providing an option to fill in that information, it is pretty evident that you need to fill that information. Don't leave that empty, fill in all the blanks and then move ahead. Another thing that you need to make sure is you need to make use of the post function in the Google My Business. I'll just show you in a minute what it is all about, but what essentially post function does is that it's like a mini blog. If you guys are familiar with Twitter, you know that tweets happen in a small kind of a text, right, where you are conveying your message. But since that you are doing that in your Google My Business, over here the intent of your post should be clear, whether you are doing a promotional content, whether you are actually giving a case study about your recent client, that how much of a success they had after purchasing your product or service, and all those kinds of things that you need to incorporate in your post. So the post should contain the keywords that you're trying to rank for. Always add images. It actually helps a lot. And if you are going, a step ahead and creating infographics, kudos to you, man. You are doing an excellent job. So infographics actually will help you a lot, because Google has a different tab itself, which is an images tab. And if your image by chance lands up over there, you can easily get a lot of organic traffic back to your website. So you need to create images, you need to put all the keywords and make your content very rich, and you need to put a CTA at the end of your post. Now, what do I mean by CTA? Well, CTA basically stands for call to action. So you would want the users who are looking at your Google My Business listing to actually take an action at the end of your post, whether it be booking an appointment or purchase your product. Whatever it is in your case, you need to put a call to action in the end. Another thing you need to make sure is that your business categories are the same or similar as the guys ranking on the top positions. What I mean is that first, before even creating your Google My Business or while you're creating your Google My Business profile, you need to actually study what your competitor is doing and actually reverse engineer the process. So if you are working in the HVAC industry and in terms of business categories, if they are actually, categorizing their profile within, let's say, home services category, then you need to put up that thing as well. Because if that's your competitor, and if by putting their Google My Business profile in that particular category is helping them to rank number 1 on the map pack, it's definitely working for them. So why wouldn't it work for you too? So you need to do that what your competitors are doing. Another thing, you need to add many photos and make sure that keyword is in the file name as well. So when you click some photographs, photograph itself, the image itself would create a file name of img followed by some numbers, the date and stuff like that. But before you upload any of your images, you need to change the title of your name, your file name, and change it to something like which is more relevant, I would say. Let's say you are an HVAC company, you are installing air conditioner to an office space. So you need to change the name of the file to something like installing air conditioner in offices. So that would be the keyword rich file name. And that exact file name would be for the alt text as well. You can go ahead and also geotag all of your images by going to this particular URL, which is geoimgr.com. So what this will allow you is whenever someone is looking for that kind of AC installation service for their offices, if that image lands in the London search area, then it's going to help you a lot. So geotagging is also going to give you a big edge over your competitors. Reviews. You need to make sure that reviews have your keywords sprinkled in them. And you need to make sure that you use real reviews. Google is pretty smart. It knows when you're using fake reviews or you're trying to, hire a Fiverr agent who's going to use some kind of a AI bot to actually stuff some reviews in a short period of time. So Google is going to recognize that and instantly mark your profile as, I would say, flag as inappropriate or something like that. So try to act legit, and I will also show you later on how to actually get reviews from the people who are your clients or your customers, and how to make them actually, add some genuine reviews despite them being so happy about your service or product, how to actually make them fill review for you, which is going to help you but not them. And also the review should be, templatized in a way that has keywords stuffed in. So we have that thing in this course, which we'll be covering on later on. And lastly, FAQ section is really important. You need to add that and make sure that keywords are stuffed in appropriately. So that was about on-page optimization for your Google My Business listing. Let's look at off-page settings. Now, off-page means that the things that you're doing in order to optimize your Google My Business outside of your Google My Business. So in order to rank your GMB listing, you are not actually optimizing your GMB listing. You are actually doing things out of your GMB listing to actually help rank your GMB listing. I know that was a lot of confusion right there, but just focus on right here. Off page, in simple terms, I would say you're not actually working on your GMB listing. You're working on other things which will eventually help you rank higher on search results or a map pack. So that's what off page actually means. So the first things, as we have covered earlier as well, citations. Citations are really important. You can make use of Yelp, Foursquare, Bing, etc. and make sure that you are consistent across them. Your NAP, which is your name, address, phone number, is consistent. Try to copy all the citations your competitors also have. So what I mean by that is basically if your competitors are adding some kind of a description where they have stuffed keywords, they are adding their phone numbers, they are adding their telephone numbers, they are adding a booking appointment link, then all those things you need to analyze and you need to do something similar what they are doing. So you need to go for local and non-local business citations as well. Despite you providing services in London, you could also put up your citation maybe in, let's say, Paris. So all those things are important. Custom map pin citations and map embeds on your Web 2.0s and strong PBNs are something that we are going to be covering later on. But what this essentially means is that you're going to be actually embedding Google Map in your website. This will help Google analyze that this website and this Google My Business listing goes hand in hand and they are both actually offering services in this particular vicinity. So that is how it's going to help you. Then you need to make sure that your NAP is present on this website as well. So at the bottom of your website, which is your footer part or your contact page, I would say not or, but both your contact page also and your footer also needs to have the same name, address and phone number as your Google My Business listing has. So you need to make sure that, and you can also do some tier 2s and power up your citations. We'll cover that later on. Don't worry about it. So let us now go over how to actually create and optimize your Google My Business listing. So right here, as you can see, I have this my business Google My Business listing. This is my business. I run an SEO and web design agency in Mumbai, India. So right here, I have created this long time ago. Now, if you were to just get started off, you could just type in Google My Business profile, and you would get the first link by Google. Just click on it, sign up with your Google Gmail, and you need to actually add things like your profile. So first it would ask you something like editing your profile. So it's gonna ask you basic information like the name of your business. So right here what I've done is I've just added my business name followed by a dash, and then the keywords game come into picture. Then I've used the business category. So you can see the category that I'm going for is web designer. I could even change this to SEO. I've added a description which contains the name of my business. It contains SEO agency, web design. So these are the two keywords that I'm ranking for. I'm also ranking for the keywords like strategic SEO. We have SEO services, web design, stunning websites. So all these things are incorporated in a way that we are promoting our brand. So you are not just actually listing your keywords here and there. You are actually forming a pretty cool description. And it's pretty easy these days to write any of your content using AI tools like ChatGPT, Perplexity, your Google's Gemini, and there are a bunch of different AI tools out there to help you write content for you. So you can do this. Then you have contact information. You can add your phone number. You need to put up your website. You need to put the location that you are actually going for. Now, since currently my company doesn't have any physical location where people can land up and they can discuss with me for their project, I have chose to add no location, but I am offering my services to all the different states and cities in India. So this is what I can do. I need to add the opening hours as well. So the company works from 8 in the morning till about 6 in the evening, and Saturday, Sunday is closed. So even though you are closed, you need to put that thing also. If you have any special hours, let's say you're gonna go for lunch break for 1 hour, maybe from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., then you can add that is your lunchtime. So nobody could call you or anything like that. Then you could add something like you're planning to offer services, like you could offer online appointments. So these are the things that you can add when you're trying to just fill in the business information. Once you have actually added all the business information that was required for your business, what is the next thing that you would need to do? You need to actually create an FAQ section. So right here, what you would see is that we have an FAQ section as well. So what I do, I just go over here where I have something like I have Q&A. I can just click right here, and let's just wait for a moment till it loads up. It's mostly due to internet connectivity issues. So here I have a bunch of different Q&A sections that I've created. So you need to first figure out that what kind of questions any user might have before they actually book any kind of an appointment, without even, committing themselves to, spend their time, even if it's, let's just say 15 or 30 minutes. What kind of questions do you think they might have before they jump on a call with you? So I have just made out a list of 10 questions that I think that my potential prospect might have. And I've also tried to stuff keywords like social media accounts. So what generally an SEO, a company who's looking for SEO service might have is that, do they handle my social media profiles as well? Are they going to do social media marketing? So I've made myself pretty clear that our focus is on SEO. While social media is vital, it is not included in our SEO services. So this is what you can do. You need to answer questions very directly. You don't need to add any fluff. Just be to the point and answer your questions as straightforward as possible. So just create a bunch of different questions that you think your user might have, and also try to answer them immediately, so that whenever someone responds to you, they can do so via messages section as well. So this is like a chat section right here in the Google Business. So this is going to alert you when someone might have a query, because nowadays, with the advent of text messaging, people prefer to text rather than calling. So you can add some kind of FAQ. If I click on this, Google is also pretty smart to understand what kind of business you are in, and it's going to create some kind of questions that it thinks that most of the people ask on other businesses in the same niche. So these kind of things that Google can also add. So you can attach that within your messages section. So whenever someone tries to contact you via the message section, first they will see a bunch of different FAQs. If they click on it, they'll find the answer immediately, and you would have to respond to their messages. All right. But if they do have some kind of unique question, you need to answer it. Fine. Apart from that, you need to add a bookings as well. So bookings is something that your user can actually get back to you, or I would say actually get in touch with you to explore what kind of services you offer, what kind of products do you offer, whether it's best fit for them or not. So all those things you can do. Now, there are two ways you can go about it. Either you can make use of Google's featured book button. So it's going to have its own integration with Google products, where you have Google Calendar in your phone. You'll automatically get updates whether any appointment has been booked or not. But if you're using any other third-party apps like Calendly or anything, and if you also have built your website where Calendly plugin is embedded, then you can just directly paste that contact link right here in this section. Fine. So you can do either of those things. Once you have done this, you have options to add your products and services. Now, either you could be a product-based company or service-based company. If you're offering services, just click on Edit Services, and you can add a bunch of different services. And I would say that please add the price range that you're working for, because there are so many people who have no idea what these services would cost, and they just hop on the call. They have limited budget set in their mind, and when they come to know that what you're charging for is pretty industry standard, they essentially wouldn't actually purchase your service because it's out of their budget. So it's going to be pretty time waste for you and them both. So just make your pricing very transparent. Make your pricing visible for all the services, so that your time is saved, and so of your potential prospects, right? After doing this, if you sell products, you could get started over here. And what this would allow you is that right here in this Google section, you would find the shopping tab. So when someone would click on the shopping tab, they'll find a bunch of different products that they can buy. Fine. So you can do this. you don't need to worry about the advertise section, because this is where you'll pay for each and every listing that it's going to show up for. So avoid this. If your goal is to actually rank your website and GMB listing organically, over here you're gonna actually see the performance and how well your listing is performing. You can add photos, right? You can just click here, you can add photos, you can read reviews, you can ask for reviews. So once you click over here, you'll get a link which you can send to your clients' works. You can send to your clients or customers, and they can fill in the review right here. All right. So I hope you get the point about optimizing your Google My Business. That's basically it. This is how you optimize your business listing. And it was pretty straightforward, I would say. If you created this GMB listing yourself, you'll most likely understand what to do. But again, I just wanted to emphasize the fact that you need to fill every single thing out there which it's asking you to do. Everything you know about your business, you need to fill in, whether it's your working hours, your business description, the services or products that you sell, the photos of your team in the company, the products that you use to actually deliver your services, the case study, the progress that you've made so far in your client work. You need to add as much information as you can, because information at the end of the day is nothing but data. And data, as you know, is current generation's oil. And it's very important for Google to analyze data, because Google itself is a search engine and it relies on data. The more data Google gets, the more accurate and, I would say, better search results it's going to show to the users. So that's basically it. This is how you optimize your Google My Business profile. Now, in the following videos, you'll be going over a couple of strategies to actually boost your Google My Business listing. But it's important that your Google My Business listing is fully optimized before you move on to the following videos. So before you move ahead and watch the next videos, just make sure that your listing is 100% optimized. Okay? That being said, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in my next video. If you have any questions, make sure to drop it down below, and I'll be sure to answer them as soon as I can. So in this video, I wanted to talk to you about reviews. Reviews, as you know, are extremely powerful because people look at them as a way to elevate how good a business is. I'm sure if you ever wanted to go to a restaurant, you must be looking at reviews to see what other people have to say. That's just human nature. And I'm also aware a single negative review can ruin the business, thus ruining click-through rate on certain listing here in Google My Business. But what you need to know is that the more reviews and the higher the evaluation, which is from 0 to 5, the more clicks you're gonna get. Pretty straightforward, right? Now, you also need to know that the number of reviews and evaluations, so ratings from 0 to 5, are not 100% correlated with position in the map pack. As you can see right here in this listing, the first result has about 4.8 stars by having around 945 reviews. The second listing has more reviews than the first one. It also has 4.8 stars. It has 993 reviews. Right now, it's none of our concern to see what is the factor which Google analyzes to rank some of the listing as first in the map pack or second or third. But general nature, basic human nature is, if I would see these three listings, I am most likely to click on the second one because it has the most number of reviews that the user has feeded. Despite this getting 4.8 stars, despite this getting 4.8 stars, and this one at the top of the search results of map pack, I would still click on this because it has more number of reviews. Again, if this would have been ranking number 3, I would click on this also because this has the most number of reviews. So in general, we want to look at how many people have experienced with this particular listing or business. What do they have to say about it, so that you can make a better decision about going ahead with them or not. So let's see how to actually get more reviews to your listing. So it's pretty super simple and it's a really effective strategy. After the work is done and if the client is visibly satisfied, you could ask your client or customer to leave a review online. So how do you do this? Well, just simply tell the client to open their phone and leave a review while they're still at the location. So for this example, let's just assume that you are a plumbing company for a moment and you are at their place to fix the faucets. Once you have delivered your work, you're going to ask them if they are satisfied with your work. So once you are there over their location, you're going to get the reviews instantly. Or what you could do, you could send an SMS or an email to your client or customer with a link where you just click and leave your review. Now this can come in handy when you have a lot of work that you have done in the past and you have just recently started building your Google My Business listing. So the second strategy can help you if you have data of all the past clients that you have worked with. So it's really simple and effective strategy. You do not need to complicate any further. Alright, so this is an effective way to generate more reviews. However, there is also one more way to get reviews. If the client or customer that you want to get review from are not so tech savvy and they do not know how to actually leave a review, what you could do is just use tools like Canva, and you could just simply create a PDF document where you're going to show them with the help of images that what does step 1 look like. You could just create a button kind of an image where you write text inside it which says leave a review here, and if someone clicks on it, because PDF has an functionality to embed a link on it, so if someone clicks on that image inside the PDF, they will be redirected to the Google My Business review listing. Alright, so the second step in the PDF itself, you're gonna show that this is how the pop-up window will appear once they click on the button, and they can leave a review by dragging the stars and leaving the feedback and then submitting the button. So that's another way to do it, but I don't think in today's world anyone wouldn't know how to leave a review. But again, it's up to your customer, your customer segment, that which kind of age group they are in. Are they really old people who have no idea how the technology works or so? So it's all up to you, right? Moving further, now let's look at how to make people leave or write reviews for you. Now, something which I don't see here, which I'd like to see, is that people leaving reviews with pictures. This is going to give you an extra relevancy. So even if the customer or your client leaves 5-star reviews, you need to make sure that the feedback itself is long form content, it is keyword optimized, and the customer adds pictures. It could be anything, whether it be about the service that you have delivered, the product, anything for that matter. If they add pictures, it's gonna add relevancy to your listing. And ideally, you would want that the reviews that you're getting from are from local guides. But that's not always possible. But what is exactly local guide? So local guide is something like this. The profile would look something like this. It's not exactly a Google account, but I would say that it's more like an elite account in eyes of Google. So if someone from a local guide leaves a positive review, then it's going to do so much good for your listing that despite any of your competitors getting more number of reviews and more average rating, you'll still rank higher than them because you're getting a review from a local guide. Something else I want to tell you is Google also picks up reviews from other places. So reviews that people leave here on Facebook are also picked up by Google. As you can see right here, Google analyzes reviews from the web across different platforms like Facebook, Healthgrades, and so on. Now, Healthgrades, this is limited to, I think this listing is for dental service. So obviously, they are gonna put the citation in their Healthgrades website as well. So, some people might not be comfortable leaving reviews on Google My Business. They are pretty much, Facebook user. They would like to leave a review on Facebook. So you could get reviews from them on Facebook as well. And Google will analyze it automatically and add it in your Gmail listing. Because as I said earlier, that citations are so important. And if you follow consistency across all your citations, which is your NAP, your website details, your business description, and so on, Google will know that all these different citations are interconnected and are eventually leading to the same website or to the same business. And that's how it puts up this Facebook review. So in order to rank your GMB listing in Google, it picks up sub-signals from all across the web. These include reviews the people leave on your actual Google My Business and all across different citation websites like Facebook and a bunch of different, it could be Yelp as well. So again, to recap, leaving reviews, it's not just about leaving them on your Google My Business. But if you do, just make sure that you get around 5 stars and ideally from local guides. And you also need to make sure that you're getting your reviews with pictures. It's keyword optimized, it has long form content, but at the end of the day, reviews are also dependent on web. So make sure you get them on your Facebook page as well. Now I'm pretty sure by now you'll agree with me that reviews are basically how people measure quality of a business. Now, sometimes that might not be the best way, but it's the most common way people use to measure how good a business is, or a service, or a product. And that's how people choose who they work with or which products they want to buy from. That happens with GMB as well. So first thing, right off the bat, reviews give you a high click-through rate, which will translate to more sales. And of course, you can add these reviews in your website to increase your social proof. So let's look at how to reply to reviews, which is an extremely valuable, because you want to reply to customers. You want other people to see you are replying to your customers, even to bad reviews. And I'll tell you exactly how you should reply to bad reviews. One thing I will stress is on don't send copy-pasted replies. People hate this. So reply to reviews without using any template. If someone leaves a review, the worst thing you could do is not reply. And the second worst thing is replying just a basic thank you or, leaving a templatized answer. As you can see right here, I have attached 2 snapshots here, which are some kind of reply to positive reviews. So over here, they are adding keywords as well in their reviews as well. So you can see the person who left a review has also emphasized on how they are so satisfied with this dental work, right? And you can see they have added keywords like dentist, dental family, and they loved it, and so on. So they are sharing experience while they are also adding keywords to the review. Again, in the second review, you can see it's from a local guide. You can see that person is naming the dentist, Dr. Singla, I guess it is. Then you can see dentist. There is another keyword, which is, you could see technology. So they are incorporating new and different tools and different machines to actually get the work done. So I think the dental process or the dental work would be very quick and painless. So they are replying back that they are so happy that patients like them are seeing and appreciating the changes that they are doing in terms of the dental work, and their service is also improving every day. So replying to these reviews are going to help you a lot. So how do you actually reply to the positive reviews? So as I said previously, instead of replying a simple thank you or just using a templatized answer that we are glad you enjoyed it and stuff like that, or adding any fluff, you need to make sure that you're responding something like this, that thank you for the comment. So first of all, you're acknowledging it, you're appreciating that gesture. Then you're saying we are glad you chose our company. So this AAA is the name of the company, your business, to solve your problem. Then you state out that what kind of problem that they were in. Again, see, even though your service, your product is offering so many different features that a competitor isn't, but your feedback, your marketing strategy shouldn't be about emphasizing on those features, because those features only you would understand. You have to make it so that customer at the end would understand that how it's going to benefit them. So you have to make the review, you have to make it centered around your client or your customer. So you need to say that your company helped your customers solve the problem from dash to dash. So you're essentially stating that you actually helped your customer or client transform from point A to point B. In the next intervention, do not hesitate to contact us. So in a way, you are actually moving your hand forward and letting them know that we are there for you, and if you would need anything, we are there to help you. So this is a really nice gesture from your end as well. So you are also stating at the end that we have technicians available for 24 hours or something like that, able to solve whatever problem is. So this is how you actually form your reply to any of the positive reviews. Again, this doesn't have to be exactly same. You could play around with, and also make sure that for each and every review, you make a unique reply. Don't copy paste the same thing. Just make sure that you include all those things. You include that you are there to help them, you are there to solve that problem, you are happy, and you are acknowledging that they made this kind gesture. So these three things that you need to keep in your mind while you are responding to positive reviews. So I hope you get the point about replying a review, because it actually takes people's time to go to your listing, write a review. So it's only right for you to actually spend some time as well replying to the review, which might make people happy. And who knows, they may even recommend your business to someone else. So that's the main reason why you want to respond or to spend some time replying to these reviews. Now, I want to go over how to actually reply to negative reviews. We know how badly negative reviews can impact your business. Like, we know people base their decision based on reviews, and having a 1 star can really hurt your business. And because most of the times you won't be able to remove bad reviews or negative reviews, because people are entitled to their opinion unless it's like a spam review which you can report to Google. If you think that despite your customer leaving a negative review which is genuine and not a spam in that case, and you're going ahead and reporting to Google, Google is not going to help you. Google wants to showcase and display only accurate, or I would say most helpful result to the search query. So they are going to make sure that you're not reporting any random queries or any random negative reviews. So the first step in order to reply to a negative review is to acknowledge the review itself. Then you want to be nice to that person, because if it is a genuine negative review or from a bad experience or from a bad product, it's your fault. You failed as an entrepreneur. You failed to deliver the service or product that guaranteed the outcome that you promised. So after acknowledging your customer's review, you could explain why it went wrong for them, and then you can compensate your customer. Now, compensation, I am not actually, making this mandatory that you have to compensate your customer. Some businesses cannot afford to compensate their customer by giving them a refund or offering them another free service, because their unit economics just doesn't allow them to do, right? So I completely agree with that. But what you could do in that case is you could just actually ask them that if they are not happy with your service, then you could maybe, next time if they are interested, you could give them a discount. Or maybe you could say something like that, we appreciate your feedback and we'll do our best in order to improve on our service or our product, so that the same kind of experience that you had, new customers don't face the same thing. So this is exactly how you reply to negative reviews also. Lastly, before I end this video, I would like to show one cool hack that has been coming up these days. So replying to negative reviews is one thing, but what if I told you that you could prevent people from actually leaving negative reviews on your GMB listing? Wouldn't that be so cool? Well, you are not actually, doing some black hat techniques. No, you are not. You are actually kind of finding or figuring out a hack where you will be able to hear what the customer has to say about their bad experience. You may even be happy to compensate them after hearing what they have to say. But it is not going to hurt your GMB listing ratings. Wouldn't that be so cool? So what is the solution to it? How can you do it? Well, there is something called as reputation management service. So how does this help and what is it? So all in all, reputation management service essentially allows you to send a link to your client or customer from whom you are expecting a review on your Gmail listing. But there is a catch. You're not going to send them the link where they can leave review on your Gmail listing. Instead, you will be building a landing page, or you could get this done by some other SEO or AI automation agency, where you will be having a landing page which might look something like this. There would be a company logo at the top or your company name, followed by some text that, "Thank you for being our customer. How was your experience with us? Would you please rate us?" And there will be 5 different options: star 1, 1 star, 2 star, 3, 4 and 5. Now if the user clicks on maybe 4 or 5, they will be redirected to your Google My Business listing. So you are filtering out people who want to leave positive reviews, and only those people will be redirected to your Gmail listing where they can leave the review. If they click anything below 4 star, whether it be 3 star, 2 star or 1 star, they will be redirected to another link. Within that landing page itself, they might see this kind of a pop-up that, "Sorry to hear that you are not satisfied. Could you provide us some feedback which will allow us to improve in the future?" So here you are collecting their name, their email and their feedback. Now it's up to you, after getting the data, that how would you like to compensate the user? Do you think that their experience or their feedback was justified? If so, you can compensate it, or you could promise them that you could help them additionally apart from going what your service or your product promised to deliver. So this is how you actually manage and keep your reviews to highest rating as possible. If you found some value from this video, make sure to stick throughout the course, because you will be learning a lot of different things which I don't think any other SEO guru might be covering in their course. Welcome. So what you would want to do next regarding our local SEO strategy is that we want to create map embeds. If you remember correctly, back in the citations video lecture, I discussed how we could power up using Google Maps. So here you have your Google Maps, which you would want to power up so that you can actually bring back traffic to your money website, which you want to rank it locally. And this is exactly where most transactions would happen. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that transaction basically means that someone purchasing your product or your website has to be an e-commerce store. No. Basically, this is where the client or your potential prospect would actually get an idea what you deliver or what you actually sell, and they would get convinced, eventually leading you to a sale. Right? So Google Maps will drive traffic to your money website and also back to your Google My Business listing. So as you know, Google My Business is also citation, and if you are powering up your Google Maps using the Google Maps embed, you are eventually powering up your Google My Business listing as well. So the question arises back that how do you power up this maps? Well, using someone else's private blog network, you embed your map over there, which will redirect that traffic back to your maps. That map will allow you to get more traffic back to your money website and to your Google My Business listing. Another way where you would get this map embed is on a Web 2.0. So Web 2.0 basically mean that it's a blog website. So what's the difference between a private blog network and a Web 2.0? Well, you'll learn this in detail in the upcoming videos, where you'll learn how to build backlinks and eventually, just link building tactics. But for now, let's just consider that PBN is where this is like a blog, a wide blog kind of a network where there are, so it's like a mini, I would say, map iframe back. This is not an ice cream cone. This is the location pin, all right, in the map, where you have different houses, you have different buildings, right? So this is a street, right? And here you have your map. So basically you have a map right here. This is how a generic map looks like. And you are attaching this map in someone else's website. And this powers up your website, because here you have your phone number, your actual website, You could add a website, you have your different posts, you have different reviews and things like that. So essentially you are adding your name, address, phone number, your citation, which is going to power up your website and your maps. So I want to show you one another way that maps are used. So this is just a generic map, right? And here you have an image of custom map. So custom map can come in handy when you have one location tied to a region, but you would want to rank for other regions in your vicinity as well. Just for an example, let's just assume that your main headquarter or the main business is situated somewhere in High Ridge area, somewhere over here. And you would want to rank for Kilmani, the Nairobi West area, Nairobi Upper Hill area, the this forest sanctuary area, this part, Maziwa, I think it is, and other areas as well. So you would actually pinpoint the locations over there, and you would actually form this kind of a circuit where you would show different locations as well. Just like how you have different dining options, cafes, nightlife, and different things, you would essentially pin different locations where your business is located. This will allow you to actually get more traffic across different regions. So now I'll show you how to create these custom maps. I'm sure you have seen them around and they look pretty hard to make, but trust me, they're actually quite easy. So I'll show you that as well. And the basic idea is that we want to embed both these custom maps in the Web 2.0s and PBNs, and also the regular maps that you see right here, which Google gives us. So for example, if this were to be our business, you'd go to the map listing. In this case, this is a service area, but either way, it would work the same. So earlier I had this Google headquarter location, and if I wanted to, maybe even attach this map location on a website, I would just click on the share button, and in the embed a map tab, I will find this HTML code, which I'll just copy and I'll paste it in my website. Now, if I have my WordPress website, I can just place the HTML, HTML embed this, I guess it's the element available in the WordPress and also in the Elementor page builder. And if you're just, using some different website builder, you'd easily find a way to embed this iframe tag. Once you have done that, you could see that this is how a mini map structure will show up on your website with this red pin in the location. Here, you have a different tab which is a send link. You could copy this link and highlight the text which you would want to anchor that for your keyword, and you'll attach the link by adding an anchor tag. So this is what you can do so that whenever someone clicks on that text, they will be redirected back to this maps. So I hope you get the point. Alright. So essentially, you are basically doing this to give power to your maps. And all this link juice, which we discussed right here, you could see this link juice is actually giving more power to your maps. Now, the question is, why would you want to give power to your maps? Again, the answer boils down to that maps listing has a link back to your main money website and also to your Google My Business listing. So this map works more or less like a buffer website, right? So this has a lot of benefit. By powering up your maps has a lot of benefit because it's going to drive traffic back to your Gmail listing and your website. So when you're creating your custom map, you're getting even more benefit than just simply attaching your regular map. So doing this is pretty simple. You could just search on Google My Maps, and once you click on it, you will be redirected to a page something like this. Once you come over here, you can just create a new map, click on create. You will be shown this kind of a page, and you can just drag and go to a specific location where you would want to rank for. So let's just say that around in this area, I could just place my pin over here, I can just add a layer, alright? And I have two different layers. Now I have this untitled layer. I can import this. I could import the images, and I could even search an exact area where I would like to place my pin. So I could search something like, maybe let's just say Dallas. So I can search for Dallas area. I'll just search, and here you'll find that this is where my pin is placed. I could add this to map, and now I can add details. Now this detail can be, I can just click on the pencil icon, and here I can add my business name. So biz name. So this is the name of my business, followed by location hyphen, and I could add one keyword. So let's just say your business name is the plumbing company, and the location is Dallas. So plumbing company Dallas, followed by a keyword, let's just say HVAC. So, or maybe let's just say home services. So home services is a keyword, and in the description you add more keywords. Alright. So this is what you add. Once you save this, you could even add images, videos of your client work, the people who are working under you in your company, and maybe things like that. So this is how you add images. You could add citations. Now, as you know, citations include your NAP, which is your name, address, and phone number. You need to be consistent across all your different citations, which will eventually help Google analyze your data better and help you rank higher on Google search results and essentially power up your maps. So this is how you optimize it. And you even place different pins across the region. So here you have in the main Dallas region, I could even place one more pin. So I could select this place and I could place the pin right here. I can just select this and I can place a circuit kind of a structure. Let me just add biz2 right here. I could save this, right? Once I've done this, I could add one more pin right here. This could be 0.3. Let's just add one more right here. Save. One more. Let's just save. One more. Okay. I'll just save this. Okay. I'll just save this. And here you'll find that we have a bunch of different ones. So here I have this one, this one, this one, this one. And after I am hovering around every point which I have marked, it is being highlighted. So for each and every point, you could have the same citation, but a maybe different keyword, a different location, and maybe different number if you have. So with this kind of a thing, you're essentially forming a circuit. So on the maps, you have location right here in Dallas. You have another somewhere else. You have one more location somewhere else, one more location, and essentially you would want to form a structure, a circuit. Alright, so you are covering this entire region, and the main business location is right at the center of this thing. So you would want to form this kind of a structure, and that's how it will help you boost up your maps. So in this video, I want to show you how to optimize your GMB post so you can get more traffic and searches back to your GMB listing. GMB posts are super powerful for your local SEO strategy. So you want to make sure that you are consistent and you post on a regular basis. So I'll be talking you through how to optimize GMB posts, the images that you attach over there, the content which you'll write, and how after the post is live, you can maximize your efforts and maximize the visibility of that post, in turn increasing visibility of your GMB listing. So how do you actually optimize your GMB post? Let's get into it. So over here you can see right here, this is an example of a GMB post. This is how a GMB post would look like. At the top, there would be an image. At the bottom, you'll have the text itself, the content. And at the end, there might be some links which you would want to link out to you back to your website, or some other links which we'll talk about. So all in all, it might seem similar to a Facebook post or an Instagram post. And that's exactly how it is. But the important thing is how you optimize your GMB post so that it ranks higher on Google search results. So first of all, your GMB post needs to have an image with this exact dimension, which is 540 by 405 pixels. Now, why would you want to stick with this dimension itself? Sticking with the 1920 by 1080 would give a much better experience to your users. It would be a high quality image, isn't it? Well, yes, but also no. Well, this kind of dimension is helpful for you because this will display the entire image and it won't crop out. If you use another dimension, it will definitely crop the image, which might ruin the experience of the user. So essentially, you can see right here back for this image, you can see some part of it is cut out. Alright? And even if you were seeing just the GMB listing and not the GMB post itself, consider GMB listing whole as like your Instagram profile, not the Instagram post itself. I know many people right now must be using Instagram or even Facebook for that matter. So when you land on someone's Facebook profile or Instagram profile, you're going to see a little snapshots of their Instagram post or Facebook post, correct? So over there, you wouldn't want your image to get cropped out. And that's exactly how the image might appear if you go away from this kind of a dimension, which is 540 to 405. Now in the image itself, what would you want? Do you want to actually add some basic photos like the photos of your team or the work that you have done? Well, you can, but there's a better way to do it, which will help you a lot to rank higher on Google search results. You could create infographics with the help of Canva or Figma. Now I have a separate course on Figma where I teach you how to actually use it to your advantage when you're trying to build web designs or mobile app designs or even create social media platform posts. So if you are interested in exploring Figma, you should definitely check out my course. But if you want to stick with Canva, because Canva offers a lot of templates, just follow me right now. So here I'm on Canva and I'll just simply click on create a design. After clicking that, I'll click on custom size and I'll specify the width and height in pixels. So make sure the unit is in pixels. Once I add the values, I'll click on create a new design. And once I do this, on a new tab, I'll see a blank post. Now in this post itself, I could leverage the templates provided by Canva. Now these are really cool starting off points in order for you to create infographics if you have no idea how to go about it. I know not everyone can be a graphic designer, but Canva offers beautiful templates which you could use to your advantage to rank your GMB posts. So here in templates, I could search something like SEO agency. And here I could leverage something like this. Here I can see that there are a bunch of different services that we can list out. Here we have the image also. Now if you focus on the slide, you can use your work image. Let's just say that since we are considering an example that you are an SEO agency and you are creating a blog post or a GMB post to actually promote your service. So obviously, since you're offering SEO as a service, you could put up an image of the SEO audit of one of your clients. So how much of the progress that they had, you could add somewhere over here. But I would also suggest that instead of using stock photos like shown over here, you use the real photos. You use actual team members' photos. If you don't have a team, don't worry, you could add your own photos or maybe just use your client's work photos. If you add that, it will help you a lot. People don't like to see stock photos. Instead, real images will help you convey transparency. So that's how it will help you rank higher on search results. Again, in these images, you would want to make sure that you have listed your services and a bunch of different things that I will cover in just a moment. But other than your images, you would want to write content in your GMB post. So content itself needs to be within 1500 characters. Over here, I've just used words, but actually it allows you to use just 1500 characters. So within that 1500 characters, you need to write your content. You need to include your social links, the citations and hashtags. So all in all, you need to leverage or utilize all your 1500 keywords. Only that's how you'll able to maximize your results. In addition to this, if you are just being inconsistent and posting once in a while, it's not going to help you. You need to post daily and even more than what your competitor is posting. So if your competitor is posting daily, you need to put in twice as much work as they are. So even if it means to post twice a day, do it. And I can guarantee you, within a few weeks, you'll see a significant result in your Google business profile. So that's how consistency will help you rank higher on Google search results. Remember back when in the earlier videos in the Google My Business section, I used to talk about that reviews aren't the only thing that helps any business listing rank higher on search results. There are other factors as well. Well, this is one of the factors that you need to consider. And this is so crucial and so powerful that despite you getting a lot less reviews, a lot less rating compared to your competitors, you'll still rank higher on search results because you will be leveraging this post thing. So GMB post feature is a really exciting thing and really cool feature that you shouldn't miss out on. Lastly, there is just not one type of post that you could publish. There are other types that we'll discuss in just a moment. So again, coming back to the image part where we have in the Canva, you could see that in order to create an infographic to be published on your GMB post, you need to make sure that the infographic itself is relevant to the post. Let's say you are actually owning a plumbing service company. So obviously, you need to make sure that the image itself has you working on your work, and that kind of image should be within the infographic along with your business name, the service that you're offering, or maybe let's just say for another example, let's consider that you own a hair transplant clinic. So you would want to add an image, the before and after results, that the client that you did a hair transplant of had this kind of a bald patch. And after the surgery, within about 3 months, he got a full hair on his head. So you could add an image like that. Along with that, you need to make sure that the image itself has the logo of your business and you add appropriate keywords for which you would want to rank for. Now, why is this important? You know, and I know that images are just an image. It is not something that the algorithm would read from. But you're wrong, my friend. Google will actually read text from the images also. So you need to make sure that your branding on all the images are consistent. You're adding appropriate keywords. If you are actually posting an infographic on hair transplant results, just like I mentioned previously, then you need to make sure that you add hair transplant, the exact keyword, in your photo as well. Also, adding NAP or the name, address, phone number, which you have discussed n number of times. If that is also present in your photo, I'm not saying if that is also, I'm telling you, you need to do it, okay? I'm telling you now, or else you will regret it. So make sure that you add NAP in your infographic as well. Just below the image, you need to add the name of your business, the address, the phone number, the email address, and the website link. All the things you need to add in your infographic. And just make sure that you design it properly. You could outsource this to a graphic designer, or you could just leverage the templates offered by Canva. If possible, take advantage of the Canva Pro subscription. It's very cheap. It will help you a lot. So once you have optimized the image to be posted on your Google My Business post, next thing that you need to focus is on how you could incorporate your website and the GMB post. Now, what do I mean by this? So basically, it means that you want to make your GMB post that makes sense according to your website. So if you have an article or a blog post on the topic, let's just say the title of your article is Top 10 SEO Tips. Then you would want to make sure that the GMB post that you're going to publish is also titled something like SEO Tips, so that you can link this GMB post to the relevant article on your website. Because here we are building relevancy. We are building authority, and Google will value your post more if you are linking out to an actual source that has more information on what you are talking about on your GMB post. So just make sure there is some synergies between your website and your GMB post. So make sure they are somewhat interconnected and they talk about the same thing. It could be services, it could be the prices of your products or service, how they can get in touch with you, special offers / sales that you are running right now. All in all, you need to make sure that your content is interconnected. And of course, you would want CTA button at the end of your blog post. CTA is basically call to action that will link to your website, service page, or maybe your website contact page, your website's home page or the about page. But whatever page you want to link out to, just make sure that there is a CTA button at the end of your Google My Business post. Then you would want NAP on the post along with the links to your social media profiles. Now, even though we are adding the name, address and phone number in our infographic, we would want to add NAP in the GMB post content also. So we want to do this as many times as possible. We want to make sure that Google knows that, okay, this is the business that we have to rank higher for because they are the genuine people. They are the ones who are going to fulfill the search queries and they are the ones who can help the people. Alright. So you need to make sure that NAP is also present in your GMB post content. Lastly, you need to add social links, which means that links to your social media profiles and hashtags, as you all have used on your social media profiles when you're trying to get more likes and comments. You will use it in your GMB post as well. So once you add social links in your GMB post, you are essentially diversifying your traffic back to your social media profiles. And you want your traffic from your social media profiles to come back to your GMB post. So it's like some kind of a link exchange going on, which Google wouldn't penalize. So don't worry about it. The links that you are going out, the links which are going out from Google My Business post to your Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitter account, and your Pinterest post, all those links should come back from the same social media profiles. An example of that could be that, let's just say on Facebook, you're creating a post. And in that Facebook post, instead of actually pasting the GMB post content, you are essentially linking to your GMB post. So here I'm saying that learn more about our SEO services on our recent post. And then I'm linking to my GMB post. That's how I'm actually sending my Facebook traffic, my Facebook followers, my Instagram followers to my GMB post. Once they click on the GMB post, Google will see that, okay, these are the clicks that we are getting on this GMB post. This is the average amount of time or the session that people are viewing the GMB post. All these data will be gathered by Google. Once they get it, once they'll see that there is some traction, there is some traffic on the GMB post, automatically your GMB post, your GMB listing will rank higher on Google search results. Then you can see within the Facebook post itself, there is some call to action. Now this call to action is to your website. So you can see within one single post, you're not just linking out to your GMB post, but you're also linking back to your website. Because at the end of the day, the transaction or the conversion that's going to happen will be on your website, not on your GMB listing. GMB listing is just like a buffer, but we want to actually rank our buffer sites as well. So utilize your each and every post effectively so that you actually link out to other social media platforms as well, and you list out your citations like your name, address and phone number also. Before we end this lecture, let me just show you how you could actually create a GMB post on your GMB profile and how you could leverage tools like ChatGPT to create content for you. So here I am on my Google business profile. Now, once you are on your Google business profile, you wouldn't find an option or a button to create a post because the button is the add update. If you click over here, you'll see 3 different options. First is add update, second is add offer, third is add event. So for most of the time, you would use this add update button. This will come in handy when you're trying to actually promote your service, or you could say that these are the services that we offer. Maybe you could update that we are expanding and we'll be reaching out to customers in this region, in that region, and so on. So you are letting people know that we are open to work in different regions as well. All those things will be published under the update tab. If I click over here, I can add photos or videos. I can add the content itself, And lastly, I have an option to add a button, which is really, really important. This button will actually redirect to your website page. So you could use a book button. This will actually redirect to your appointment booking website, or I could say Calendly in that sense. So just like Calendly, there are so many third-party integrations that allow you to actually book, appointments, and you'll get that update on your calendar. You could use order online to place purchase. You could use buy for similar reasons. Learn more is something that you use often to link out to your website. Sign up can come in handy when you're trying to offer lead magnets in exchange for users' email ID. When you are collecting email addresses using an opt-in form, you could use this anchor text. So just make sure that you're using appropriate anchor text for your link. Alright, once you have done this, you could also leverage different things like offer. Let's say you're running a flash sale. Let's say all the products that you're selling has about 20% discount. So you could place your offer title right here. You could place the start date and the end date of the offer, and you could add more details also. The voucher code, the link to redeem the offer, the terms and conditions, all those things offered by Google. Please make sure to leverage it. Even though it says optional, be transparent and add all the relevant details. The more data, the more information you add, the more you'll be relevant and authoritative in eyes of Google. Lastly, you have an event tab also. If you are hosting any event, let's say you are hosting a webinar, or let's just say you are hosting some kind of a giveaway contest, you could utilize this thing. Alright, so this is where you actually create and publish your post. But what about the content itself? Not all of us are content writers, and not all of us can actually outsource it to expensive writers. So how do you actually leverage AI tools in this generation? So coming back to ChatGPT, I've actually pasted this prompt, and this prompt basically says that help me write a GMB post to promote my dash service. So here you could replace with your service or product. You can just list down your niche, and you could say something like what kind of product promises to deliver, or your service promises to deliver. You could say something like that. And lastly, just make sure that all these things are pretty much the same, which is to make sure that the content is within the 1500 character length. You need to add a CTA at the end, which will have the anchor text learn more, followed by links to social media profiles and citations at the bottom of the post. If I hit enter, let's see what kind of output ChatGPT returns us. And don't worry if it seems like a big hassle for you to write the entire prompt to your ChatGPT. I'll create a ChatGPT plugin in the future so that you'll directly can come on my GPT plugin, and just by entering your niche, instantly you'll get your GMB post. So you wouldn't have to actually manually write down the entire thing. So here is my post content, and I think it's pretty cool because we have different emojis as well. Here we have different social media profile links, the citations. Now, although you can't just simply copy paste this without even proofreading, because at the end you could see citations is not very accurate. Citations in our case are the name, address and phone number, right? But this is something else. It's linking out to some different authoritative sources where you could find blog posts, which we do not want. Here in the Learn More tab or the Learn More anchor text, you would want to link out to relevant blog post or your website page. And this is the content that you'll publish. So I hope you get the point about Google My Business post and how you can leverage it to your advantage to rank higher on Google search results. I'll see you guys in my next videos where you'll learn how to actually optimize your on-page, how to optimize your off-page, learn different link building tactics, how to track your performance, and many other things that we are left to cover. We'll do it within this course itself. So in this video, I'll be answering the question, what is keyword research? Now here is a long definition of keyword research. Keyword research is a marketing strategy to identify the top search terms and phrases for a business. Now you can use search volume and average bids through PPC advertising, or I should say pay-per-click advertising like Google Ads, to figure out what some of the most valuable terms to a business may be, and ultimately it involves creating a list of most popular and valuable search queries that potential customers use on search engines to find either information, or it could be products, or maybe even services. So to give you a quick example of why you would want to do keyword research is if somebody goes to search engine like Google and they search for, let's just say, gaming laptops, then you can see Lenovo has a shopping ad. You can see right here it is sponsored and it shows up as a shopping list, right? As we scroll down, you'll see few organic listings as well from Amazon, from HP, from Asus, and a bunch of different brands who would want to sell their gaming laptops. So because they have identified this keyword as one of the keywords they want to target, they have optimized their website for this keyword to help drive people to their website, ultimately to help drive revenue and sales. So the goal over here of keyword research is exactly what I shared with you. You want to prioritize specific type of content and pages to create on your website, so that when people are searching for something, you can offer them a solution with either an informative blog post or a relevant product or a service or something that will actually solve whatever problem people are searching for. Let me show you a bunch of different free keyword research tools that you can use, and I'll also show you later part in this course. So the first two tools are offered by Google. These are Google Keyword Planner and Google Search Console. Now, Google Keyword Planner is typically used by someone who is into PPC advertising, so they would get an idea about how much keywords cost for each and every click and each and every impression. But you can use it too for SEO purposes, because at the end of the day, the metrics that really matter can be found using these tools as well. Then we have a tool that is Answer the Public, created by Neil Patel, who has also created Ubersuggest, which is a paid platform for keyword research, and you'll learn in the next slide as well. So Answer the Public is a great choice which you can go ahead with, although there are some limitations when you are sticking with the free plan. But I'll just explain, and I'll show you later part in this course that how to use these different keywords and these different how to use these different keyword research tools and different platforms. Lastly, we have Ahrefs free keyword generator, which is pretty brilliant, I would say, because you do not need to sign up for anything. You don't even have to register your credit card or debit card in order to get started with the free plan. And I think it's pretty amazing with the data and the results it shows up. Yes, previously it used to support and back up us with a bunch of different metrics, but now, even though the data is not that much transparent, but still you can get started with. So it's like a great starting off point when you do not have access to paid tools and you cannot spend, hundreds of dollars on paid tools to get started with your keyword research. After that, maybe let's say you are getting some traction on your website and now you are able to splurge some money on keyword research tools. You could go ahead with Ahrefs. This is by far the best keyword research tool, I would say. And other is SEMrush. Now, SEMrush is also offering a free plan. I would say it offers maybe about 3 credits every single day, where you can use to maybe search for a keyword, or maybe, search and analyze the traffic coming to your website, or analyze the traffic coming to your competitor's website. So whatever thing that you want to search on that platform, you are eligible to use 3 credits every single day. And this kind of a plan is something that is, this plan is something that is possible at the time of recording this video. I'm not sure what's going to happen in the future, but this is just what it offers. Same goes with Ubersuggest. But the Ubersuggest stands out in a way that it offers a lifetime deal. That means if you want to purchase a plan, let's say you would like to, do keyword research for your website itself, then there is a lifetime plan, which is by far the most cheapest out of Ahrefs and SEMrush and Ubersuggest. So you could go ahead with it. Or if you are an SEO agency and you are planning to do keyword research for your clients, you could also choose other plans which will allow you to do keyword research for your client's website, and you'll all have to do is just pay for a one-time fee to access the features for a lifetime. So I think these are the three best keyword research tools when it comes to paid plans, and these are the free keyword research tools that I personally use so far, and I find that these are the best. I know you'll find other keyword research tools out there on the internet as well, but these are just from my personal experience and these are just my personal preferences. Ahrefs do not offer any free trial, they do not offer any affiliates. So SEMrush and Ahrefs offer very similar, I would say, competitive pricing. They start about at $130 a month for their basic plan. Ubersuggest is very cheap, I would say. It starts from $20 a month, and it also offers lifetime value membership deals. So that is something that you would vouch on for that. And Ubersuggest and Answer the Public founders are the same. They are created by Neil Patel, and I would say he is a really great SEO guru. He has a great YouTube channel, and you could learn a thing or two from him on his YouTube channel as well. But again, you are on this course, so I don't think you'll find a need to go over to his YouTube channel and search for any other thing that you would want to learn. You'll basically find all the things about local SEO within this course itself. All right, now let's move on to learning about two different main types of keywords. The first one is short tail keywords. These are going to be much more popular terms that are generally one or two words. These are popular but not overly specific. So for example, I search for area rugs or maybe even running. So these are short tail keywords. Then we have long tail keywords. They are more specific and targeted phrases. So if somebody is looking for rugs, you'll find different sizes, different colors, different textures, and different materials for the rugs. These generally convert better because they are more specific and people are looking for something that they are already determined that they are interested in. So I could say that long tail keywords are subcategories of short tail keywords. So the reason why you would want to do keyword research is because you want to make sure you are targeting all of the different things that people are actively searching, and you can present them with a solution on your website. I hope you guys found this video helpful. If so, please make sure to, stick throughout this course till the end. And, if you have any questions, you can always drop it down below and I'll make sure to respond to each and every one of your questions. Thank you so much for watching this video. I'll see you guys in my next video. Take care. Alright, so in this video, I'll be answering the question, what is search intent? So search intent is the reason why someone is actually searching for something online. It's the goal behind search phrase and what the potential customer or a person is looking for as they type something into search engine. For example, it can be a search for a specific brand, simple informational search, desire, or to purchase something. So an intent to compare, or even just a combination of all these different things depending on how long the search term is. So you might be wondering, why is search intent important? So for SEO purposes, you need to understand what people are looking for when you're targeting specific keyword. If you know what people are looking for, you can provide with right content and the right solutions. So right here, you can see that marketers can serve the right content and solve the problem presented by a potential customer. So there are different types of searches. There are 4 different types of search intent: the navigational, informational, commercial, and transactional. Now, commercial and transactional, these are the some searches that kind of fall into, these different categories. But to keep things simple, navigational is someone looking for something specific, like looking for, Facebook. They are not just going directly to Facebook's URL. So for navigational intent, people are just looking for a specific website or a specific web page that they have already visited before. Next is informational. This is a research about a topic,
Now, if I go to Google and I type what is dividend investing, I get definition as answer. So I'm looking to research a specific topic, and basically if you search about, if you see about everything Wikipedia ranks for, if somebody is searching for something specific like related to war, history, politics, that's informational search. Then we have commercial intent. This is research before purchase, and sometimes it could be people comparing a couple of products. It could just be people saying what are some of the concerts near me, what are some of the best Italian restaurants near me. So while people are looking to purchase something, they are basically starting the process of the research before they purchase. If I start looking for what are the best paint colors for a bedroom or what are best SUVs for a family of 4, I am basically starting to research before I purchase something. But I am not actively looking for something to purchase. That's the difference. I am still looking for information, so this is still going to be a commercial search, because in future I might purchase this product or a service. And that's why this kind of a keywords falls into the commercial intent. Now, instead of concerts near me, if I type in a specific band or the artist name and say that concert tickets, that bands or the artist's concert tickets, then that's going to be a transactional search. If I search for Dua Lipa concert tickets, this is a transactional search. This is where somebody is looking to purchase something actively and they are looking to buy it right now. So that's a transactional intent. Now, lastly, before I end this video, I would just like to give you a quick test just to see if you have understood about the concept of search intent. I have a bunch of different keywords right here, and I would want you to pause this video for a moment and answer the question by yourself what each and every keyword has its search intent. So the first keyword is SEO company owned by Prerak Mehta. I own an SEO company, Net Mafia, and if somebody searches for this particular keyword, what kind of intent the search has? I want you to answer this by your own before continuing watching this video. So I hope you answered the question. It doesn't matter whether it was right or wrong. This is a navigational search intent because the person has obviously visited the website before, but the person doesn't remember the brand name or doesn't know the domain URL. So that's the reason why they are entering the keywords, the SEO company and owned by the owner, and they are looking to go over to the website URL from the search engine results. And that's why the intent over here for the first keyword is navigational. Next we have the keyword which is important local SEO tips. This is an informational search intent because over here the person is looking to gather information. The person is actively looking to expand their knowledge to gain some insights. So obviously the results that they are gonna get would be mostly blog post or maybe YouTube videos, which will which will teach the user how to go about it to optimize their page locally for local SEO. So that's an informational search intent. Then we have link building service as the keyword. Now this is a transactional intent. Why? Because the person is actively looking for something to purchase the service. They are looking to purchase this service in order to get started with link building. And that's why this falls under transactional keyword or transactional search intent instead of a commercial intent. The last keyword, which is best SEO companies in Mumbai, falls under commercial intent and not transactional, because over here the user might find a bunch of different SEO companies who are there in Mumbai and they offer pretty much similar services. So here the user can compare between different companies and the services and the kind of features that they offer. So this is where the intent falls under the commercial category and not transactional. So I hope you guys answered these search intents for each and every keyword. If you got all the keywords, all the answers as correct, you should pat yourselves on your back. If not, that's totally fine. But, obviously you got to learn a thing or two about search intent. So obviously you are not here to win a race or just to prove yourselves that you know everything that is to be known about local SEO. You are here to learn something new, and that's perfectly fine if you got a thing or two maybe wrong, if you misinterpreted anything. You can just rewatch the lectures over and over again. Nobody's gonna stop you. I would just recommend you do not proceed if your foundations or if your concepts are weak, because all these things are kind of stacking up on each other. If you just are jumping from one topic to another before getting a whole grasp over it, you're not going to understand anything later on in this course. So till the time you do not understand anything, even if it means that a single word is misunderstood or you just lost interest right then and there, and completely after that you're blank-minded, I would recommend you to start the lecture over again, bring your focus back to this course and start learning everything. Alright? I'll see you guys in my next videos. Take care.
Alright guys, so in this video, I want to focus on the important metrics for you to focus on while doing your keyword research. So without wasting any time, let's just jump right into it. So first and most importantly, the metric that you need to focus on while doing keyword research is search difficulty. Now what does it mean? So search difficulty is a metric which measures how hard it is to rank for a specific keyword in the search engine results page, which is SERPs. It is typically influenced by the strength of websites currently ranking for that particular keyword. Now, why does it matter? So, understanding search difficulty helps you assess whether it's feasible to target a specific keyword based on your website's current authority and SEO strength. So, high difficulty keyword means it's a competitive keyword with strong contenders in the rankings, and low difficulty keyword means it's easy to rank for that particular keyword. Next comes your search volume. Alright. Now, the word itself is pretty clear to understand. Search volume indicates the number of searches that are expected for a keyword over a certain period, which is usually per month. So if I say that a particular keyword like best SEO companies in Mumbai, this particular key phrase has about 100 SV or search volume, which means 100 search queries are happening every single month. 100 people are searching for this keyword on search engines like Google and Bing every single month. Now, why does it matter? So basically, this metric helps you gauge the potential traffic you could attract to your website if you rank well for that keyword. A higher search volume suggests a greater potential audience, but it often comes with increased competition. Now, this kind of correlation is not always true. Sometimes a keyword with high search volume and low search difficulty is like, it's like a golden treasure. This is what you need to aim for. If you find a keyword with this kind of metric, then this is the kind of keyword you should list down and narrow it down, and this is what you should aim to rank for. Next comes your search intent. Alright, this is something which I'm pretty sure we have covered. So search intent is basically the intention behind the user's search query. It categorizes what users are likely to be looking for when they enter a specific search query in the search engine. These kind of search intent includes like informational, navigational, transactional, commercial. So these are the things that we have already covered in the previous videos. Now, why does it matter? Because obviously we want to make sure that the content that we are going to curate for our user search query aligns with the user search intent. If the user is looking for some informational content and we are trying to sell our service or product, then it's a no match. It's going to lead to a bad CTR, which is click-through rate. If the user's intent is not matching with our content itself, people are going to jump off instantly back to the Google search results, and they might land up on different search different blog posts or different service page that they are looking for, which fits their search query, their search intention. So this is what we have to keep in mind, whether our keyword
is actually aiming for transactional, aiming for commercial, or navigation or informational keyword. Lastly, this is CPC, or I should say cost per click. So cost per click. Now, this represents the cost of an advertiser who pays each time a user clicks on an ad targeting the keyword in paid search campaigns. Now, there are so many different kinds of platforms where people can pay to advertise their website, their listings, right? There's Facebook, there's Instagram, there's Google's own Google AdWord, right? So you need to make sure that the keyword that you're trying to rank for, if it has a higher CPC volume, which is if the keyword itself costs about $5, that means, that keyword has the potential to bring back 10 times the ROI of that CPC. Because this is primarily a paid search metric, it can provide insights into the potential value of organic keywords. High CPC value indicates that a keyword has a higher commercial value, suggesting that ranking for this particular keyword organically could be highly beneficial without spending, for every particular click for that particular keyword. So yeah, these are the 4 metrics which are crucial when you're trying to do your own keyword research. If you keep these metrics in mind while doing keyword research, it's pretty much gonna be easy for you to do on-page and off-page SEO work and, organically rank on your Google SERPs. Today, I'm going to be showing you all how to find and do keyword research for free so that you can easily rank with no competition. So far, you have learned what is keyword research, why do we need it, and the most important metrics to keep in mind while doing keyword research. So now, you won't have to pay for any expensive tools, and we will do keyword research using AI for SEO. So you'll have a much better chance in ranking. So here's how to do keyword research for free and find low competition keyword topics. So first and foremost, I'll go to Ahrefs free SEO tools. And as you know, Ahrefs is one of the most popular tools, just like SEMrush and Ubersuggest. Although these are paid tools, but Ahrefs does offer few of the tools like free SEO tools. It doesn't offer any free trial or free plan, but it gives access to few of the tools which are there for free of cost. Like you don't even need to sign up for it. So right here you can find free keyword generator, free keyword difficulty checker. You could even do keyword research for YouTube. You could do keyword research for your products that you sell on Amazon. You could even do keyword research for Bing search engine. So I'll just click on free keyword generator, and right here I will type for keyword. Like generally it should have about 2 or 3 words. It should be long tail keywords so that it's gonna find us some low competition keywords suggestions. So I can enter something like I can say something like SEO services, or not just SEO services. That would be a really broad topic. Let us just niche down and talk about link building. All right. So I'm gonna say link building hacks, and I'll find the keywords. Now you can see the country selected was United States. I could change that to other things as well. You could find exact and partial match in the phrase match tab, and there are questions as well. If the questions are not available for the keyword that you entered, it won't show up, and you can find that the link building hacks keyword is available, but the keyword difficulty is medium. So 3 stages would be shown, like easy, medium, or hard. Medium is when something which is higher than 30 to 50, and above 50 or so would be hard, and below 30 I think it would be easy. Earlier it used to give the exact score of the keyword difficulty, but now they have updated their tool, and they are just showing easy, medium, and hard. All right, the volume is less than 100, so it doesn't make sense to rank for this particular keyword. Let's try to search for another niche. So I could say something like maybe let's just say bird watching. If I am around if my website is around travel niche, then I can say something like bird watching. So you can find few of the keywords which are easy and have volume greater than 100. So bird watching gifts, bird watching camera, bird watching meme, best monocular for bird watching. These all have search volume greater than 100, and these are pretty easy to rank for. If you go to questions section, you'll find few of the keywords and key phrases around which you can build content, which are easy in terms of search difficulty, and the volume is also less than 100. So I don't think it would make sense to rank for these keywords, but I would go ahead with the phrase matches, which are bird watching camera, bird watching meme, and all those different kinds of things. So things like bird watching gifts, bird watching camera are typically around transactional commercial intent. So that would be really, redirecting the traffic back to our money page. So we can export this to a Google Sheets, and we can create a column where it contains all the keywords. Besides that, we can have a column with keyword difficulty score, then the search volume, the search intent, and the CPC volume. CPC, I would say value. So CPC is cost per click value. Now, this is just using the keyword research tool of Ahrefs, which is completely free of cost. Another way to go about it is to make use of SEMrush plan. Now, SEMrush has 3 different pricing tiers. You can see Pro, Guru, and Business, and it starts at about $130 for a month. You could go for a free trial of about 7 days. You need to enter your card details, and they are pretty much good to go, I would say. If you are, using this tool for the first time, I think you should definitely try out their free trial, and you'll get access to all the different things for free of cost, and by just entering your credit card or debit card details, and you'll be charged after that. But you could cancel it anytime before the renew period starts, and you could leverage all the features that they are offering. And you can see that we could include 5 projects in the Pro plan. We can track 500 keywords. In the Guru plan, we can track about 1500 keywords, I would say, and many other things. So once you log in, what you can do is you can just go back to your SEMrush homepage. Even after signing up, you can still do a few of the things, like you will be restricted to just use 3 or 4 credits every single day. That means you can either search for anything, whether it's, analyzing your backlinks, whether you're doing keyword research, whether just analyzing your domain traffic and analyzing how your website is performing. Any of the searches that you're doing in these keyword research tools like SEMrush, Ubersuggest, they will have certain number of credits that you can utilize every single day. So I'll go over here under keyword overview, and I'll just search for one keyword. Like, let me just type out bird watching. Again, I'll just stick with the same topic, and I'll search for this. Now I can select the country, I can select the state if I want to rank locally. Since you're a local business and the course is centered around local SEO, ideally you would want to stick with this location itself. But when you're creating multiple pages and you're trying to rank for your on page and build some links, you should not restrict yourself with local SEO. I think local SEO will help you a lot when you do just do your Google My Business citations and few of the things that we have discussed in the past. But when you're trying to do keyword research, it will generally help you a lot, not just in local SEO, but in overall worldwide SEO as well. So I can just click on search, and let's see what kind of output it gives us. So you can see the volume is around 3000, keyword difficulty is around 53%, which is medium to difficult keyword, I would say. And these are about questions related to particular keyword. You can find different variations. You can even find their search intent as well. The green stands for easy, dark green stands for very easy, which is the keyword difficulty standard. 30 has orange yellowish mark, which is possible to rank for. This is also possible, but this is difficult to rank for. Alright. Here, as I scroll down, you'll find a bunch of different things. You'll find the SERP results. You can find the top 10 performing keywords, although not all the data will be shown to you because you are on a free plan. You have just signed up. Nothing else is being going around. So this is what you'll see. Ideally, if you are on the paid plan, you'll also find an option to use a bunch of different filters, like setting up the difficulty from 1 to 10, setting up the volume from sorting the keywords with volume high to low, and then checking out the cost per click for each and every keyword. You can find the intent right here, which is informational and things like that. So I think SEMrush is a really great tool. So this was the second way to go about it. The first was Ahrefs, we can see right here. This is the second method. You can even use Ubersuggest. Let me show you how it works. So right here under Ubersuggest, after logging in, I can go back to keyword research section. I can go over to keyword ideas. After typing in, maybe let's just say bird watching. Let's search and see what kind of output it gives us. So you can see out of 3 free daily searches, I have used about 1 and 2 are still available. So it's going to take some time to give us the output and display all the results. And you can see we can filter out. So volume should be in the range of 1000 to 10,000. We can even make it easy, and we can apply a bunch of different other filters. So this is the kind of thing. We can sort this right here. We can sort the volume, and you can see keyword ideas like a bird watching spot. This is the location, Goa in India. There are a few quotes, sanctuaries, binoculars to buy. So you can find CPC. Now, based on the country where you are located, the currency of the CPC might change. Since I live in India, I can see the CPC in Indian rupees currency. But if you are based out in Europe or US, you'll find dollars or euros in the form of currency right here. All right. You can even find how often this data is updated, like within 3 months, 4 months, and so on. So this is another way to go about it. Now we are going to look at some other less data-driven ways to find keywords, because the good thing is with tools like SEMrush, Ubersuggest, and Ahrefs is you can get free version, but it's limited. Now the trade-off is the method that I'll show you. Okay, they are less data-driven, so they aren't going to be 100% accurate always. You'll have to do some manual scraping, which is going to take some amount of time, but that is the trade-off. And that's because you're doing it for completely free of cost. So we'll be using our Gemini. If you're not paying for the ChatGPT Plus subscription, you can utilize Gemini. And the kind of prompt that I will put in will be, I'll just copy the prompt right here and I'll go to Gemini. I'll paste the prompt. So the prompt says that give me a bunch of different keywords related to my niche, which is SEO, and their competition, search volumes, search intent, and CPC. Make sure they are questions. So if I'm saying that they are questions, so obviously most of the times the intent will be informational, but sometimes what might happen is that few of the search queries might be that what are some best SEO companies in Mumbai. So that becomes some kind of, I would say, commercial or transactional intent. So you would want to make sure that you're also listing out all the metrics that are required for you to judge and analyze which keyword is best for you to go ahead with. Then you are also telling Gemini to rate the competition score out of 5, where 5 being the highest and 0 being the lowest. So you're also giving the range to, bifurcate and categorize these different keywords based on search difficulty. And give me a list of 20 very low competition score keywords of 0. Now present the output in a tabular format or table format. So once I enter this output, what it's gonna do is Gemini is gonna make use of Google Keyword Planner in the background, because Google Keyword Planner and Gemini are both created by Google. So in the backend, it's gonna leverage the data from Google Keyword Planner, and it's going to result this kind of output where the competition is 3. You can see 3, 2, search volume you can see, and CPC also. Now, since it is using Google Keyword Planner, it is not going to be accurate in terms of organic data, keyword data. But this is the trade-off since you're using a free AI tool. If you want some kind of accurate results, you could go to ChatGPT and purchase the GPT Plus subscription, which costs about $20 a month. But I would say when you're doing keyword research, don't completely rely on ChatGPT and AI tools. If you're spending money, if you're not spending any money and you want to do everything for free of cost, use AI. If you're spending $20, go ahead with Ubersuggest $20 plan. I think it is available, where you could analyze keywords and do all the keyword research for at least 5 to 7 websites. So I'm not saying that doing keyword research with AI like ChatGPT is bad, because in the later sections and the later videos, you'll see that, you can utilize ChatGPT Plus to do your on-page SEO and link building stuff. But when you're doing keyword research, if you're spending money, first spend money on your keyword research tools, because they will be really data-driven tools. All right, they will give you a really comprehensive data, and which will give you a better idea to which keywords to narrow down to, and for which keywords you should rank for and build content around. I hope you get the point. Over here, I'll paste the same prompt, and once I paste, let's see what kind of output it gives. Now, Webpilot is one of the plugins that is available within ChatGPT Plus. It's gonna scrape out all the internet and the websites available on the World Wide Web, and it will actually make use of the Pandas library, which is Python library, and it's going to generate the data and present it in a tabular format. Now, the tabular format that it's going to present might not be in a very structured format like how Gemini gave us. It's going to be somewhat in this kind of, Python's dictionary or a list kind of a format. But anyways, your end goal is to get the data, and so that you can analyze which keyword is perfect for you. So that is the main thing, not how the output is being structured. Once you do this, you can, you're pretty much good to go. So let's just give it some time, maybe about 30 seconds, and let's wait for it to give us the output. Awesome. So now you can see after some error it occurred. You can see it gave us 20 very low competition keyword results. You can find that these are based on questions. They are not just exact or partial match phrases. They are actual questions for which we can write content around. You can find competition. These are super easy to rank for. These are search volumes. There are search intent and the CPC as well. I believe the CPC is based on the US dollars and not my Indian rupees. So yeah, this was the third method to, research keywords based on different tactics. Fourth method that I'm going to show you is to go to Google, search for site, qrr.com or reddit.com, and then enter your niche. So since I'm trying to scrap keywords related to SEO, I'm going to enter, and it's going to list down all the SEO related questions that people have been asking on different forum groups like Quora and Reddit. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make use of Harpa AI, which is a Chrome extension tool. It's free of cost, which you can use in your Chrome browser. Once you click right here, this is what it's going to show up. Now, with the help of Harpa AI, it's going to make use of, a bunch of different AI tools. Like there is a GPT model, there is Sonnet, there is GPT-4, GPT 3.5, there is Gemini, there is Claude AI. Now, what I want you to do is, if you're not paying for ChatGPT Plus subscription, you can make use of Claude AI and you select it. Once you select that, make sure that this has been toggled on. That means it can read the data on the current search results page and then type in some kind of command, something like grab all the titles from this search results page. Once I hit enter, what it's going to do is it's going to extract all the questions asked for each and every page. You can see right here. Now, Claude AI, I have seen and tested multiple times. Claude AI is it's kind of weird. Sometimes it might not work and give us a result that, it might not extract all the things, because it might say something like that. It has some paywall. It's definitely not going to happen if you're using the Gemini AI in Harpa. You need to make use of Claude AI or the GPT-4. GPT-4 will only work when you have purchased the ChatGPT subscription and you have also, included your API key. Right here, you can see API key is something that you need to enter. It will get hidden. And you need to log into your Claude AI as well. You need to log in. And sometimes it might log out because it has some session duration during which it lasts. And basically, once you get all the things, all the, output that it gave you, you can just put all these things in your Google Sheets. All right. You can create a Google Sheets and manually scrape out the search volume, search difficulty, CPC, and the search intent behind each and every keyword. All right. You could do the same thing for Reddit as well. You can do reddit.com instead of quora.com or qora.com. I don't know how it's pronounced, but I hope you get the point. So I think Harpa AI is also a really cool tool which you can use. Just make sure that you're toggled on this reading the web page and Claude AI. If you can't get the results with Claude AI, make sure you use the GPT-4 plugin and you enter your API key details. API key details would be found in settings inside your ChatGPT under connected apps, or I would say somewhere around general or so. You might find you'll have to refer through the documentation part. I'm not pretty sure where you'll find the API itself, but you'll definitely find in the documentation part. So once you find it, you can paste it inside your Harpa AI and that's how you'll get all the results. So this was the fourth free method to do keyword research. Let's look at the fifth and last free keyword research tool. So I could make use of something like, let me just search for one of the questions that Harpa AI extracted. Something like, what is the most interesting part of SEO? So if I paste the same question right here, let's see what kind of people also ask kind of section. So you can see what is the best part of SEO, what's the most important thing about SEO, what's the most challenging part of SEO. And if I click on any one of these things, you can see two other questions just popped up, like which SEO is the best, what is the biggest factor in SEO. So these are really low competition and high volume keywords which you can rank for, and you can even list down in your Google Sheets as well. So these were the 5 best keyword research hacks and tools which you can utilize in your keyword research tactic. I bet no one is teaching this. Everyone is just recommending you all to pay for keyword research tools like SEMrush, Ahrefs. But I think in the age of AI, you don't have to, spend a single penny just to start with. Once you get some traction, you can always upgrade. But just to start off, you can technically use AI and bunch of different free tools that we just discussed to do keyword research. Stick with me throughout this course and you'll learn a bunch of other things that I bet no one will teach you ever in their SEO course. Alright guys, so in this video, I'll be showing you all how to actually spy on your competitors and check what kind of keywords they are using and what kind of keywords they are using to rank for higher on SERPs. This is something that we can do pretty much using any SEO tool like Ahrefs, SEMrush and Ubersuggest. But the problem is they are pretty expensive and you could do it with fraction of cost using AI. So right here, I'm using ChatGPT Plus subscription, which costs about $20 a month. And with help of this GPT Plus subscription, you can't just only spy on your competitors. You can also do keyword research, which we have discussed in the past. You can even do some on-page SEO optimization. You can even build backlinks back to your website for free, which we'll cover later on. So I think that's the reason why spending on ChatGPT Plus is much more, much better than just spending on SEO tool. So right here, what you'll do is once you purchase your ChatGPT Plus subscription, you need to click on the right panel, or I would say sidebar, and search for explore, I would say plugins. Once you explore plugins, search for Web Pilot, click Start Chat. Once you go over there, you need to find your competition. Now, since you're not using any SEO tool, you wouldn't know who your competition is. If you know, that's very good and that's a great starting off point. But if you do not know who your competition is, what you could do is you could just paste this prompt in your Web Pilot, which is give me a list of 200 niche related websites. Now I can say something like SEO related websites that accept guest posts or guest posts. But you know why? Because they have a bunch of different blog posts published on their website. And we are also saying that note, I want 200 sites that I can reach out to in a list with raw URLs. Now, this is particular prompt that we will be using to build backlinks. Later on, you will see. But this exact prompt can come in handy when you're trying to, find your competition. So once I hit enter, let's give it some time. And what's Web Pilot gonna do is basically gonna scrap out an entire internet and, basically just search for related websites to your niche. And it's gonna list down all the, I would say, all the raw URLs and the links to their website. So once you get that, what we'll do is we'll find their XML sitemap. So first, let us give it some time. Okay, so it's listing out all the different kinds of websites, although it occurred some 404 errors or some missing pages in few of the websites, but it did give us 10, guest posting websites. So you could actually go to like this, I would say search engine watch. We can go right here and, we can search for a bunch of different other, I would say their websites. So let me just write my own website as an example, like netmafia.co.in. And this is SEO Meter tool, which you'll need to go to find their sitemap. So once you click on submit, you'll exactly know the URL to find their sitemap of the website. Now, sitemap, as we have discussed earlier, is just a file which says the content and the images and the videos that are present in the in the website itself. So you can find a bunch of different, sitemaps. We require the post XML sitemap. So I'm just going to copy this. I'll go to a new tab and I'll paste this exact URL and I'll make use of Harpa AI. So here I have Harpa AI Chrome extension tool. Using Cloud AI, I'll enter the prompt, grab all the keywords this page, this website is ranking for, or I could say grab all the keywords from this page. All right, let's give it some time and see what kind of, you can see that sometimes Claude AI doesn't behave exactly how we expect it to. So in that case, we could see if Gemini would help in this case. I'm just going to give the exact same prompt, which is grab all the keywords from this page. You can see the kind of reason it gave, that I don't have access to particular web pages or documents, but now Gemini gave us, because this website itself, which is my website, doesn't require any paywall or any kind of lead magnet. I have not embedded any lead magnet or any any opt-in form yet. If I do in future, Gemini won't be able to extract all the keywords. So you can see these are the keywords. This is not exactly what I'm ranking for, so the Gemini output is not accurate. Let's shift to ChatGPT 4 and we'll give the exact prompt, which is grab all the keywords from this website domain. Or we could even say something like grab all the titles that this page is ranking for. I could say grab all the titles from this. Okay, I figure out the reason why even Claude or Gemini is not able to give, because we haven't toggled on. So we have to toggle this on, and let's wait and the kind of response it gives us. So you can see conversion focused. Yes, these are the particular keywords that I'm ranking for, and I am happy that this gave us the exact result which I expected it to. So you'll need to make sure that you toggle this on. If you have not toggled this on, it won't work for Claude or Gemini or ChatGPT 4. Once you get all this, you'll need to manually scrape that what kind of search difficulty this keyword has, how much search volume it has, what's the CPC value, and bunch of different other things. All right. Once you do this, you can check out my videos about on-page SEO secrets that will help you rank higher on search results, and basically which will help you create content that will actually beat your competition. So basically, this is how you spy on your competitors, see what kind of keywords they are using and trying to rank for, and then you can build content which is better than them, so that it will help you beat them in competition. Fine. So yeah, that was pretty much about that's pretty much about it from my side. In the next video, you'll see how to create topical maps with AI. Alright guys, so in this video, I'll be showing you guys how I automate topical maps using ChatGPT and AI. Now, topical maps basically means that you're trying to create a mind map or a structure, a diagrammatic structure, which will give you a clear-cut idea on which kind of topics you need to create content, so that you can rank higher on search results and ultimately outrank your competitors. So I'll show you my best workflow. Many of these can be done for free. So let me run you through some of my favorite methods. First and most importantly is to always know who your competition is. So finding a competitor that's already ranking really well will help you a lot. You can make use of tools like SEMrush and Ubersuggest, the free tools, and the free version I'm saying. Now, you could enter your competitor's URL right here, and you can find one of their top performing pages. Once you find that, you could go to SEO Meter that we saw in the previous video, and then find the XML sitemap. Once you find the XML sitemap, which would look like this, then you can copy the entire sitemap like this. And what you can do is, let me just copy this entire sitemap, and then I will go to Claude AI. Just sign up using your Google account or any other account that you are using, and you can just paste this. Now, once you paste this, sometimes what might happen is it can be pasted, it can be used as a text format. So in that case, what I'll do is I'll just make use of Copyfish. This kind of this kind of a tool will actually help me take a screenshot, and using this screenshot, it will actually gather all the URLs, right? So I can just copy this part. I can go to Claude. I can paste this URLs. All right. I can paste all the URL, and at the start, I can make use of a prompt. Now, this prompt can be something along the lines of organize this information into semantically optimized topical map. This should include categorizing the URLs into main topics and subtopics based on what is already working in our niche according to our competitor's site structure. So for now, I'm using my own website's sitemap as the competition XML sitemap. And, it will just list down that, okay, for e-commerce SEO, it's listing out that we built out social media for e-commerce. Then for technical SEO, there is post related to SSL certificates, schema markup validator, finding sitemaps, programmatic SEO. For local SEO, there is post related to GMB optimization. Then there is for guest posting and all. So you can find a bunch of different things which it has categorized. Now, it happened completely free of cost. You did not have to pay a single penny for it. And, these are some of the basic things that we have already learned in the previous videos to find the competition and spy on them, right? Another way to diagrammatically represent this and generate your topical map without even knowing who your competition is, just go to your ChatGPT. Make sure you are subscribed to the Plus version or the GPT-4 model. Explore the custom GPTs and search for AI diagram designer. Once you click on start chat, just go right here and enter this particular prompt, which is to provide a list of, then you enter your niche. Instead of SEO, you could include any other niche. It could be your travel niche, it could be electronics, it could be HVAC, anything, and related categories with 10 subtopics each semantically relevant for SEO, and then map them out in a hierarchical diagram format. So let's enter and wait for it to generate the response. And it's going to give us an SVG format which we can download and see how it looks like. So basically it's going to form like a mind map structure, a tree-like kind of a structure, which will give us an idea that, okay, we can categorize each and every blog post that we will publish, like for on-page, for local SEO, for off-page, for technical SEO. Okay, under local SEO, what kind of topics that we can build content around. Under Google My Business, what are the posts that we can publish, and so on and so forth. So let's just give it some time till it gives us the entire information. It might take some time because it's generating the entire image. So you can see right here, it gave us the result. If I click on download file, it's going to download the SVG format. If I see, you can see right here that it has mapped out the main categories. So for keyword research, for on-page SEO, for off-page SEO, technical SEO, content SEO, and so on. And it has branched out the subtopics as well underneath, and it has organized it in a very tidy fashion. You can see right here. Now, one of the great things about this is that you're avoiding keyword cannibalization. So for example, if you're doing additional keyword research, you might have 10,000 keywords, just to say an example. And then you'll have to sit through and manually filter out because ChatGPT is going to do it accurately because it has many tokens, right? So what I'm saying is, all in all, that making use of topical maps is a great way to avoid keyword cannibalization. If you don't know what keyword cannibalization is, you can refer to the video in this course itself. Keyword cannibalization in general basically means that when two of your pages are trying to rank for the same keyword, but the content is somewhat different and they are competing with each other, and hence none of them rank higher on search results. So that's basically what a keyword cannibalization actually means. So using these methods, you can map out your topical maps. Now, lastly, before I end this lecture, what if people who are not subscribed to the GPT-4 model, can they even generate, topical maps? Yes, obviously. So this particular kind of a prompt they can use. They can go to ChatGPT. They can select the 3.5 or even GPT-4o, which is slightly advanced model, which is higher than 3.5 but lower than the advanced 4 model. And you can enter this kind of a prompt. And instead of the niche, I can just type in something like SEO. And once I hit enter, let's see what kind of response it gives us. So you can see keyword research is one of the main category. Content optimization is one of the main category under which we can create content for SEO friendly URLs, canonicalization, URL parameters, alt text, and so on and so forth. So it has given us a bunch of different options, So yeah, that's pretty much about it. How you can generate topical maps using AI and other free tools. If you guys are enjoying this video and the entire course so far, please make sure stick till the end with me throughout this course because you're going to learn a bunch of different things that I bet no one is teaching in their SEO course. So far in this course, you have learned how to build citations. Why are they important? How to actually use GMB and how you can bring traffic back to your website using GMB, right? We have seen in the past that how to create a GMB listing, how to optimize it, how to get more reviews, how to get positive reviews with keyword stuff. It is optimized for keyword. It has some relevant details of your business, how to not get negative reviews, how to make use of GMB posts, and a bunch of different things. So I don't think you should have any problem in those areas. Also, we have learned how to do our keyword research using different AI tools, and we have found all the best keywords for our business. Now, using those keywords, I'll show you how to craft content using AI in the following videos. However, the search engine algorithm can't always determine if your content is quality and would be an exact match for users' search query. So we need to structure that content correctly on our website so Google's algorithm knows exactly what our website is about. Again, what is on-page SEO then? So any modification you make on your website to increase its exposure is referred to as on-page SEO, or sometimes referred as on-site SEO. You could do things like changing the H1 tag, or maybe the title of your page or the post, or maybe even updating the meta description. All these instances are considered as your on-page SEO improvements, and all these things will be done on your website. That's why it is called as on-page SEO. Now I've just created a meme so that you all would understand the concept of on-page SEO very clearly. So you can see this is a pretty common meme. I'm pretty sure you must have seen this meme that there is a supreme leader and all the other followers are kneeling down. So SEO title sits as the supreme leader in the on-page SEO, and URL and page title serves as the minister, I would say, the right hand and left hand of the supreme leader. So all the servants are like, I wouldn't say servants, like subheadings which are H2, H3, images, the content itself, meta description, the linking structure. All these things are also part of your on-page SEO. But the three main supreme leaders are your SEO title, the URL, and the page title, which is often referred as H1 tag. Now again, this H1, H2 and H3 are nothing but heading tags, right? So still, if you are confused about on-page SEO and you haven't understood a single thing about on-page SEO, don't worry. I'll make the explanation so easy that it would be even easy for a 6-year-old to understand what on-page SEO is about. So you can see there is a GIF over here of a library and people finding books and reading in the library, right? So consider your website is a book in a big library. Just like books have covers, titles and pages, your website has a home page. It has titles and content in that web page. Now imagine there's a very smart librarian named Google who helps people find the right books. When someone wants to find a book about dogs, they ask Google, the librarian, to find that book from the shelf. You give your book a clear title. Just like how each and every web page has a title, you give your book a clear title like all about dogs. So the librarian knows it's about dogs. Since we were talking about the H tags, H1, H2 and H3, inside the book, using the same analogy, you use headings like different breeds, how to take care of a dog, so the librarian can quickly see what's covered in the book. Now, a web page might or might not have images, but it's definitely going to have content. So using the same example, you write clear and interesting stories in your book about dogs, and you include lots of colorful pictures, which makes it fun and easy to read, right? So in addition to this, URL is also one of the supreme leader in on-page SEO, isn't it? So you make sure that each page in the book is numbered and organized, so the librarian can easily find a specific part within the book. And that's how they will be able to skip different chapters in that book. Internal links could be associated with something like sticky notes. Let's just assume for a moment that you add sticky notes in that guide, in that notebook, to guide readers to other important parts of your book, like see page 10 for more about dog food. So this is how on-page SEO actually works. When someone asks Google, the librarian, for a book about dogs, the librarian looks for books with clear titles, organized content, nice pictures, and helpful notes. If your book has all these things, the librarian will show it to the person looking for the information about dogs. And that's how your content will rank for the exact search query. So on-page SEO is all about giving your website a clear and interesting title, organizing your content with headings, writing clear, helpful information with nice pictures, using easy to understand page numbers, adding links to guide visitors to more content. And by doing all this, you help Google, the librarian, show your website to people who are searching for what you have to offer. Alright guys, welcome back to another video. In this video, I'll show you how to optimize your page title to increase your click-through rate ratio. So there are three things that you need to keep in mind. First and foremost is to make sure that whatever keyword or the key phrase that you're trying to rank for, you include that in your page title itself, and it should appear at the beginning of the page title by making sure that the keyword is used exactly how it is and not making any variations in it. To give an example, here's a blog post of my business website, and this right here, what you can see is not a page title, it's an H1 tag. It's the heading of the page. To see what your page title is, you could install the Yoast SEO or Rank Math plugin with whatever CMS tool you're using, whether it's WordPress, Wix, Shopify, whatever it is in your case. You'll find some kind of SEO plugin which you can integrate it with. If you're using a WordPress, I would recommend you to go ahead with Yoast SEO. So right here, whenever you edit with Elementor, because I'm using this as my page builder, but even if you're not using any page builder like Elementor or Divi, you'll have the WordPress editing format where you'll find Yoast SEO at the bottom of the page. But if you're using Elementor as your designing element and page builder, you could go right here and under Yoast SEO, you can click and you will find what your focus key phrase is. So to give an example, when you create a new blog post, let me just show you in a minute. Here I have an option to edit this post. If I click right here, you'll find that this is how the Yoast SEO actually features in our post itself. So at the top, you first insert the key phrase that you're trying to rank for. In my case, this is Google Knowledge Panel for Artists, and the SEO title is Google Knowledge Panel for Artists. Optimize and maximize visibility after colon, you can see right here. So the essential thing over here is to make sure that your key phrase appears at the starting of your SEO title. Now this title will appear in your SERPs, that is your search engine results page. So whenever someone searches for this particular keyword on Google, they will find this kind of a SERP result on their results page. Whether it's your mobile view or desktop view, this is how it will appear for desktop view, and this is how it will appear for the mobile view. You'll find the image, you'll find meta description. Now meta description is just an overview of what the page is all about. So you could include the other things as well. Along with your keyword, you need to make sure that keyword itself is also included within meta description. But the important thing when you're trying to optimize your meta description is that it needs to be clickbaity. The title itself needs to be clickbaity, because you can see right here, you need to maximize visibility. You can maximize visibility and optimize it. If you click on this article, you'll learn more how to increase your visibility, right? So that's what clickbaity actually means. That means your title is so catchy and it's so powerful that it makes people want to click and see what the content is all about. So that's essentially clickbait means. So you need to make sure that your title and meta description is clickbaity. Another thing that you need to keep in mind when it comes to writing your meta description is that meta description should also contain other, transformative sentences. If I ever actually wanted to create a meta description, I'll make sure that there are other things stuffed in my meta description, like learn to manage and enhance your panel effectively. So lastly, this is like a call to action. You'll see the first line itself says that boost your visibility with our guide. So it essentially gives a tease, or it's a teaser or a trailer to your blog post. So that's what meta description is about. Now, if I had to view this again, this entire Yoast SEO, ratings and all, how good my title, meta description, all that is, I could just view that same thing within Elementor itself by just clicking right here. I can click on this icon, I can click on Yoast SEO, and right here under search appearance, I will find what my title, what my slug, URL slug, and what my meta description is. So essentially this green line will show up when you make sure that your SEO title and meta description are within the appropriate character length. So title needs to be under 60 characters in length. If you go beyond that, if I add any other characters, you'll find that it shows a red signal. That means it is not properly optimized. Any other characters will appear like an ellipsis format, which means people will not be able to understand that what this page is all about. So you need to make sure that it's within 60 characters in length. For meta description, it should be under 155 characters. Now, lastly, as I said previously, that the title needs to be clickbaity, and that's what you need to do. So there are 3 basic rules that you need to follow. First, make sure that the title length is under 60 characters. The keyword or the key phrase should appear in the exact way at the start. Make sure it happens like that. Secondly, you need to make sure that your meta description is also present. Use some kind of a plugin which will help you while creating your blog post or your website pages. And this could be with the help of Yoast SEO or Rank Math, whatever plugin that you're comfortable using with, you could use it. So I hope you guys got the point on how to optimize your title and make it SEO friendly. In the upcoming lectures, you'll see how to optimize your URL, your images, and many other things that we have lined up for this course. Let's look at how we can optimize our page H1 title or H1 tag, or some people might like to call it as heading 1 tag. So essentially what this basically means is that whenever you create a blog post or even a basic website page, the first text that appears at the top of the page is the heading page, which allows search engines like Google and Bing to actually analyze what the page is all about. Now by default, when you make use of any other SEO plugins like Yoast SEO or Rank Math, by default, whatever you set your page title, it will make the same as your H1 title. So in my case, I had this as my page title, which is my key phrase appears at the start, followed by a colon. You could use other things as well, like a separator, or you could use a hyphen or an underscore, whatever it is, you could use it. But just make sure that it is relevant to your title. Now, followed by that, I have this kind of a call to action or clickbaity style that optimize and maximize visibility. Now, this kind of title looks cool when you look at SERPs, but it wouldn't be ideal for our content when we use it as for our H1 tag. Now, by default, as I said previously, Yoast SEO makes this SEO title, the page title which shows up in SERP, the same as our H1 tag. So it will copy and it will use it right here as well. But you need to make sure that you mix up a little bit. That's a pro tip. Alright, you need to make sure that your page title and your H1 tag are a little bit different. You need to make sure that keywords are stuffed in both your page title and your heading 1 tag, but they need to be jumbled up. I'm talking about H1 tag. The H1 tag needs to be jumbled up. So all the keywords that you use in your SEO title, you'll need to use all the things over here as well in the H1 tag, but you need to optimize it and mix it up so that it doesn't appear exactly the same way how it appears in the SERP results. So just like how I had the key phrase, which is Google Knowledge Panel for Artists, and optimize and visibility, all those words were present in my SEO title, I have used those in my heading 1 tag as well. But what I've done over here is that I've jumbled it up and I've formed it such that it appears as this is like a how-to tutorial blog post. So how to optimize your Google Knowledge Panel, especially for artists, in order to increase your visibility. So this is what my heading 1 tag conveys to search engines like Google, so that it would show up this as an appropriate result for users' search query. If you want to see what kind of heading tag that you're using, you could click on any of the tags, and right here under whatever page builder that you're using, you could see that HTML tag currently being used is H1. I have other tags in my blog post as well. Like if I click over here, I could see that H2 tag is being used. For this one, H3 tag is being, again H2 tag is being used. This one also H2 tag. Let me find where I could see H3 tag. So you could use H3, H2, whatever tags that you're comfortable with. You don't go beyond H3 tags, although there are H6 tags in total when it comes to HTML. But generally 4, 5, 6 heading tags are not actually recognized by Google, and Google doesn't value those tags when it comes to SEO. So just make sure that you optimize your heading 1 title properly. The H2 and H3 tags are also present in your blog post or your service page or whatever page that your website needs, and your keyword is present in all those heading tags. So I hope you guys found this video helpful. If you have any questions, you can drop it down below and I'll make sure to answer them as soon as I can. Alright, let's move on to another part, which is to optimize your URL. So consider on-page SEO Mumbai, India as your key phrase that you would like to rank for. On-page SEO is the service that you offer. Mumbai, India is the location where you offer your services. So since we are considering that you would want to rank for locally, and you're actually making use of a local SEO strategy, so optimization is just a reference to this keyword. Optimization itself is not part of the keyword, just for an example. So in that case, a good URL or a good example of a URL would be whatever your domain name is, that is website.com, followed by a /. You include the main service keyword, which is on-page SEO, and you do not leave a blank space. In URL, whenever you would like to leave a blank space between different words, you use a hyphen. So you could use on-page SEO, or another example, if you would like to rank locally and you want to include different locations in your pages as well, what you could do, you could include your on-page SEO, which is the keyword, followed by a hyphen, the city, followed by hyphen and the country name. Or you could even go about having another / after on-page SEO, and then you could add a state / the city. So that's the structure that you generally follow when you have same pages but for multiple different locations and you want to rank for different locations like that. So that's the structure that you follow. This is like a folder file kind of a hierarchy structure that we have in terms of websites and all. And this is how generally you stick to this kind of a format. A bad example would be that you include all the things that you have in your page title or your heading tag. Like your page title needs to have things like best services, your optimization, and all the clickbaity stuff. But that doesn't mean you need to add those things necessarily in your URL as well. You need to make your URL clean, crystal, and keyword rich. Don't add any fluff in your URL. Just make sure that your URL is on point so that whenever you want to rank for your pages, the search engine knows exactly where your website needs to be redirected to. Let's see a pro tip. First and foremost, do not repeat any words in the URL, even if it means that it has a meaning. For example, let's say there is on-page and off-page SEO optimization. Again, you can see on-page appears twice. So you could use another kind of a URL instead, something like SEO optimization. That's what you could use in your URL. So don't repeat words in the URL. Another example for that would be, let's say your website is called SEO.com. So SEO is your domain name. So obviously after SEO.com, which is your domain name, when you add a / which will redirect to your particular page or a post, you do not include the SEO word within your URL. Even if it means adding on-page SEO Mumbai India, you do not add SEO word again. Instead, you could do something like on-page service Mumbai, India, or something like that. So that's generally a good example that you follow. So you can see right here, bad URL is when you repeat the words like SEO.com / on-page SEO. You do not do that. A good URL would be SEO.com / on-page. That's it. Because the URL itself makes it very clear that since you have the domain name and the page is about on-page, so obviously both of the things are going hand in hand. So it's gonna make sense automatically. Lastly, I would like to warn you all that whenever you're trying to remove any URL, just make sure that they are not ranked and they have backlinks coming to that page. So let's just assume for a moment that you're trying to delete a page or a blog post, but that has a lot of backlinks coming back to your page, and that backlinks has a lot of traffic. So by deleting that page, you are actually harming your rankings and your SEO traffic. So a good way to optimize that would be you actually do not remove that URL. Instead, what you do is you make use of 301 redirect. So what essentially happens is, let's just say for a moment, although we are going to cover about link building and off-page SEO tactics in the upcoming lectures, but for now, let's just consider this as an example, that a link back to your website, not just website, not the homepage of your website, mind it very clear, a particular blog post or a service page to your website, that link is being redirected from another blog post. Someone else's domain, someone else's website has a blog post where they have some information, and that content is related to your service page. So essentially, they are redirecting their traffic to your website. Now, at some point, you felt like you want to delete this page because let's just say that you are not offering that service anymore. So obviously, it doesn't make sense to keep that page live on your website. So you do not want to hurt your rankings. You do not want to stop the organic traffic coming into your domain. So instead, what you could make use of is you could use 301 redirect, which means whenever someone clicks on that link, the link will actually take a middle stage where it will redirect. The Cloudflare, or I would say the CDN, the server itself, will then change the address to another page. Alright, so that's like a buffer happening when someone clicks on the URL which you deleted that page for. So I hope you guys get the point about not deleting the page if that's the thing that you can do, or if you want to delete, there's no other option, then you can make use of 301 redirect. So in the upcoming lectures, you'll see 6 best kept secrets that no one is telling you in order for your pages to rank organically when just considering on-page tactics. So those 6 secrets I'll share with you, and it will be a game changer for you. I promise that. And if you just make use of those on-page SEO tactics, the 6 tactics that I'll share with you, it will help you rank instantly, like in just a matter of few weeks or months. So I hope to see you guys in my next video. Moving on, let's see how to optimize images for your website. So first and foremost thing that you need to make sure is that the file extension of your image are in .webp format and not JPEG or PNG. Now, the reason behind that is WebP formats are pretty much small in file size, I would say, and the quality of the image doesn't get lost also. PNG and JPEG are a little bit older kind of formats where although the quality remains the same, the file sizes are actually really large, which actually hinders the page load speed performance and eventually, hurts the user experience. And even search engines like Google doesn't actually, encourage pages which are slow to load. So they don't rank pages which are very slow and takes a lot of time to load and display images. So images and videos are the two things which actually consumes a lot of time to load pages. So WebP formats are the best thing that you can do. So how to actually create WebP type format images? Whenever you click photographs on your phone or you download it from any stock images website, what you're going to get is JPEG or PNG formats. So you could just click on your browser, just search for PNG or JPEG to WebP converter, just upload your files and download it and upload on your website. Another way to go about it is consider an example where you have already uploaded PNG or JPEG format images. Now you don't need to go back to all the pages and post and delete all of them and again re-upload in a WebP format. That would be really time consuming and tidy process, I would say. So instead what you could do is, if you're using any CMS tool like WordPress, you could install a plugin which will automatically, convert all the existing PNG and JPEG format images and convert that into WebP file extension. So that's how WordPress can help you in that case. But if you're using any other CMS tool like Wix, or you are just using a custom coded website, then I think you'll have to go the hard way route where you'll have to, re-upload all the WebP format images. So that's one way to go about it. Another thing that you need to keep in mind is whenever you upload images, just make sure that you add the alt text. Now, what do I mean by alt text? So alt text actually means alternative text to images, which means the time when your web page doesn't load what the image is all about, it's going to display in form of text. Also, the actual purpose behind the alt text was that people who have disabilities, it could be people who are colorblind or any sort of disability who have a problem viewing image, for them special browsers and special kind of search engine view is made, and for that purpose actually alt text was invented. So in order to add alt text to your images, what you could do, just click on the image. You could go right here. Since I'm using the Elementor page builder, I could click on the image, and here besides, or I would say just above the title of my image, I'll find my alt text. And for the alt text, make sure that your alt text is relevant to the image that you have been using in your page or a blog post. What do I mean by relevant content? So in my case, since this blog post is about how to optimize your Google Knowledge Panel for artist visibility, you can see right here, this guy is painting and he makes really good and beautiful paintings. So I have added text like Google Knowledge Panel for artists. So get started with your Google Knowledge Panel. So that's essentially what this basically means. So this is an artist. He would like to show up his kind of a profile on Google page. And in order to do that, he needs to get started with learning about Google Knowledge Panel. So this is kind of a relevant image and a relevant text for this image. And it actually depends from your use case also, what your image is all about. You need to figure out what the image tells and what it should mean to the users. So this is what you add in the alt text. Another thing that you need to keep in mind when it comes to writing alt text is that your keywords are present in the alt text itself also. So in my case, I have Google Knowledge Panel within my alt text. Now it doesn't necessarily mean that you stuff in the keywords, even if it doesn't make sense. Try to add variations of the keyword. So you could do that as well. Google will still understand that your image is relevant. Now, another way that your page can rank higher on search results and get you more organic traffic when you add alt text like this is when you have some kind of a search query which is related to the alt text that you have given to your image. Now, let's just take for a moment that I'm searching for, let's just say, iPhone 15 Pro Max. This is the search query. Now, I'm not looking to buy this product. I'm not looking to look at the features of this device. I'm looking to get and download the images of this device. So what I would do in Google, I would just click on the images tab, and that images tab will show up all the images which are related to that particular keyword and that search query. So in order for your image to show up on that Google images, you need to actually optimize your alt text so that it would show up over there. And when someone clicks on the image, they will be redirected to your website, and that's how you'll get organic traffic. I hope you get the point. Next thing, you need to make sure that your alt text title or the alt text, whatever you add, is the same thing as your file name. So, by default, your images will have the file name as img hyphen the bunch of different numbers. It would be the date, the time, and the serial number of the image that was clicked on your device. So all those things would be in the title of your image. That's not going to help you. Just make sure that whatever your alt text is, you copy and paste it as the title of your image as well. So that is also going to help you in terms of SEO. Lastly, you need to make sure that you geotag your images for local relevance. Now, what does geotagging mean and how it's going to help you? So website like geoimgr.com, you can come over here. You need to drop your image. For this example, I'll just drop the thumbnail of this course. And right here, you'll find that once I upload my image, I could add the location. So I could add, let's just say, I can search for this area. So I have this latitude and longitude which I can add in my image. So this earlier, this Geo IMGR used to be a free service, but now I think it's paid. So you need to pay in order to make use of this feature. You add this thing, show up your geo tags. You could add alt text right here itself. You could add keywords to the image, and then you could download this image and upload on your website. So that's what you do. I hope you guys enjoyed watching this lecture and found some valuable content out of it. If you have any questions, you can always drop it down below and I'll make sure to answer them as quick as I can. Alrighty guys, in today's on-page SEO video lecture, you'll learn all the secrets of on-page SEO that I don't think any SEO guru shares on the internet. So what I'd like to share with you are 6 elements of on-page that will actually make a high impact on your campaign. So I do not want to waste any time. Let's get directly into it. So the very first thing you need to focus on when doing your on-page SEO is you need to understand the intent. The intent of the keyword is going to determine what type of content you need to write first and foremost, and what type of content you are going to optimize. Now I'm going to give you a few examples, so bear with me here. Let's say I am writing content for Lumber Houston. So the intent here is that Google is rewarding home pages and service pages. If I could just view these pages on a new tab, you'll find that this is a home page. You'll see right here. You can find that there are services listed. There is recognition that they are displaying their awards that they've won so far. The blogs, mini blog section, you'll find why choose us. There is some Google reviews embedded right inside the website, which is a really great thing. And at the bottom, you'll find different awards that they've won and so on. So this is like a home page. Let's look at another plumbing website that we found from the listing of our search query. Again, this is a home page you'll find right here. So this is not a home page. I would say rather this is a service page. You can see right here. This is a service page. Let's open a new website. Right here, you'll find another home page. So I hope you do get the point about Google rewarding home pages and service pages. Since our search has a commercial intent, right? You can see right here, we are looking for a service in a particular area. So you can't write a blog article and rank for a plumber Houston as the search query. So whatever service or whatever keyword you are thinking about optimizing for, it's going to be a great idea to go over Google, look at the current results, and see what type of page is Google rewarding. Because if you write the wrong page, you could do all the on-page SEO in the world, and at the end, it's not going to help you rank. Tip number 2 is what type of page is Google rewarding. You know the intent of the keyword and what type of page is Google rewarding. They go hand in hand. So that's exactly why I jumped right into tip number 2 when I was explaining tip number 1. Because we need to understand, okay, what is intent and what is Google rewarding. Let me give you another example. I will just search for how to fix a leak. So this applies to affiliate websites, e-commerce stores, and even local business websites. So if I just scroll down, you could take a look at this. Here is one website, another one. So here we have 5 quick steps to make a water leak repair. There is another blog post right here which explains step by step how to fix a leaky pipe. So what can I conclude from this? I can say that Google is rewarding an inner page that's going to give tips about fixing a leaky pipe. And it's looking like multiple ways to do it. You could see right here, there are 5 quick steps. There are 4 ways to fix a leaky pipe. So there are multiple ways to do it, right? Now, video also in this case could do very well. So a page that's going to have 4 or 5 tips that includes a video along with it will potentially do very well. So always look at the keyword and the intent. This plays massively into part of your on-page optimization. So what I'm exactly saying is that don't optimize around wrong intent. That's exactly what I'm getting at here. Let's move on to next tip. What's the average word count? Let's have another example. Let's use an affiliate site as an example this time. How to get a home loan fast is the search query that I've entered. Now, if I take a look at this, I will find mostly all the banking websites because they want to sell their home loans and things like that. but there are also different websites who are actually affiliate partners to these other private loan firms, and just sharing all the different things. So the intent we talked about, what's Google rewarding, what we are going to do is come up with average word count here for each and every page. So I'll just open few of the websites on another tab right here. I'll click on these, and once I go over these websites, I have one extension called as SEO Quake. You can use it for your Chrome browser for free of cost, and I'll just click on page info. Once I go here and I scroll down, I'll find that the total number of words used for this particular page is 3539. So I'll just copy this. I'll go to calculator. I'll paste the value right here, which was 3539, I believe it was. So I'll just add the word count with another page also. So here again, page info, I'll see 1890. I'll go in calculator. So that was 1890. So we'll go to this website. We'll see their average word count. So it is 1176. Let's go right here. We'll select 1176. So in total, we get 6605, and we actually looked at 3 websites. So we'll divide this by 3 because we want to find average. So the average word count is 2201. So I'll just open up a new notepad. I'll paste the average word count. Alright. Now what I'm getting at here is we want to actually find the word count. This is very important. Every keyword that you want to rank for, you need to understand what word count Google is rewarding. It's mandatory. You can get away with writing more and you can get away with writing less. But if you're going to do SEO, which means search engine optimization, and O stands for optimization, that means we want to be optimal or optimizing for search. We want to optimize our content for best probability of being able to rank, right? So I don't want to guess. There's no guesswork here. What's Google rewarding? What's the average? That's what you write. Period. End of statement. So I have just made a list of the things that I will require before I write my content. So the average word count required in order for me to write content to rank my page for a particular keyword would be 2201. And I just pulled out the first 3 websites which were ranking. You can see right here the first 3 websites that are ranking. The very first one I could use that too, but you get the point that the first 5 results that you see on the first page itself, you need to calculate the average word count of that. Alright. Next step is going to be about average heading count or average heading amount. Let's use a different example in a different niche. So this way you'll know that no matter what, whether you are doing a local SEO or affiliate or e-commerce store or informational content or selling a service or a product using a local business, SEO at the end will almost remain the same. You have to understand that what is Google rewarding and whether it is optimized to the SERP or not. That's all you need to know. Of course, having good title, meta description, URL, optimized images, the other pieces do play around and are good starting off points. What I'm giving you is most impactful elements on on-page SEO. Now, 99.99% of the time, there's only going to be one H1 tag. What we are trying to determine is what's the average subheadings that we need in total. We know that there are total 6 heading tags: H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6. Although Google and other search engines do not actually, prioritize H4, H5 and H6 tags so much, but they do give importance to H2, H3 and H1 tags. So I'll just jump back to my Google search and I have searched for a query which is best laptops. So you can see right here, we are looking for some products. We are looking to purchase something. There is a transactional intent. And now this time around, I'm going to use another extension, which is called, SEO Pro by Marketing Syrup. The extension which I used previously was SEO Quake. You can find both of these extensions on Chrome store, and you can add them for free of cost. So right here for the search query, I'll find bunch of different websites, alright? But what I need is the top 3 results. So I'll just open the top 3 results in a new tab, and right here I'll open up the SEO Pro extension by Marketing Syrup. You can find I have one H1 tag in this title, in this page itself. There are 6 H2 tags and 29 H3. So we can first calculate the H2 tags first. So this particular has 6 H2 tags. This one has another website. I'm looking into another website. This has 2 H2 tags. So 6 plus 2 is 8. And this one, which is the third website, has 11. So we had 8 and 11, so that is 19. So let's divide 19 by 3 and we will get about 6 H2 tags we require for our content. So 6 H2 required. Let's see how many H3 are there. So we have 29. So we'll add 29 here. 29 plus over here we have about 25. So let me add 25, and for the third website, we'll add 28. So 29, 25 and 28 divided by 3. So about 27 H3 tags are required. So this is the list that we have found. Now you're going to see discrepancies. Like here you saw that this particular website had about 7 H2, 6 or 7 H2 tags. This had just 2 H2 tags, while this had about 11 H2 tags. So there is a big discrepancy because Google is going to be ranking not just based on page, but other factors too. That's why I'm showing you how to get average count for all these different things, whether it's average word count or average heading count. I want the average of the top performers. I want to get into the search engine results page, and that's what I want to share with you by doing this procedure. Moving on, how many headings have the keywords? This is so important. This piece of optimization is high impact. Okay, so in your SERP, count the headers and how many keywords does the heading have in it. So here's how we do it. We'll go to Google. We'll search for something like personal injury lawyers in LA. So here you'll find the first result in terms of organic listing is Forbes. So don't look at high authority sites like these, like Forbes is one of the example, because they are probably are ranking due to other factors other than on page. I'm not saying that their pages are not optimized for on page, but it's like you are a startup and comparing yourself with an MNC. You want to be comparing to high performing other startups instead, right? So what are we going to do over here in order to find the number of keywords present in the headings is that we'll actually make use of this mathematical equation that number of heading, or I would say H tags like this. So it's pretty easy to understand that the number of heading tags with exact or variation of our keyword or the key phrase, whatever we find the value should be divided by total number of headings that are present in that particular web page. And using this formula, we'll find the average percentage of keywords present in the headings of other pages, and we would want our page to have the average percentage of the keyword in the heading more than our competitors. So let's just find how we can do this. I'll go back to my search query. I'll just open up few of the pages which I think are of law firms. So right here I have opened up few of the pages, and I'll click on SEO Quick extension. I'll click on page info. I'll scroll down to the part where I will find the keyword that they are looking for. So right here you can see injury is appearing in H1 tag. Personal is appearing in again H1 tag. you'll find this is appearing in the page title, this is found in the meta description, and so on. So again, we're gonna form a list like this. So I'm not gonna go in detail and find the exact things. I would rather, quickly jump back to the slides and show you the last secret that will help you rank your websites in terms of on-page SEO. Now, considering the same search query, for example, we know our primary keyword was personal injury lawyer. It's a 5-word phrase, right? Now, what does this density of a primary keyword actually mean? What is density of those 5 words inside of that page? So basically what you do is you go back to the page, you use SEO Quick. You can see right here, we'll just open up SEO Quick, we'll go to page info and we'll search for repeats. You'll find the repeats, the number of times this particular keyword has been repeated in the page. And utilizing this value, we are gonna go slightly above in terms of the keyword frequency in our content. So this is only going to help us. That's it. That's the aim. These are the 6 most impactful on-page optimization tips that I don't think anyone is sharing. I can assure you, if you start doing these and applying these tactics in your on-page SEO strategy, I guarantee you your rankings will increase and you will get much better results. If you need any help with this, make sure you leave your question down below and I'll make sure to answer them as soon as I can. Alright guys, so in this video, I'd love to share with you a way to properly optimize or get the perfect homepage. Oftentimes what I find is business owners get their About Us or Meet the Team page confused with their homepage. They're oftentimes optimizing their homepage for About Us and all these different services that they offer, and then they struggle to rank their internal pages or struggle to rank for their own brand. So what I'd like to walk you through right now is I'll draw it out for you and I'm gonna give you a step-by-step of SEOing the perfect homepage, or at least a variation of a perfect homepage, because I know there is no such thing as a perfect in this world. So right here, I've pulled up my whiteboard and here's what we are gonna do. Now consider that this little rectangle box right here is the homepage. Alright. Now design CRO are separate than the SEO itself. Alright. So what I'm going to walk you through here is the perfect homepage and how we can optimize around our brand, so that way we are not competing with the internal pages and we can at least get and convey the proper information to our potential customers. Okay, so let's go ahead and start getting into this. So anytime we are on a web page, there is always a title tag. Let's pretend the name of our brand is Net Mafia SEO Company. So I am going to set the title of this page as Net Mafia SEO Company. Now this title tag would show up on the SERP results. I would say search engine results page. Whenever someone finds SEO company or searches this SEO company keyword in their search engine like Google or Bing, they would find obviously few organic search results or organic listings. Now if the title of my page contains this word, I have made this as my branded title web page, right? So this is what I'm going to use. Next is that you're going to have an H1 tag for your page. Now generally only one H1 tag is used for your web page. Again, this is going to be, I'll just duplicate this and instead of title, I'll just use H1 tag. Now why is my H1 tag and title tag the same? You have learned in the previous videos, I have just taught this in the previous videos, that H1 tag and the title tag content cannot be the same. You have to add some variations in your H1 tag. Even though plugins like Yoast SEO or Rank Math might make the H1 tag the same as your title tag, but you have to jumble up or mix up the words in your H1 tag to make it more relevant, right? But then why am I contradicting my own statement by making the title and H1 tag the same? Because we want to make the homepage branded. Now I know that you offer a magnitude of multiple services, and that's why you'll have a header at the top with a drop down menu, and that's why you'll have internal blocks on the page itself, and at the bottom you'll also have a footer, right? That's the basic structure or layout of any web page, not just the home page I'm talking about. So when we are talking about optimization zones like the title tag and the H1 tag, this is for optimization of the page that we are on. So we don't want to be talking about services like website SEO, e-commerce SEO, local SEO, YouTube SEO, Amazon SEO, etc., etc. If you have multiple services, we want to put those in our title tag. We want to put those in our footers. We might want to have a paragraph text or a text on page that's sized differently in order to convey that message. But at the end of the day, what we really want is we want to optimize around our brand name. And then I'll give you some instances for other pages. Alright? So again, now in no particular order, this is generally what we want to see our title and our H1 tag, which will be the same as our brand name. So let's just say we have an H2 tag, who is something I would write something like, let's just say the H2 tag contains the text which will be who is behind Net Mafia. Okay, there seems to be some typo error, behind Net Mafia SEO company. So over here, oftentimes what I'll find is business owners will create an About Us page separately. But this used to be important many years ago. And maybe for a blog, maybe then it isn't important. Because when I see a lot of information online related to blogs or affiliate, I would want to get to know the person before I, gather the knowledge from that web page or even purchase a product or a service through that link. So that is also one of the reasons why even my company website has an About Us page, despite my company being a service-based company. But since I publish blogs on a regular basis and I put out informational and occasionally some commercial content, I would like to, present myself to the viewers before they, gather the knowledge from my blog post. There has to be some kind of authority and build trust with your viewers. And basically, that's why you would need an About Us page. But generally speaking, if you are offering services or you are a service-based business, you wouldn't necessarily require an additional About Us page. You would essentially add that within your homepage itself. You will have other pages like Meet the Team if you have other people working along with you within your company, or you have multiple different branches across the state, and you would like to showcase all the people who are working under you, and that's the only reason why you would essentially want a Meet the Team page. All right. Other than the Meet the Team page, you would also want a Contact Us page where you would list down the name, address, and phone number to maintain the the NAP across the citations and continue the consistency. So essentially, you rather use Meet the Team and give a brief description of who you are, and then talk about your team members and more about the team, and then drill about them in an additional page. So all in all, the home page is here's who we are, here's what we do, here's where we do our services, here's our team, here's how to contact us, and all other things. Does that make sense to you all? Alright, let's do another H2 tag. I'll just make a duplicate of this, and within this H2, I'll add something like why hire Net Mafia SEO company. Alright. Let me also add question mark at the end. Alright, so this is an h2 tag. Now we can have an h3 also in this page. Let me first structure this in a hierarchy way. Title will be right here, h1 will be under this, h2 will be like this, h2 again will be like this, and now h3 will be somewhere like here. So I'll just do h3, and the content will be, what does Net Mafia SEO company do? Alright, so this is what I'll put up in my h3 tag, and here you could lay down where we have our paragraph tag, and you could go on and write everything in detail. So within the paragraph text, I could add details. Here I'll just keep things simple and I will keep this as details. So this would be details about what does Net Mafia SEO company do? What do they generally do in terms of SEO? Do they just focus on page? Do they just focus on off page and link building? Or they take every little aspect of SEO, whether it is on page, off page, technical, auditing your website, setting up your Google search console and analytics, everything. Is that something that Net Mafia SEO company do? If so, you list down all the details within the paragraph text. Alright, so this is how you do, and then you could play around by sizing it a bit differently, and we could say that services like local SEO is offered, e-commerce SEO is offered, YouTube SEO, Amazon SEO, are other bunch of different SEOs services that are offered by Net Mafia SEO company. Alright, now one thing that I am noticing right now over here is that while I was creating title for the homepage, I forgot to list down meta description, which goes hand in hand with the title, because the title and the meta description would show up on the SERPs rather than within the homepage itself. So before a person lands up on our website, they would actually see the results on their Google search results. Now, in order to make them actually want to click on that link so that they will be redirected to our homepage, we have to craft compelling title and meta description. So the meta description, what it's going to contain? It's going to be something like, let me just write it down right here, meta description. And I would say something like the primary service that we offer, followed by a hyphen, and then I could add address. Then again I would add a hyphen, and then the phone number, and lastly a call to action, or call to action would contain something like call now. Alright, so this could contain something like call now. Alright, let me just extend the size of my this rectangle box so that it fits the content properly. Alright, so this is basically an SEO structure. Right now we are building a page from an SEO standpoint. So our title would be the primary keyword, which is SEO company, and it has to be branded. The same goes with our h1 tag, you can see right here. Then within the web page itself, you'll add a bunch of different h2s and h3s and the paragraph text, which will contain all the details. Now we have covered that, how to go about it, that how many h2s, how many h3s do we need on our web page to beat out our competition. We have covered that in the last lecture, so I'm not gonna reiterate over that again, but I hope you get the crux of it. Lastly, we would also want something like an h4 tag, where I could, want user to take some action before they just bounce off from the page. So I can add something along the lines of, let's just add an h4 tag. So I'll just add this, and I'll say h4 tag, something like how to hire, Net Mafia SEO company. I'm not gonna write everything in detail. I'm just arranging this over here. This is an H4 tag, and then you could put information about the company, which would be in the paragraph text again. So I'll just make a duplicate. I'll add it right here. And this details, we are not talking about the design itself, right? Whatever I'm structuring right here, we are not just taking into consideration about the design. We are considering in terms of SEO. And this is generally you optimize the homepage of your local business website. All right. Let's furthermore get into this localization, because this content structure will be on our homepage. So right here, I'll just extend my this box right here. Let me just do it like this. I hope so you guys can see this entire rectangle white box. All right. I'll also arrange the content in a way that it appears as the body of my web page. Fine. Let me just grab all the text. Fine. Here's what we have. And I could maybe I could change the font size so that we could fit all the other content. All right. This is how it will go. Now, at the top of any web page, not just your home page, but within your website, obviously you are going to have a navigation bar from where people would click on a different internal pages. So right here, let me just add one separator or a stroke, which will form something like this. So at the top, this is like a navigation bar. Here you would add your header, the header tag. All right. Then you would add something like meet the team. And just below the meet the team, you would want to add this as a drop down. So I will add something like, let me just put it like this, that we have a privacy policy page. Then I have the terms page. Then I have GDRP page. So all these things would actually show up. Let me just drag it down a little bit. And just give me a moment so that I can, place it right down here. Fine. And within this, I would like to leave some space. And yeah, this is exactly how I would want to show up. Then we'll have the services option, right? Services, and just below that, we would offer a bunch of different services. So service 1, service 2, service 3, and so on and so forth. So this is another option, a drop down menu. And lastly, we would have a contact us page, where we would add the name, address, phone number. We might even embed the Google Maps within the web page, and can add an appointment booking plugin and access to your calendar so that they can book appointments and so on. It depends, but what you'll need to follow is the name, address, and phone number, and preferably also embed the Google Maps embed. Fine. So this is what you would want to add. One additional thing that I would suggest is that just besides your H1 and H2 tags, I would want you to add a form as well. So this form is basically something like a fill-up form, where people would fill up their name, their email address, and what exactly are they looking from the company. So are they looking for some purchase? What kind of inquiry they would like to make? And based on those inputs, you could follow up to that warm lead. Now, I know I'm not going to go in detail about how you should conduct your business, but this is an ideal way to get more conversion on your website in terms of SEO structuring for your homepage. All right. What you do not want to do is put secondary pages. For instance, if you are putting up keywords like local SEO Mumbai or local SEO New York in your H1 tag or H2 tag, we do not want to optimize our homepage for that particular keyword. Why? Because we have a separate page that's about that topic itself. It is already optimized for that keyword. So this is essentially how you make your branded homepage in your header. You'll have your main stuff right here at the body. What we do over here is where we are, where you can find us, meet our team. You can drill down on the topics, but the homepage is to be branded. And this is how I would do it if I were to start all over again. The heading tags are for the optimization, not for the primary keyword that belongs on other pages that we are optimized for, but you're only competing with yourself if you do that. You will be double optimizing a page. You're essentially going to be a victim of keyword cannibalization. You're not going to get any extra credit for it if you are ranking for a particular keyword for which you have already made a separate service page and you're using that same keyword within your homepage itself. You're just going to get demoted. So I hope this was helpful for you. And just by laying out the homepage to make it more branded for a local business. One last thing before I end this lecture is, after you put out the body content, which is right here, you would also essentially want a footer at the bottom of the page. So let me add a separator where you'll have a footer. Now this footer again would contain the title of the page, alright? Then in the middle, you would essentially help people to navigate between different pages of your website. So you could list down all the pages, all the internal pages like your services, your blogs and so on. So you do not want to, redirect to a drop down like services. You would essentially want S1, S2 and stuff like that. So this is how you would want to list down all the pages in your drop down menu. You could also redirect the traffic to your social media profiles. That is a really great way to build trust and credibility around the space. So social media profile or social media links, I would say. And again, lastly, I would add the name, address, phone number, and if possible, you could also add Google Maps embed. Alright. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to leave it down below, and I look forward to seeing you in my next video. Take care. Alright guys, so in this video, I'll be showing you all how to create a compelling content piece using AI that'll help your website rank in no time. Like seriously, no kidding. And it's not as simple as you can see on my screen right now. This is just ChatGPT page. We are not gonna use ChatGPT solely to create content pieces for our website, but we'll be using one of the most powerful tools that I've found quite some time ago, and I have a first-hand experience using it, and let me tell you that it's really game changer. So the app is called Phrase.io. You could just go to over Google and search for Phrase.io. Once you click on the first listing that you would see, you'll be redirected to a page like this. Now you could get started for free by not entering any of your card details, but you'll be restricted to creating only one document, that is one blog post or one piece of content, and it has some integrated AI features, functionalities using which you can write some content. So you won't have to actually jump between ChatGPT and Phrase.io again and again, but you'll be restricted to using only 2500 words or so, if I remember correctly, with the free version. Now, this free version is just so that you could get an idea how this app works, and just to see results that how much benefits you're reaping out by using this tool. Once you start making money, you could just opt for the paid plans, and it's pretty cheap, I would say. So you could get started for free. And previously we have seen that the 6 best on-page SEO secrets that nobody is telling you, and it contained that you need to first analyze what your competitors are using. We need to calculate the average word count, the average heading tags, the average keyword stuffed in the in their heading tags, and so on and stuff like. Correct. So let me tell you that using this application, using this tool, you wouldn't have to do that thing because it's gonna do it for you. So this is how the page would look like once. We'll just write everything from scratch. I'm not just gonna skip like that. I'll take you through every little thing of this tool, and we'll create content. So once you create a document by entering your keyword that you want to rank for, all you'll see first is all the competitors and people who are ranking organically, and it'll scrape out the data for you. So it will show you the average words that you'll need in your blog post. So in this screenshot, you can see there are 3,302 words minimum required to beat out your competition. You'll need 24 headers. You'll need 43 outbound or inbound links. Inbound is something that you're redirecting to few of your internal pages, and outbound is something you're outsourcing, or you're linking out to some different blog posts of different websites. Then at least 10 images are required, and so on. So it will also give you live score about how much does this content weigh in terms of SEO. So you can see the average score is 45, and once you go past it, your chances of ranking higher than your competitors increases. Now, there is no actually guarantee, but let me tell you that at least in terms of on-page, you can completely rely on this tool to create blog posts and even your service pages for that matter. But I wouldn't recommend you all to stick with this for creating service pages, simply because the kind of services that your competitors are offering might not be the same that you are offering. So in that case, I would suggest you all to manually calculate the average word count, the average heading count, and what kind of content in general they are utilizing in order for those service pages ranking on SERPs, right? So this would be a great starting off point, I would say. And you won't actually need to hire a content writer and pay them hundreds and thousands of dollars every single month. So you'll save out a bunch of money by utilizing this tool. And if you're scaling as an agency owner and you're outsourcing your work to other blog writers, I think this is the best thing that could happen to you. It's a one-stop shop solution for creating on-page, for creating content pieces for your website or your client's website, I should say. So the thing I was actually saying about, but I digressed a little bit, is that even though this app is super great in terms of creating content pieces and ranking and just excelling in terms of on-page SEO, there are other factors which will help you rank higher on search results, like the domain authority, the number of links which are coming into your particular web page. It could be a bunch of other things as well. So this is not just limited that you are gonna write content using this tool and it will instantly help you rank. This is one of the ways you can help your content rank higher on search results, right? So what I said that it will help you rank in no time, it's not that I was just blabbering out. I was genuinely meaning it, because I'll also teach you all how to actually perform link building, work on your off-page SEO, work on the technical SEO side. So if all the three pillars of your website are strong and you're creating content on a consistent basis, definitely you can actually help your content pieces rank on your search results, and it will help you get a lot of traffic, right? So without wasting any time, let's just jump right into it. So right here, I have this kind of a page you would see after signing up, and it would ask you to enter the search query for which you would like to create a document for. So I'm just going to paste the keyword, which is how to verify my business on Google. Now, we have seen earlier how to do keyword research using different AI tools and different tools and different metrics which are important to consider while narrowing down which particular keywords you would like to rank for. So after creating that kind of an Excel sheet, I am using this keyword to actually create a content for, right? And as you know, the intent behind this is informational. This is not a commercial, transactional, or even a navigational intent. It's purely informational. And I think for informational search intents, this tool could be very useful. In terms of navigational, commercial, and transactional, I would say you could take a help of this app, but I wouldn't say completely relying on it. It is best to be used for informational search intent content pieces, and it will generally help, at least get visibility for your website. Fine. Once you do this, you can select the country for which you would like to rank for, and you can select the language as well. So I'll just stick with the default settings and I'll create a document. You can see right here, the free trial includes one document, one search query, and 2.5 thousand AI words. That is about 2,500 AI words that it can write for you. Once we click on this, you can see right here, we can start the research process, and it will just pull out all the statistics which are there about our competitors, and it is just going to pull up all the stats right here. Now, using those stats, what you can do is you could just pull out all the edge tags, heading tags, the title tags, the FAQ section, and bits and pieces that is helping your competitors rank higher on search results. You could reverse engineer their process to help you beat them. All right. That's what SEO is all about. At least in terms of on page, this is what you do. You essentially spy on your competitors. You see what kind of strategy they are using, and you try to reverse engineer their process and try to emulate what they are doing. All right. So by doing this process, it is definitely going to help you rank higher on search results. So let us just give it some time. And while it is processing, we'll wait. And, I'll just skip to that part where it has loaded everything. All right. So the research process has, ended. And here you can see that it is showing up all the SERP results that people are ranking for. So here you would find that people also ask section. So within Google itself, whenever someone enters this particular keyword, they would find this in their Google search. So we could answer these questions in the FAQ section of our blog post. Now, I always recommend you all to stick with some kind of a structure. Let me just show you what kind of a structure you all should follow when it comes to creating your blog post. So assume that right here we have your blog post. So this is generally a structure that I usually follow in my business website. So at the top, you could have an image. Now this will be a featured image. Now this image will be shown in your SERPs as well. All right. So this image, let me just write image, and what I'll do is, yeah. So I hope you get the point about image being like this. Since I have to fit everything within this space, I have just created my featured image size a little bit smaller. Now just below that, I would add the excerpt text. All right. Now excerpt would show up. Excerpt is basically like, I would say, a small or a brief description about what the content piece is all about. It's going to give a quick idea about whether this blog post is even worth giving a read or not. Now this won't show up in your SERPs. Why? Because this is not a meta description. It's an excerpt of a blog post. But if this is not going to be show up on our, Google SERPs, then why should we include this in our blog post? Yes, that's a really great question. So this can come in handy when you actually have a blog post section, a blog page where you have a bunch of different blogs. So this is how it would look like. So at the top, you have something like, let's say, blogs, and just below it, you have a bunch of different blogs where you will have the image, then the title of the blog, and then the excerpt of that post. So, a bunch of different blog posts you could line up like a product. So let me just do it. So like this, I would say, let me just undo. I'll just make a duplicate here, another duplicate, oops, another duplicate like this, like here. So something like this. So at the top you have the image, the title of the blog post and the excerpt. So when someone is just landing on your website, the homepage, and they would like to see all the blog posts that you are publishing, they could just click on the blog's page or the blog's, I would say, header menu, and they will be redirected to the page where they would see bunch of different blogs that you have published so far. Or you could also include this within the homepage itself. All right. So this is how you can show up, and the excerpt will get displayed right here. Fine. Now, just below the excerpt, I would recommend you all to create key takeaways section. Key takeaways. Now, this key takeaways would actually conclude what the entire blog post is about in bullet points. So these are like a quick, I would say, quick snippets which Google will analyze it and will show up in SERPs. All right. If I search for, let's say, what is dividend investing, and the first thing that shows up, the definition that a dividend is typically a cash payout, etc., whatever blabbering is there over here, this is being pulled out as your search snippet. You can see it's featured snippets. How is Google able to extract this as featured snippets? Obviously, if you write all the relevant and actually meaningful content within the start of the blog post, Google will be able to capture all that and display it as your featured snippet. So you could include all the key takeaways in bullet points. So you could write bullet point 1, then bullet point 2, and so on and so forth. So I hope you get the point about using key takeaways in your blog. Then it would, or what you could do within this blog post itself, you could use image as an overlay. You could use your image as a background overlay. Right here, let me just write this as an image. And here you could write the H1 tag. All right. This is an H1 tag. Now H1 tag, as you know, should contain your keyword. It should be a little bit different than your title tag. Title tag should also contain the keyword, but the keyword should appear at the start. I'm not gonna reiterate over and over again about the things that we have already discussed in the past. All right. This was just a quick recap about what we have been covered so far. Fine. Now below key takeaways, I would follow this kind of a procedure where I have this as, I would say here I have an image. So let me just draw it out like this. I have one image. Now just below this image, I would use an H2 tag. All right. I would use an H2 tag, which is relevant to the content that I have, also has a variation of the keyword. And below this H2, I would have the paragraph text. Fine. And I would kind of repeat this process. I could mix around with H3 and H2, H4 also, but we'll see that, you know, how many H2s are required as suggested by phrase and so on. Now, lastly, at the end, when you complete writing your entire blog post, I would recommend you all to include a conclusion section. Now, how is this going to help and what you should include in the conclusion section? So basically, in conclusion, you sum up what your entire blog post is about and you actually come to a conclusion. It's like a decision. Just to give an example, let's say the topic is about, let's say, on-page versus off-page SEO, which is more important in terms of SEO. So at the end, even though both go hand in hand and both needs to be important, but let's just stay for a moment that I say in conclusion. So to conclude this blog article, I can write something like that. Link building is better because it helps you, create authority and increase your domain authority and domain rating in Google size and makes your content more authoritative around the space, around your niche, and which will eventually help on-page SEO rank. So I could include this. And in the conclusion, what is most important is that you include a call to action. So CTA in the end, which makes your user want to actually book an appointment or at least contact you to explore more about your services or products that you sell. So this is about conclusion. And after conclusion, I include something called as FAQ. So FAQ section is frequently asked questions, where you list down all the questions suggested by phrase, you can see people also ask. You can include this within your FAQ section and you answer them. Again, this will help you get featured snippets in Google search results. So we want to optimize our content in the best possible way. All right. You need to do all this stuff, and you could go slightly above and beat out your competition by adding one more area, something called as, I would say, this is called as table of contents. Table of contents, where they will have a bunch of different topics that they could jump around. So H2. So here the H2 will be written. Then there will be H3, a bunch of different H3s, a bunch of different H4s. So at the start of the content itself, they could just click and they will be scrolled down to that particular H2 part. So this is how, you could help your user get straight to the point. Fine. So this is table of content. It actually helps, increase your audience or viewer retention rate. And just below table of content, I would also like to add a section which would be recently published posts. So here you could arrange the first or the last two published blogs or articles, right? All right. So I hope this makes sense to you all, and you all followed this, this structure of creating a blog post. Now that you have understood this structure, this is not in terms of design. Again, you could play around with the design. This could be in the left hand side. This could be the right hand side. It doesn't matter. What matters is that what kind of what all things you need. These are the mandatory things that you need in your blog post in order for your page to rank higher on SERPs. Fine. So these are the things that are required, and let's get into creating the blog post itself. So right here, you could see that we have different tabs. Here is the SERP, here is the outline, here is optimize, and here we have links. Now, once we come over optimize, you would see when you are writing content, you'll find that what is the average word count required? How many average headers do we need? How many average links do we need? Now, this is a cumulative of internal linkings and external links. You could add 2 external links and maybe 7 internal links. It doesn't matter, but you need to get more than 9 links in your blog post and at least 2 images within the post itself. And you could see these are a bunch of different keywords that needs to be stuffed within the blog post. Now, stuffed is not a great word to be used because we are not actually using any black hat techniques. We want to actually make use of this in a relevant fashion. So ideally, since the topic of the blog post is how to verify my business on Google. So obviously, this is related to GMB, which is Google My Business. And Google Business Profile is a variation of GMB, right? So we could incorporate these kind of keywords within our blog post, which would go hand in hand with our content and it would make relevant. Fine. So this is the H1 tag of our title, or I would say this is the H1 tag of our blog post. Then you have SERP. Now using this SERP, what you could do is you could just copy right here in this, this button. You could just paste this within the page. Now these are all the questions that will answer as a part of our FAQ. So I could add something like FAQs. And I can even format this instead of the paragraph text. I could make this as an H3 tag. Fine. Or I could even make this as H2 and make these each and every questions as my H3 tag. And that's going to help me a lot because Google, as we have discussed previously also, it analyzes the H1, 2 and 3 tags more fast than any other tags. Fine. So this is how you add the FAQ section. Then we have a bunch of different ones. So we could just click over here and we could see. Let me just go back over here. Right here you could see this is kind of an H1 tag. You could see we are not gonna simply use the keyword itself, but we want some kind of relevant words which will make sense to our keyword itself, right? We want to make the blog post relevant. We can't just write the keyword itself within the H1 tag. So we have a bunch of different ideas to be used as our H1 tag, which is verify your business on Google, which is Google Business Profile Help, right? This is from Google official website itself. You can see there the domain rating is 99. There are about 4 links, outbound or internal links. There are about 1100 words and they rank number 1. So there is no way that you're going to beat Google because Google has 99 domain authority. But at least what you could do is you could rank 2, 3, 4, 5, or at least in the first page itself, right? So this is, even the second result is occupied by Google, because obviously, since we are talking about how to verify my business on Google, it is completely, it's Google space. Because if you're talking about Jack, and if Jack is not answering question about himself, who else is going to answer it? Would you listen from Nina, who is not Jack? No. If you're asking a question related to Jack, you would rather listen from Jack himself, right? So this is something like that. Over here, you can see a bunch of different H1 tags that you could use within your content. So right here, what I will do is instead of just beating out Google, you can see right here, this website has 18 DA. If you manage to get high quality backlinks and your domain has maybe let's say 20, 30 or even 40, which is really great domain rating, you could easily beat out your competition, this particular domain, and you could rank number 5 for this. They are just using 52 words within their blog post. So they have a mini article, I would assume, and you could beat them by, having more domain authority within the website. This website has 19 DA and it's ranking number 3. So you can see this is so low difficult and high volume keyword that it has 1100 keywords, and I think it must be getting a pretty good traffic. So let's try to copy the H1 tag that the person is using, this website is using. So here the H1 tag says how to verify your Google My Business. So it's like exactly the same keyword used, and that too in the first place. And then it has 2024 methods, right? So you can see Google My Business Profile, or what you could do is instead of like this, you could stick with how to verify your business on Google, and then I could write 2024 methods. Instead of this, I could write expert techniques, right? Something more catchy, something more clickbaity, something more prove you as the authority in this space. So expert techniques, or I would say 2024 hacks. So if you include the year, it makes your content new and fresh. So you could make use of something like this, all right? And this will be your H1 tag. So let me just paste it right here. And right now you can see the score is literally 0 because we haven't actually started with creating content itself. Here you have the H1 tag. Here you have the different FAQ section. Fine. Now the H2 tag. Here you have how to get your business verified on Google. Google My Business verification methods. So here are different methods. So instant verification is one of the methods, video verification, postcard verification, phone call verification. Now these sort of keywords, these sort of heading tags, which actually contains the keyword itself, like it's straight to the point. You can't just play around and add fluff to it. So in this case, it doesn't make sense to, add things which I would say that is largely different from your competitors. So I'll add all the H3 tags within my web page, and I'll make sure that they are following the same heading tag format. And I'll also add this as the H2 tag, which will back this H3 tags. So instead of this H2 tag, I could play around and say something like various GMB verification methods. Now I can just simply, keep on writing about things without even considering whether I'm including all the keywords or not. So I'll just go back. I'll go to optimize, and right here I will see, as soon as I click on optimize, you'll see that phrase will automatically highlight all the keywords which are being used. So all the keywords which are highlighted in green color, that means they have exceeded the recommended amount of time that needs to be used, and yellow means that you're almost close to reaching the minimum number that you need in your article. Red highlight would mean that you're using it not appropriately, I would say. So you need more of those keywords, right? So you could actually see that various, instead of GMV, I could write various Google Business Profile Verification method. So various Google Business Profile Verification methods. So right here you can see earlier we had only 4%. Now we have jumped to 9%. So it's like a 5% increase just by writing Google Business Profile, right? So you can see we are using one keyword. Now just by using Google Business Profile, we are like, making use of two keywords at once. So this is business profile and this is Google Business Profile, right? So this is how we do it. So here we have instant verification, video verification, postcard, phone call, email verification, and a bunch of different things, right? Let's go back to our SERP. And first we'll just, instead of just optimizing right then and there, we'll first actually import all the heading tags that are required. Since our page says that we need at least 11 headers, or sorry, 9 headers, I would say, and 11 has already been used because we have an FAQ section as well. So I think if we go about 20 to 30% more than the recommended one, we are pretty much good to go, right? So about 30% of 9, how much is it? So I could use 1.3 into 9. So that is about 12 headers would be good enough. So we are almost 30% more than the recommended one. But I could add more. We can never go wrong by adding more and more heading tags, right? So right here, I have a bunch of different things. So what to do after verification is also really great thing. And you can see instead of FAQs, it makes more sense to add frequently asked questions. All right. And in the bracket also, I could add FAQs. Fine. So frequently asked questions. All right. This is H2. And how to get your business verified on Google. So let's add this one. Again, this is a really low difficult. I would say this is a really easy keyword to rank for, and you would want to start with those keyword itself, right? And that's why you would find that it's so easy to optimize and in a very fast fashion. And right after listing out all the different ways, we need to also showcase that what to do after that verification. What else needs to be done, right? So let's see what other people are doing. So you can see right here, some website has just video verification, or you could write it something like that: verify with video verification, verify your profile with a postcard. So instead of just postcard verification, you could play around and make different variations of it by making use of this kind of H3 tag, right? So other than that, what other things that we can make use of? Let's see. Okay, verify via email, verify. All right. So I think this is pretty much it. These are all the heading tags that are required for our web page. But we need content itself. We need the details of the web page, right? So just below this, how to get your business verified on Google. If I wanted to write this content for this H2 tag using AI, what I'll do is I'll just hit space and I will ask AI to write anything about it. So here I could add a section, or I could tell the AI to come up with SEO optimized title ideas or article outline and maybe things like that. But I could just use command enter to write for this particular H2 tag, right? So you can see that it's just listing out each and everything, and it has stopped right here because it wants you to first verify whatever content it has written so far. Does it make sense? And does it align with your website and the content that you want to rank for? If so, you could continue by using, command enter again. So by just entering command enter, it will just keep on writing next part. Fine. So here you can see that getting your business verified on Google is an essential step, and so on and so forth. If I go to optimize, you can see we have already crossed 20% mark. Earlier we were at 9%, but now we are at 20%. Fine. You can add a bunch of different keywords over here. You could see postcard verification is something that instead over here you could add that right here. Fine. So this kind of content would make sense. So you need to structure it. So everything is not going to be done by AI. You need some kind of proofread, and you'll have to do it on your own, right? So the most commonly used verification methods include this kind of line can be removed, because right here you have that H2 tag. Fine. So the three things are right here, and you can see even after removing a bunch of different things, our score remains as it is, which is 20%. Now this rankings, this will increase once you start adding more links, once you start adding more images and things like that. It is not solely based on the word count, not solely based on the keywords that you have stuffed in, and not solely based on long tail and short tail keywords. Fine. So just by doing this, you could rank higher. And there are a bunch of different things that you can do by entering /. You could add a table, image, you could add a code block, you could add quote, numbered list, and so on. Once you exhaust all the AI word count that has been provided to you in the free plan, you could just jump onto ChatGPT, which is completely free of cost to use, and you could say something like, I am trying to write a blog post titled, and here's where I'll place the title of my blog post, and I want you to write content, or I can say paragraph text for the H3, and right here in the H3 I will provide instant verification. Fine. So we'll give this task to ChatGPT, and it will write the content for us. So if I copy and paste this part in my Phrase.io, let's see what kind of optimizations result that we can see. So I'll just copy this. I'll hit enter, not command enter, but just enter, and I'll paste this. Once I paste this, you can see the score has been increased to 25%. So that's a 5% increase. And you could manually add keywords where you think that the keyword which is highlighted doesn't make sense more, and you could instead make use of other keywords which you haven't used so far. So this is the kind of process that you follow, and this is kind of an iterative process, but you just need to keep on doing this thing. And I don't think each and every content piece would take more than an hour or two to create really an SEO optimized content. If your keyword research is fantastic, if you know what kind of average word count you need, average heading count that you need, average links that you need, then I think you're pretty much good to go and rank your page in terms of on-page SEO. So that's all from my side. If I just keep on writing for this entire blog post, I think the video will be way too long and it will get really boring. But I hope you get the point. From 0 to 25%, it says something that this app does work, and it's really great. And I've also shown you the structure that you need to follow to create your blog post. If you guys are enjoying this course so far, please make sure to stick till the end of this course, because you're going to learn a hell lot of different things in this course itself. And I promise you that this will be by far the best SEO and most comprehensive local SEO course that you have ever seen. And with the advent of AI technologies, I don't think any other SEO gurus or any other SEO courses are teaching how to leverage these different AI tools to help you rank fast and get more organic traffic. So again, if you have any questions, feel free to list it down below, and I'll make sure to answer each and every one of them. Take care, guys. I'll see you in my next video. Alright guys, so from this video onwards, you'll learn different link building tactics and all about off-page SEO. So first and foremost, what are backlinks? So backlinks are links from one page to one website to another. So from the receiving end, these are often referred to as incoming links or inbound links, And from the linking side, they are called the external, outgoing, or outbound links. And there are three reasons why backlinks are important. First, it's a factor that helps Google and other search engines to determine which pages should rank the highest for a given search query. Second, links to your website can send you more visitors through referral traffic. And third, backlinks can help search engines discover your pages faster. Now, the easiest way to conceptualize backlinks are to think of them as votes. When a page receives a backlink, it's essentially another website vouching for the content on the page, and the more votes you get from credible sources, the higher the trust you build on internet. But not all backlinks are created equal. At basic level, there are two things that separate good quality backlinks from the not so great ones. First is topical relevance. So just for an example, let's say you have a web page on how to make slime. If you were to label this topic under the category, it would likely fall under DIY, crafts, or perhaps something for kids. Now, assuming this page had two incoming backlinks, one from a tech blog and another from kids activity blog, the latter would hold more weight since there is higher topical relevance from page and domain. Second is the authority. Now, when I'm talking about authority, I'm referring to quality and quantity of backlinks from referring websites and pages. Google places a score on this called PageRank. But since these numbers are not publicly available, third-party tools like Ahrefs, SEMrush, Ubersuggest use their own proprietary metrics like domain rating or domain authority, which represents overall strength of a website's link popularity, and URL rating, which represents overall strength of a page's link popularity. To give a practical example of backlinks from a website, let's assume that there are two websites, randomblog.com and bigmediahouse.com. I don't know if these two websites exist or not, but I'm just saying that this is from some random blog website and this is from a big media publishing house like Forbes.com or maybe marketingsherpa.com. Now, based on the definition, it's fair to say that bigmediahouse.com is more authoritative domain since it has a DR rating of 83. And assuming topical relevance and everything else were equal, like both of these are publishing blogs and articles related to SEO and marketing. So if topical relevance and everything else were equal, so a link from bigmediahouse.com would hold more weight. That's what you would think according to the definition, right? But let's throw a twist in here. Let's say this page from randomblog.com is linking to you had already collected hundreds of links from reputable sources, while the article from Big Media House had only collected a few or maybe even just 9 backlinks. Alright, so the page level authority of this low DR site would be more, measured by different tools like Ahrefs, SEMrush or Ubersuggest. In this case, it would give a higher UR score, potentially giving you an edge over the Big Media House post link. So as you're looking to get backlinks, you'd ideally want to get them from both topical relevant and authoritative pages to reap maximum benefits. So before I end this lecture, I would like to just show you all how to actually check which websites are linking out to you, to your website. And the tool that we are going to see will be completely free of cost. All you need to do is just jump over to Ahrefs free SEO tools and you'll have a bunch of different free SEO tools that you can check out. And the first which will come in handy is Backlink Checker. So once you go over there, you just need to enter your domain name followed by the domain extension, which could be .com, .co, .in, .gov, .co.in, whatever it is for your domain, you need to enter it. And just don't add HTTPS in the start. Once you enter your domain name, just click on check backlinks. And once you hit this, you'll find all the pages who are referring out to you. And you'll also find anchor text, the URL and the domain rating of each and every pages that they are linking out to you. So yeah, this is how you check out how many websites and pages are linking out to you. If you guys are enjoying this course so far, please make sure to stick till the end so that you'll understand all the concepts in detail and you reap maximum benefits out of this course. Alright guys, moving on to learning about what is do follow and what is no follow. Now I want to end this debate once and for all. I mean, there's so many myths and misconceptions about do follow backlinks and no follow backlinks. People consider do follow as the better version or the good side, and the no follow as the dark side. Like you should not have no follow backlinks and it's of no use, but it's not that case. Okay, but for someone who is just new to the SEO world and has no idea about what is do follow, no follow backlinks, just stick with me throughout this entire video lecture and you'll learn everything you need to know about it. So just by definition, do follow links basically mean that links that allow search engines to follow them and pass on the link equity, or some people might like to call it as link juice. So I will just include link juice right here. So this basically allows, as I said, search engines and web crawlers to identify and scan that, okay, this link is being passed to another website. So they can recognize that particular link. So that's what a do follow backlink is. Whereas no follow links are those which do not allow search engines or web crawlers to follow them or pass on the link equity. They include this kind of an HTML tag within the link, which is rel equals to no follow. No follow. Alright, so this kind of tag is included within their HTML anchor tag. Alright, now when it comes to discussing about both of their impacts on SEO, people think that do follow backlinks helps improve search engine rankings because it's passing authority from one side to another, and for no follow backlinks it does not pass the authority directly. So people are partially true, but I do think that no follow backlinks can help in gain traffic and indirectly benefit the website owner by diversifying the link portfolio. So what I mean is, just for an example, let's just assume you're getting a backlink from Forbes.com and it's a no follow backlink, but it's still a backlink from Forbes.com. Why don't people understand that it doesn't matter if it's a do follow or no follow backlink? If the website itself is getting organic traffic, if it's getting real organic traffic in real time, if people are viewing that web page and the link is included within that web page itself, doesn't matter if it's do follow or no follow. It doesn't matter if the web crawlers or search engines recognize that the link is coming from Forbes or from other website. But if that traffic is going to click on the link, the actual people are going to land on your website, right? And if the content on your website is appealing, if it's helping their search queries, then definitely they are going to convert into sale. So I don't understand why people think that no follow backlinks are bad for their SEO work and do follow are the only go-to links that they should follow. Both of them have different purposes. Do follow backlinks naturally enhance the link equity and credibility of the linked website. It is basically used when linking to trustworthy and relevant content. Whereas for no follow backlinks, they are typically used when linking to untrusted content, and typically when you are paying to get those links, or when the website owner does not want to pass on the authority. Let's just say you are doing guest posting on different website and the owner of that guest posting platform does not want to pass on the link juice, doesn't want to pass on the authority of their domain to your domain. So in that case, they might use no follow backlinks. But it doesn't mean that no follow is bad for your SEO work. Common use cases would be for do follow would be like you're doing your editorial links, your hero links, your guest posting. In most of the cases, guest posting will get you do follow backlinks. In some cases only when the website owner is, bit narrow-minded and doesn't want to pass the authority of their domain. In that cases only you'll get the no follow backlinks. But most of the time, whenever you are getting natural links from reputable sources, it will be do follow backlinks. But when you're linking your website in the comment section of different forum groups like Reddit or Quora, those will be no follow. If you're inserting your links within Twitter or any social media platforms and you're doing some kind of paid sponsorships, those will be no follow backlinks. So I can include something like guest posting, Haro. Then I can add natural backlinks, I would say. Natural backlinks. Whereas for no follow, it would be comments on forum groups and, paid sponsorships. Just like YouTube video sponsorships, you could even sponsor a few blog posts and pay some media house and media outlets to sponsor your listings and your website links in the news article. So sponsorships is also one of the cases where you would get no follow links. Now, just to end this lecture on a very definite tone that both of these will benefit you. Okay, there is no right or there is no wrong, there is no black or white. There are different shades of gray. You need to make sure that where actually you're getting link from, whether it's from a reputable source, whether the link where you're getting from, the source of the link is from a high DR website or not, whether they are getting organic and real traffic or not. These are the only metrics that you'll need to consider when you're trying to get a do follow or no follow backlink. It doesn't matter if it's a no follow or do follow. Even if it's a no follow backlink for a Forbes website, it is a backlink from Forbes website, which matters most than whether it's do follow or no follow. So I hope you get the point about these things. In the upcoming video lectures, you'll learn about a bunch of different things like, what is anchor text, then different types of anchor text that you'll need to use when trying to link building, how to automate your link building journey using ChatGPT. You'll see how to outreach and use my sniper method and leverage AI tools, how to actually, do a very secret thing that I'll be sharing right now, which is Harrow, which is help a reporter out, which you'll learn in the upcoming lectures. And I don't think any other SEO courses or link building courses are teaching them to you all. So stick with me throughout this course and you'll learn a ton of different things that I'm pretty sure no one will ever teach you in their SEO course. Alright guys, so in this video, we'll discuss what is anchor text in SEO. But more importantly than just knowing what is anchor text in SEO, we'll also learn the 6 types of anchor text, because to understand anchor text, you need to know the different types, how they are used and what they look like. So what I'll do is I'll go over the 6 different types of anchor text. I'll first give you the definition of an anchor text. Then I will show you an example of what an anchor text looks like on the page. And that way you have a clear and full grasp of what an anchor text is in SEO. So let's talk about what is anchor text. As you may or may not know, anchor text is the hyperlink or the clickable link text within a document. Okay, within a piece of content that is on a web page or website, it could be numerous different words, exact match or partial match, or it could be anything. A hyperlink or a clickable link that is in a text format is called your anchor text. Now there are different types of anchor text for SEO. Let's cover them right now. So first and foremost, the one that I'm sure you have heard of is everyone's favorite, which is going to be exact match anchor text. Alright. Now to give an example of this anchor text, these are the exact phrases that you are trying to target or trying to rank for. So this becomes your exact match keyword. For example, let's just say your page is about SEO services, and the H1 tag or maybe the title tag itself is about the best SEO company or best SEO agency in India or Mumbai. So I could give the anchor text as best SEO agency in Mumbai. So this becomes my anchor text, right? The next type is going to be partial match keyword. So basically this contains your exact match key phrase. So let's just say, for instance, that you are Jason's Roofing. I'm sure you're looking for, the best roofer in whatever city or best contractor. So your partial match would be best roofer in 2024. So this becomes an example of a partial match phrase anchor text, right? And the example would be best roofer in 2024. So this could be your partial match, it contains pieces of variation of your exact match phrase. So here you are not exactly using your keywords, but you're kind of, doing some kind of twist and turns around the keyword, and you're using the partial match of it. But let's go ahead and move on to number 3. So now you have your exact match anchor text in SEO, then the partial match, and then we have the branded anchor text. So what does a branded anchor text look like, and what does it mean? So it is simply the hyperlink or the jump link, the clickable link within the content that will contain your brand name. So in my case, the anchor text could be something like Net Mafia. That's the name of my company. Or I could even add something like Net Mafia -SEO company. So this is a branded anchor text, right? This is actually your brand name. Now moving on to number 4, this is going to be your generic. So your generic anchor text is very simple. Sometimes when you are on web page, you will see things like, first let me just write generic anchor text. And an example of it you must have seen quite a lot of times, like click here, then learn more, then watch this, and things like that. So these could be anything. That's simply a generic term leading a viewer from one page to another. So this is basically your generic anchor text. Moving on to number 5, this is going to be your naked anchor text. Now these are simply just a naked link. It could just be literally be something like wikipedia.com, or maybe even something like netmafia.co.in, right? Let me also add the World Wide Web in the start. So this is like a naked anchor text. All right, this is considered as naked anchor text. Lastly, we have, let me first scroll down so that it is visible for you. So the 6th one, which we have right here, is nothing but your image alt text. Now sometimes the images are clickable and it does contain the link itself, but it is not visible to us. So the link itself is being contained within your alt text. So that can come in handy when you are trying to, put up some relevant image which is going to lead to relevant content. So image alt text is also one of the anchor text that can be used, but it is rarely used. So these are the most widely used and the most widely used anchor text that everyone should be aware of. Now you need to understand and you need to be aware of all these different kinds of anchor text, simply because when you are trying to build backlinks, you will have to diversify your links by making sure that the link anchor text are from different segments. Like either they are from exact match, some are from partial match, some are having some branded anchor text, some are some just naked URLs, some are generic, and things like that. So all in all, this will help search engines like Google and Bing recognize that the backlinks that you are getting are not some spammy stuff. They are genuine, and if there's some discrepancies across different anchor texts, then it will definitely see and view your website as authoritative source. In this video, I'll be showing you all one link building technique that I bet nobody is teaching you. This method will help you get high domain rating backlinks, and it will be completely free of cost. So the first and foremost thing that you need to do is just jump over to any of your search engine and just type in for HARO, which stands for Help a Reporter Out. Now the first link, which is from Connectively, you need to go over there and sign up. Now once you sign up, the platform will look something like this, where you will see your name, your profile picture. You will update all those things in the settings. So just add your nice, decent looking professional photo and add your name, email address, your surname, and things like that. Once you set up your profile, we will use this to get backlinks. Now, before I just show you what is the procedure to use this platform and how to actually get backlinks back to your website, let me tell you first thing that help a reporter out basically is something where you help journalists from different media houses, and essentially what you're doing is you're helping them add content in their blog post so that in return you get some backlinks back to your website. So you're helping these journalists out, right, by providing your detailed insights, providing some personal anecdotes and experiences, and in return they would give a backlink back to your website. Now all the websites who actually ask and put up a query over here on the platform to get answers from people like you, they are actually they actually have websites with a really high domain rating, like preferably above 60-65, I would say. But even though you might see few websites with 40-30 or so, I would still say to answer and reply to those queries and get backlinks back to your website. Now one thing to keep in mind is that after what essentially what we'll be doing on this platform is you'll just responding to each and every queries, and you expect that you'll get a backlink if your answer or your response is accepted. Now the acceptance rate is really, I would say, narrow. It's like the probability of your response being accepted is in, I would say, single digit. So like it's like 1 in 100 possibility, so it's like a numbers game. You have to keep on responding to each and every query that it fits within your niche and within your space. So this is something that you need to keep in mind, but I will say this for definitely that it is completely free of cost and you'll get high domain rating. And these sites are legit. These are not some PBNs, or I would say they get real traffic, I would say. So all those people who are going to put up the queries, and if your response gets accepted, trust me guys, the blog page that they will publish, it's going to get real organic traffic. So that organic traffic will be diverted back to your website and it's going to help you significantly. And also it will help your domain rating increase, so that essentially when you will be doing your on-page SEO by publishing blog posts and posting regular content pieces on your website, it will essentially help Google and other search engines to recognize that this website has built some authority around the space. And if you have followed all the steps that we have covered in the on-page SEO section, and you're following all the 6 secrets that I've shared with you, and using different tools like Phrase.io to build out perfect blog piece, it will significantly boost your rankings and help you rank in the first page if your domain rating is high. So all these things I should say that it should be taken into consideration when you're looking to do SEO for your website. There is Google My Business, citations, on-page SEO, off-page SEO, technical SEO, and a bunch of different things. So first and foremost, once you come over connectively on this platform, after you have just optimized your profile, what you need to do, you just need to click on all queries and you just keep on viewing all the queries that has been listed out here. Now, based on your niche, based on your business, you could just bookmark all those queries by just clicking on this. You'll just gonna bookmark those queries, and so that you can refer to it later on. So the kind of procedure that I personally follow, I'm gonna walk you through it. So first, what I would see is I would just view the title itself, the title of the query, what the query is all about. So I would just read the title and not the entire query itself. Once I read the title and I feel that it goes around my niche and I could possibly add some value to this query and I could respond to it pretty confidently, then I would bookmark this query. Then I would just keep on doing this for till the time I don't find any other queries that are relevant in my niche. And there is another way that you could quickly, filter out all those queries. You could just click on, the topics and just choose between different filters and the date posted. Now, once you have actually bookmarked all the queries, you can click on the bookmark queries tab and you'll find all the different queries that you could respond to. All right. So here I have this. I could just click over here and I can read what the query description is all about. You'll find who the author is, who will be, who will be, I would say, they'll be checking out your response. So Jack over here will be the one who will be responding and making sure that whether your response gets accepted or not. This is the media outlet. So sometimes it might be anonymous, but I would still say that you respond to anonymous queries as well, because who knows, it might turn out to be a Forbes page. because most of the times what happens, the media houses who do not want to publish the content manager's name, who's going to be proofreading your responses, who's going to be checking whether your response fits within their content style or not. So sometimes big media houses like Forbes, HubSpot, all those people might not be comfortable sharing their media house name because they don't want to get spam queries. They don't want spam pitches. So that's the reason why they might put up as anonymous. So I would recommend you all to respond to anonymous queries as well. Right here, you'll also find status. Now, sometimes what might happen is, even though this query was published today itself, so that's the reason why it is active, and this is the deadline. Now, once you pitch post deadline, obviously it's not gonna be accepted, and you'll find the status to be expired over here. But there is also another status called as archived. Now, what might happen in some scenarios is that the publisher who has actually pitched, or who's asking for a query on the Connectively platform might delete their pitch from the platform itself. So you need to make sure that you're only spending your time on pitches which are active currently and not expired, or crafting responses which are archived. All right. One more thing that I would like to add over here is that whenever you find that when the pitch was published, that means this particular hero pitch was published on, or was posted on 4th June, which is today, and the deadline is on 10th June, 5 p.m. What you can do, there are two options when you can pitch your answer. The first is on the day itself. Don't be super quick that you answer and respond the query within 10-15 minutes, but just make sure that you respond within the day itself when they posted the query. Or if you miss out the date, then what you could do is just you could publish the post before the deadline date. So I would say just 5 or 10 minutes before that deadline, you could submit your response. Essentially, what you would want is you would want your response to be shown on either the first results or the last result of their inbox, not in between. So last result is basically at the bottom of their inbox. So that is the first pitch that they would see, and the first response in their inbox would be the last response before the deadline. So you would want to be in either the first of their inbox or last in their inbox, not in between. So don't pitch your answer after the date posted and before the deadline. Either post your response on the day itself when the question was posted, or just publish 5 or 10 minutes prior to the deadline, and that will help your pitch get accepted way more faster. Basically, it will allow you to it will basically get your answer read by the manager, or the, I would say, the content the person who will be in charge of selecting your pitch. Now, once you have figured out, if you want to see whether this media house has a good domain rating or not, you could just copy this media house name. I would just copy on and paste it and Google it over here, and I'll know that the domain over here is pwa-media.org. So I can just copy the link address. I'll go over to Ahrefs free domain rating checker, website authority checker, and I'll just paste this domain right here. And as I've explained this previously, you do not need to add HTTPS, otherwise you won't see the domain rating of it. And you'll find that the domain rating is 33, which is not bad, but not the best, I would say. But still, this will help you a lot, even though this website has a DR of 33. So I'm going to respond to this query. Now I'll walk you through how to respond to this. Now let's say some responses might be that you have something unique and something more interesting to pitch based on your personal experiences and your expertise. What if you're new to the industry and you have no idea whatsoever, and you just want to pitch to get more high quality backlinks back to your website? What are you going to do about it? How will you respond to it so that you come across as expert and someone who has built authority around your business? What are you going to do in that case? So basically, what I want you to do is just copy all the things that they are looking for. Just copy all the questions and go over to Gemini. Now, Gemini is an AI tool built by Google. Just like there's ChatGPT, there is also Gemini. There are other tools like Perplexity also. And all these different AI tools which I mentioned right now are free of cost. Gemini itself is also free of cost unless you opt for the advanced version. But you do not need to go for the advanced version for now, at least when you are responding to connectivity queries. So once you jump onto Gemini, just paste your query and wait for the response that it gives you. Once it gives you the response for each and every question, what you need to do is just copy the response that it gives you. So I'll just wait for the time till it gives me the accurate response. And what I'll do is, in this case, I'll copy the question, and I have another tab over here, which is of Quillbot. So I'm going to make use of Quillbot's paraphrasing tool and Quillbot's free AI detector tool. Now, most of the queries which are out there on Connectively won't accept your responses, which are completely AI generated responses. So they'll instantly put up those responses into copyleaks.com, and over here they'll know whether your answer is AI generated or whether it is humanly generated. So just to give an example, if I just copy only this much paragraph and if I paste it over here, and if I check whether this is AI generated or not, you'll find that copyleaks was instant to detect whether this is AI generated or not. This is completely free of cost. Even this is free tool you could use, and we'll be using this to make sure that whatever response we submit is not at all AI generated. These detectors should not detect that our response is AI generated. All right. So what I'll do in this case, I'll copy the question, I'll paste it first in the AI detector tool, and I'll also paste the response right here. Now, once I paste the response, I'll first read what the response it generated. So first of all, the question was, what is keyword research? Now we have covered in this course itself, so I can answer this pretty confidently that, this AI generated response is always going to be, very fluff added, and it's going to be very definitive form. It's not going to be very easy to understand and in a humanly fashion. Like, it's not going to have any grammatical mistakes, or it is going to have really complicated words, but we need to make the response very easy to understand and in a very simple language. So we don't want any fluff like cornerstone of any effective SEO strategy. All those things are not at all required. What we could add is just basic things. Like if I had to pull up the presentation that I just presented you all in the earlier videos about keyword research, I could just show up that keyword research is important because it helps people analyze what your content is all about. So basically, whatever people search for in terms of their search query, we want our content pieces to match for that required query and provide in the form of a solution, whether it could be an informative solution or a solution in terms of the product or service that we sell. And basically that you're providing a solution to the search query, right? So instead of this a big fluff answer, what I would do, I would just write an answer which I think for now makes sense to the question right here. So obviously I'm going to take this as a reference point of view, but I'm not going to paste this entire thing in my actual response. Fine. So over here, it has also written that it is the process of uncovering the specific terms and phrases people use to search for information online related to your niche or industry. By understanding these keywords, you can tailor your website's content structure and overall architecture to attract organic traffic from search engines. Okay. Obviously, the meaning is quite good, but we don't want this kind of language to be used in our response. So what I'll write instead over here is keyword research is important. And bear with me, I'm just writing this like instantly. I have not made the response earlier. So I'm just doing by just going along and while recording this video, I'm just forming my answer. So it's not like that I've already crafted the response and I'm just reading out the response. All right. So keyword research is important because we want to offer a solution to the user's search query in the form of information or product or service that we sell. All right. And basically we can also add a few other points like and obviously one more thing to keep in mind is that whatever answer that you post for each and every question, I would say that you form in a short sentences, like 1 or 2 sentences for each bullet point. You submit the responses in bullet point format, not in a paragraph format, because it will be too boring and too lengthy to read even for the content manager to select your response. So right here, this is one point that I will include in my answer. And obviously this is not going to be the final answer that I will submit. All right. I'll obviously use this paraphrasing tool to give me a better response. Fine. So this is one of the point that we will use. So it is important because we want to offer a solution to the user search query. and things like that. And in order to provide exact, I would say, what else can we add? In order for our content to rank for specific search query, we require, we need to do keyword research so that our content piece shows up on Google search results for specific key phrases or terms. Key phrases or terms. All right. So what I'll do for now, I'll just okay. Lastly, we also need to add a point that we could generate organic traffic using this method. Using this method, we can attract organic traffic on our website. All right. So attract organic traffic on our website. If I remove the point generated by Gemini and if I check using the AI detector tool, okay, so it needs at least 80 words to judge whether this is AI generated or not. So simple thing what I could do, I could just add another question at the end and and I can just analyze this. So you can see it is completely human generated. So I'll just copy this. I'll copy this and I'll tell paraphraser tool to give me a better response in a way which would make more sense and it comes across as a fluent English speaker. So we want to provide the user with information, a product or service that we sell or solution their search query, which is why keyword research is crucial. So it has like rephrased the same thing. So although the meaning and the message that we are trying to convey is the same, but it has kind of rephrased what we were actually trying to respond, right? So let us now try to copy the entire thing that it has responded to us and I'll paste it over here. Now let's see what happens now. So it's like it is 100% AI generated and paraphrased. So instead what we could do is, instead of using all the 3 bullet points from the paraphrased version, we could use 1 or 2 of them instead of all the 3. So we can increase organic traffic to a website by employing this strategy. This one makes much more sense and we'll copy and paste these 2 responses right here. And we'll just keep on doing things like this until we get the entire response for all the questions as human generated. So you can see by just using one bullet point which was paraphrased, despite that, it was not able to detect that it was AI or paraphrased sentence, right? So you just keep on doing this for each and every question that they give you, whichever is listed in your connectively pitch. Once you answer all those questions, just make sure that even copy leaks do not identify that this was an AI generated response. So you could just paste your answer over here and see whether this is a human text or not. If it is, just, you could use my Haro template right here. You will find in the resources tab. This template will actually help you a lot. Trust me guys, it has taken me, trial and error to figure out what's the perfect template to respond to each and every connectively pitches and Haro queries. So right here, first of all, you greet the journalist and you add their name if their name is there. If not, you could just remove them. Most of the anonymous pitches over there, you wouldn't find the journalist name, but if you do, you can add their name. Then you say something like, thank you for the opportunity to respond to your request for information. So basically you are being grateful for that they are offering the opportunity to write content on behalf of them, so that you will get backlink in exchange. So that's basically you are trying to be nice in the first sentence and then you are introducing yourself, that who you are. So you just write your name and where you are working at, what's your position in the company, and then you talk a little bit about your background and your experience in the particular domain regarding which you will be responding to the query. Now let's say you own a plumbing company, or you are in the HVAC industry. So obviously you'll write something related to the ventilation and the air conditioning services, and you'll state that how many years of experience do you possess in that market, and then you justify that's the reason why you bring a depth of knowledge and insight, because you have worked in this particular you have worked on this particular problem, or you have helped people to grow from this point to that point and things like that. So basically, in the first paragraph itself, you are actually proving yourself that you are worthy to respond to their query, and they should actually accept your response. So in the first part itself, you are selling, you are trying to be a salesman, and you are selling your pitch basically. Then you are again being grateful, and you are saying that below you'll find the connectively pitch itself. So now when it comes to answering the pitch itself, what you will do is all the questions that they've stated right here, you just copy, you paste the response like this, like how we have over here. I'll just paste it right here. And after each and every question, I would just like to add this brackets. So it's like a numbered questions, all right? So I would like to add numbered questions over here, and let me just put it like this, all right? And below that, I will have answer. You leave 2 blank spaces, and then you add a next question, something like this, all right? You add question 2, you respond to this answer, and then you do that over and over again till you answer all the questions. Lastly, you also say that should you need any additional information or have any further questions, you are readily available to assist them. So basically, this shows that you are open to answer any other things that the journalist might require in terms of getting screenshots or giving more detailed information that you did not in your initial pitch. This has happened to me in the past, and because I had stated that you can email me anytime, you can contact me anytime, my first pitch from Marketing Sherpa, which holds 83 DR, was accepted, and I got that within the first week of using Harrow. So that's how it will help you. And lastly, you add best regards, your name, the position, your company, your website